gained territory for France, he would be back on stable footing. Soon, hundreds of thousands of French troops were pouring across the Prussian border. Bismarck had his defensive war. The French had
Hold me close and let it ride. Show me how to feel alive. Pull me in and hold me tight. Show me how to feel alive. I need you to move your body and feel the rhythm.
and in
Party lit from the night till the morning.
the moment tore all the way across.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing well out there? Everyone doing so well out there? I'm so glad. I'm so glad everyone's doing so well. Let's see who we have here today, right? Let's see who we have here today. Let's start at the top. Start at the top. We have hello, Jay Williams. Hello, how'd it go, Jay Williams? Do we know yet? How did your interview go? Let us know, please. I'm excited to hear it. Everyone, check out Jay Williams' art. If you go to join our Discord, linked at the top of the Twitch chat, bottom of the YouTube chat, you can go to Jay Williams' profile, open it up, go to his links, check out his art. He does commissions. He's a great artist. Okay, so let us know how it went, Jay Williams. Hi, AMA. How are you doing, AMA? So glad you're here, AMA, as always. Oh, it hasn't started yet? Okay, 2 p.m. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, yes, I forgot. It is 9:30 a.m. on the West Coast. Okay, whatever. It's fine. That's fair. I'm excited for you, Jay Williams. Okay. Hello, AMA. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Doug. How are you doing, Doug? So glad you're here. Also called Antifa U. So glad you're here. Hello, James Nordhoff. So glad you're here, James Nordhoff. I know you're so sad, aren't you, James Nordhoff, about Lindsey Graham's death? So sad. James Nordhoff has been crying all morning. Hello, Sir Bart. How are you doing, Sir Bart? Yes, ready to yuck it up. Everyone ready to yuck it up? Okay, so I know I am, Sir Bart. Very happy to yuck it up here. Real life Cat TJ, where's my employed baddies at? Hello, real life Cat TJ. So glad you're doing well. So glad you're doing well. Yes, capitalism, yay. Capitalism, yay. Hello, Philly cheese. So glad you're Philly cheese. You're here, Philly cheese. Philly cheese, I'd like to apologize on behalf of Elevator Lady for how she so rudely, so very rudely, made accusations and made assumptions about you. You're a human and you deserve to be treated better. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, Philly cheese. Let's see here. Hello, Fetty. How are you doing? That elevator lady is gonna kill me. There elevator lady is so there. Okay. Anyway, hello, Fetty. How are you doing, Fetty? How are you doing, Fetty? Fetty says, "Good morning, everyone. Hope you are all doing well. Hope you're doing well, Fetty. Hope you're doing well, Fetty." Okay. As always, so glad you're here. Hello, Macon. Macon says a fascist died and my birthday's not for another 2 months. Oh my God, it's like an early birthday, Macon. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Macon. Okay. All right. Hello, Gwen. How are you doing, Gwen? So glad you're here, Gwen. As always, Gwen. Gwen has a 15 stream streak. Well done, Gwen. Oh my goodness, 15. Sweet Jesus, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you've had to watch me. So glad you're here, Gwen. Hello, Mr. King K. How are you doing, Mr. King K? So glad you're here. Okay. Jay Williams. Already heard that. Already heard that. Already heard that. The spokesperson for the Reform Party was murdered. Is that true? Oh my goodness, what a shame. That's too bad. Well, that actually might be bad depending on how it's reacted to, etc. I'll have to take a look at that. That's interesting. I didn't know about that. Thank you for telling me, Gwen. Hello, Body Swap. How are you doing, Body Swap? So glad you're here. I hope you're having a lovely time. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while, Body Swap. Quack, quack. Okay, hello, Tater Tot. I know. Tater Tot also crying herself to sleep over Lindsey Graham's passing. It's okay. It's okay, Tater Tot. Everything will be fine. Okay, I know. It's very sad. Okay, we're all very sad. All very depressed by this. I know, deeply depressed. Hello, Venamos. How are you doing, Venomoose? How are you doing, Venomoose? So glad you're here as always. They say things happen in threes. That's true. I wonder who the next two are. Okay. All right, we'll find out. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. So let's we have a lot to talk about, guys. We got a lot to talk about. We have a couple news items. We're not going to spend too much time on news items today. Maybe I'll look into that reform, death, etc. We have we today oh my God, LaQual, that's hilarious. Welcome, LaQual, by the way. LaQual says, I feel bad for all the boy toys in DC that won't be getting their college paid for by Lindsey Graham, that's for sure. Grinder has lost one of its strongest soldiers. Okay. Anyway, so, all right. Sorry, I'm just eating as always. I wonder where SoCal is. I don't see SoCal. Oh, well, that's okay. So, guys, we're going to cover two little news items. One is kind of insane, the other one's kind of fun, which is the death of Lindsey Graham. And then we're going to continue our unit on fascism by beginning this week by talking about Germany, um, the um, the Nazis, the German history leading up to the Nazis, um, going into a lot of depth on that. That is probably the stuff I know the most about in terms of fascist movements is Nazism. And it's also very important. Nazism, even though Italian fascism, hello, Mithril, how are you doing? Even though Italian fascism was sort of the beginning of sort of the first fascist movement that ended up sparking a lot of other fascist movements, Nazism, which is a kind of fascism, is probably the most influential overall. So it's very important we get a deep understanding of that as we talk about other forms of fascism, etc. So we're going to go in a lot of depth with the history of Germany, what led up to the Nazis, what they did. Okay, so bear with me. It might take a week or two to get through everything. I might take a week off from doing fascism just to give you all a break at some point, because I could talk about it for hours, days. I mean, days. I could literally talk about it for about a year. We could have a year-long class on it, or a semester-long class on it. Okay, so we will. Okay, so shall we begin? Thank you, Gwen. I will actually look at that right now. I will add it to our news because I'm very curious about that. Thank you. Oh, oh yes, and oh that I hate her. Okay, well that's a shame. What a terrible, terrible shame. Okay, so you know what? We'll definitely take a look at that. Okay. So first story we have here, guys, is the one that's going to make you all cry. No, that's not true, LaCroix. It's never. It is never too exhausting to beat up communists. Anyway, so let's go over here. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, so let's go over here, guys. Let's go over here. So here we have. All right, all right. So the first news items is let us all hold a moment of silence. Okay. Let's all hold a moment of silence for Lindsey Graham. Okay, such a sad day in America. Lindsey Warmonger Graham, okay, who never saw a war he didn't want to fight. As I very clearly said in the announcements channel of our Discord server, Lindsey Graham was heavily funded, especially probably one of the largest receivers of donations from the military-industrial complex and Israel. Massively corrupt man, okay? Literally was constantly screaming about bombing every country imaginable, almost certainly because of the massive amount of bribes he would take from the military-industrial complex. Really a bloodthirsty monster, and if I'm not exaggerating when I say that, he was sort of comparable to he's kind of comparable to Kissinger in the bloodlust this man had while he was alive. Real fucking monstrous human being. Okay. And I don't say that lightly. I'm just saying he really was a horrible person. Okay. And he died suddenly after returning from Ukraine to meet with Vladimir Zelensky. Always been a massive warmonger against Russia as well. Now, I don't blame Vladimir Zelensky for meeting with him. Vladimir Zelensky is desperate and things like that. But still, massive warmonger, hates Vladimir Putin. I mean, hates anything. He does not, I don't even know if he does hate Vladimir Putin. He probably loves him, but do the donations and stuff to his campaign, he's required to be a warmonger all the time. Yeah, he had a torn aorta, right? His aorta tore. Chicken hawk. Oh, that's hilarious, Macon. Okay. So he died very suddenly, and we're all very sad, I'm sure. Okay, very sad. Mithril, can you explain why the seat vacated by Lindsey Graham's death is the gift of the is in the gift of the Republican Party and not as in the UK? Because we're stupid, Mithril. So in the United States, if a senator dies before an election, the governor of the state from which that senator came from gets to select someone to take their place until the next election, which is really fucking stupid in my opinion. Very fucking stupid, but we're not really a democracy, so it makes sense. So, now that Lindsey Graham has perished, unfortunately, and we're very sad about that, as I said, as have I mentioned how we're very sad? Okay. The governor of his state, what fucking state is he from? I don't even remember now. South Carolina. Well, good old South Carolina boy. Okay. The governor will select a new person. Now, I will say they can have a special election where they do choose someone new. Okay. But right now they don't, they're not, right now the governor will select someone to take his place until then. Okay. So that's how it works. Okay, so it depends. So that's how it works. At least according to it depends on the state's constitution. I'm not sure if South Carolina allows a special election first. Um, but regardless, the governor appoints a new senator until a special election or until the regularly scheduled election. Okay. Thank you, Mithril. Thank you, Mithril. Mithril said, "Damn, that was a scarily good imitation." Thank you, Mithril. Okay. So anyway, that's that, and it's moronic because America isn't a real democracy, and it's more about keeping elites happy than, and the Senate, by the way, is massively undemocratic anyway. We shouldn't even be electing senators. Fuck them. We shouldn't have a Senate. We should just have a House of Representatives, but who the fuck cares, Who cares? Not real democracy anyway. It's a very good to have a Senate for the purpose our government actually serves, which is serving the elites, okay? God bless this country. All right, so moving on. Yay. LaCroix, it did take a while to get senators picked through popular vote instead of being elected by their state legislators like the founders intended. Right. Oh, absolutely. But even then, yeah, it totally was LaCroix. The Senate was meant to be the same as the House of Lords. And literally, guys, the purpose of the Senate, as John Madison laid out, was to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. The whole purpose was to prevent the people from to prevent democracy, to slow it down. That's why senators get elected for 6 years, because they don't have to care as much about what the people want. If you're in office for 6 years, you can afford to piss people off because you're not going to have to worry about re-election. Okay? So, yeah, that's good. That's good. Literally, that's why they're elected into office for so long. Because then they don't have to worry as much about what the people want. That's the whole point, okay? And that's why now we're stuck with someone like John Fetterman in Pennsylvania, who no one in Pennsylvania likes, but is going to be senator for a while because, 6-year terms and all that. Anyway, so he's dead. Fuck him. Who cares? Anyway, at least the worms will have something to eat. I'm sorry. Was that rude? I really don't give a fuck. If anything, we should have a Discord party about this. All right. You know what's really funny? Here's the other thing too. Now listen, guys, let's talk about Mitch McConnell real fast. Okay, let's talk about Mitch McConnell. You all know that I oftentimes go against what a lot of people say when something like this happens. So forgive me in advance. I do think the man is probably alive. I'm almost certain he's alive. I do think the photo that was put out yesterday is real. I have no reason to think it's not real. Now listen, I know I'm always kind of poo-pooing the conspiracy stuff that comes out when these things are released. I think he probably is alive. And listen, okay, I know Outer Signal says, rest in peace to a warmonger, oppressor of rights, hypocrite, and supporter of genocide. Saruman had a family and deserves our kindness and thoughts. He only scoured the Shire and created the Uruk-hai because it was necessary to make Middle Earth great again. Outer Signal, you're fucking brilliant. Thank you so much for that contribution, really. Thank you so much. For that, okay, for that super chat over there on YouTube. Hilarious, Outer Signal. Right. I'm not going to shed a fucking tear. If anything, I'm going to celebrate. Now, listen. Yeah, that's so good. I was like, okay. Yeah. By the way, Lindsey Graham, of course, was worse than Saruman because he was actually a real person who actually did do that, literally did result in the death of thousands of people all over the world, and loved blowing people to pieces. Okay, so literally just loved blowing up children and people overseas. I agree. We need to turn that into a copy pasta. I'm actually copying it now to save it for later so that we can use Outer Signal's line later here. paste. There we go. So now I have that saved there. Okay. Um, so anyway, I believe that Mitch McConnell probably is still alive. Listen, do I have evidence of that? Only what they put out. I know that's not trustworthy, but admittedly, guys, if he had died and then they released a photo and that photo was fake, all the people in the hospital that would have known he was dead, someone would have leaked that he was alive. I think it's highly unlikely that the man is dead. Highly unlikely. Now, because someone would have leaked that shit by now. There are too many people that would have had to go in and out of that hospital room, that would have had to know that he was dead, that would have had to deal with the body, that would have had, like, someone would have leaked that shit, especially after they tried to lie. And, it seems like too much of a risk, in my opinion. Um, yeah, no, and listen, I will say this though, guys. It is possible that he is a vegetable or that he has brain damage. The reason I say that is because they didn't release a video, which is weird to me. If you really wanted to show that someone was not, you know, did not have some sort of major brain damage or was alive, you might want to release a video with audio. They didn't. They released a photo, which to me implies that there might be something, he might not be able to speak or might be incomprehensible or might have some issues with speaking. So I think it's more likely, and even that I don't know, that might have some kind of brain damage or be unable to speak. So that is more likely in my opinion. Okay. But again, I could be wrong. It's just, remember, guys, I say this after every time one of these kind of things happen. It's always true throughout history. Conspiracy theories always immediately pop up. In 99.9% of the time, those conspiracy theories aren't true. So I suspect it's not a conspiracy. I suspect, okay. Um, is in that photo, he's smiling, and that is kind of weird. Yeah, Peck on bad. It almost looked like, they clearly made him look nicer for the camera, okay? The poor okay, Laquable, I mean, that photo doesn't make him look like he's brain dead, but yeah, he might have had some but yeah. And guys, I don't know, like, I'm not brain dead, I'm sorry. Like, he might not be able to speak, okay? He might be having some issues with speaking, all right? So, we don't know. But alas, I don't know. I shouldn't say brain dead, you're right, that's not the same thing. Um, so we'll find out, okay? That being said, he shouldn't be in office anymore, no matter what. Literally, he shouldn't be in office anymore. It doesn't matter whether he's alive or dead. He shouldn't be in office anymore. He will probably live until like the last day he can, and then, whatever. Okay. So whatever, it's fine. You got what I mean? Okay. So all right. No, Mayflower Kid. I phrased that badly. I shouldn't have said brain dead. Like, that was my initial thought was maybe, but then you're right. He couldn't be smiling or anything. I just was dumb. I didn't think much about that. Okay. I didn't think much about the fact that brain dead people can't smile and sit up for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. Um, regardless. Okay, so yes, there 100% there was Photoshop or editing to make him look better, but as much as I wish it were true, he looks like he's alive. Yes, and again, I could be wrong, guys. Regardless, it doesn't matter. It's kind of a moot point here. The Lindsey Graham is dead. Yay, let's celebrate. Okay, moving on. Next story. Story. Next story. All right. Yeah, by the way, Fetterman should not fucking be in office anymore either. He literally has brain damage and shouldn't be in office anymore. Okay. All right. So, Dodongo, yeah, Doug, Antifa, the poor should accept what you're given. They're given. Well, in reference to what, Doug? Of course they shouldn't. What do you mean? Okay, Mitch's skeleton will be propped up. Probably. Okay, we'll find out though, guys. All right. All right. So next story here. That's kind of funny to me. That is kind of funny to me. All right. Not very funny. If anyone knows who Ahmadinejad is, okay? I'm sorry, Ahmadinejad, okay? Ahmadinejad was the former, was it president of Iran? He was a hardliner. He still was a politician in Iran even after he was no longer the president. known as a hardliner. Not a very pleasant guy. I'm pro Iran, but Ahmadinejad was, wasn't a very pleasant guy. He denied the Holocaust and shit like that. He said it didn't happen. He kind of said some bizarre things. I don't blame him for that. Like he was like, ahead of a country that's constantly being attacked by Israel and stuff. I'm just saying that he was kind of an odd guy. Regardless, he's still around, and that has now been released. Okay. The it is it, it has now been released that Mossad was trying to recruit him for a very long time. As a matter of fact, he even would go speak in other countries as a cover for meeting with Mossad agents. You think I'm joking? I'm not. And the plan was that after the beginning of the bombing campaign in Iran, Mossad would basically install him as leader of Iran uh, in the, after the killing of all the top leaders of Iran and stuff. And that ended up not working. Okay, it ended up failing, and now he has been placed under arrest by the Iranian regime for suspicion of working with Mossad, which this report shows he did in fact do. Okay, a very interesting story, and this was a years-long effort to cultivate him as an asset for Israel within Iran. Okay, now, so let's quickly what is interesting about this, guys, remember what I just said, Ahmadinejad was a hardliner. Why would Israel want a hardliner in charge of Iran? How fascinating, how fascinating. I wonder why. Oh, that's right, because they want a reason to keep going to war with Iran, so even, so if a hardliner's in charge, that gives them tons of excuses for that shit, right? So, okay. Um, Let me read this to you. In early 2024, a rector of a university in Budapest received a startling request from a top Hungarian official. The official told rector Professor Gergely Deli that Ludovica University of Public Service should hold a climate change conference and extend an invitation to an unlikely guest. Okay. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the widely reviled former president of Iran. More shocking was the reason. The official told Mr. Deli that the conference was merely a front for Mr. Ahmadinejad to have secret discussions in Budapest with intelligence operations with operatives from Israel, Mr. Ahmadinejad's avowed enemy. Okay. Mr. Deli knew that the invitation would tarnish both his reputation and that of the university, but he said in an interview he believed he might be playing a role in saving lives. Oh, great. Okay. You have two enemies, and if these enemies can talk with each other, it's best to do what you can to make them talk. No, he just was siding with Israel. Let's be honest with ourselves. Mr. Ahmadinejad's 2024 visit to the university and a second one the following year were part of a years-long Israeli effort to groom him as an intelligence asset, who, when the time came, could be installed as Iran's new leader, according to both American and Iranian officials familiar with the operation, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe sensitive intelligence. Recruiting Mr. Ahmadinejad was of such priority for Israel that the country's then spy chief, David Barnea, even traveled to the Hungarian capital in 2024 to meet Mr. Ahmadinejad personally, according to former American officials. Soon afterward, they said, Mossad, Israel's foreign intelligence service, notified the CIA that it had been in contact with Mr. Ahmadinejad. So, of course, the CIA knew this too. Okay? The CIA knew this too. Iran's decision to build a regime change plan around Mr. Ahmadinejad is an extraordinary twist in the saga of the country's relations with the former president, who was known for accelerating Iran's nuclear program, calling regularly for the destruction of Israel, and denying the Holocaust. In recent years, according to American officials, Israel secretly paid money to Mr. Ahmadinejad for housing and travel, and Israeli operatives met him abroad on several occasions, including during his trips to Budapest. The effort culminated in late February of this year during the first days of the U.S. Israeli war on Iran, with an audacious operation to relocate the former leader, who had been living under strict surveillance in Tehran. The goal: to set in motion the plan to topple the current regime and install Mr. Ahmadinejad. The plan failed. On February 28th, an Israeli airstrike hit Mr. Ahmadinejad's compound, targeting the building of his bodyguards and his armored vehicle. After the strike, according to 4 senior Iranian officials, a black Peugeot car, I don't know what that how to pronounce that, a Peugeot car arrived, picked up Mr. Ahmadinejad and whisked him away at high speed from the chaotic scene. American and Iranian officials with knowledge of the operation said the car had been driven by Mossad operatives who took Mr. Ahmadinejad to a secret safe house in Iran. But the former Iranian leader was upset about the frantic rescue, operation, and he appeared to be disillusioned about the Israeli plan to return him to power, according to people with knowledge of what occurred. He eventually left the safe house under circumstances that are still unclear. Mr. Ahmadinejad was not seen in public again until last Monday, when he made a brief appearance at the funeral procession for the slain supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. His current status remains uncertain. Hopefully he's been executed, to be honest with you guys. But 4 senior Iranian officials said that Mr. Ahmadinejad was in the custody of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' intelligence wing. What is that shame, okay? Under house arrest now that Iran has learned about much of his interactions with Israel. Oh, what a shame. Israeli officials have not commented publicly about the plan to install Mr. Ahmadinejad as Iran's leader, which was part of a broader attempt to topple the government in Tehran. Another element involved arming and training Iranian Kurdish opposition forces based in northern Iraq to cross into western Iran, hold territory there, and eventually move towards the capital Tehran in an effort that never manifested. Okay. So, yeah, free Palestine. He's probably dead, and I hope he is. He should be. He committed treason, and he should be executed for it. And the West will be like, oh my God, how barbaric that the IRG. No, any country would execute someone who literally plotted to overthrow their government. Now they do say that he's under house arrest. We don't know for sure, but guys, come on, Israel is monstrous. Okay, monstrous. All right. So, absolutely monstrous. So, Israel's horrible. I just thought this was an interesting story. So, more proof. Of course, Mithril. Of course. Mithril says, oh, so using the Kurds yet again. Of course. Yeah, almost certainly, Outer Signal. I suspect that Outer Signal, there has to be a reason why Mossad and the CIA are releasing this story right now. And I suspect it's mainly American intelligence officials who are trying to put the blame on Israel for the failure of what's happening in Iran. That's my guess, is that they're trying to point the blame at Israel. Okay. That's that. So I don't know why this was released. It also could be that there are people that are upset with the goings on in Iran that are kind of very upset with Israel. I don't know. I completely believe it. Hello, Weird Bob. How are you doing? Yeah, maybe to sow distrust in the IRGC too, very possibly. So I do completely believe this story, though. I believe it generally. We need verification, but it's what okay. It makes Israel look very bad too. Obviously, because they're trying to install who was a person who they always claimed was a hardliner, who they claimed to hate, and then they're trying to install this person. So, okay. Totally, 100% in your group, they'd be executed for treason. So we will see what happens with all this, but very interesting development here. History, the world events are sometimes stranger than fiction, okay? It's like a fucking Michael Crichton novel or some shit, okay? Without all the fun, okay? Anyway, so that was interesting. And that also might explain why when he was in office, he was always going overseas and giving talks and shit, because he was meeting with intelligence services. So who knows? Okay, so I just thought that was an interesting story. Let's so just something to be aware of, okay? That happened recently. But also it shows you guys once again that Israel and the United States are losing because this plan failed. Okay, all right. So now we were sent this story by Gwen. I need to find a better version of it. Reform speaker killed. Okay. All right. So, all right. Here's the. Oh my God. Okay. I hate this woman. I've seen her. I've seen her face before. I think you guys have shown me videos of her. I can already tell it annoys me to see her face. So okay. So apparently this, like one of the, a 26-year-old man was arrested Friday on suspicion of murder in the killing of Anne Widdecombe, oh yes, I know her. Okay. Former British member of parliament and a reality TV show contestant. Really? Oh my God. Widdecombe, 78, was found dead Thursday in her Haytor Vale home on the edge of Dartmoor National Park in southwest England after sustaining what police said were serious injuries. The killing was not believed to have been an act of terror, and there was no information to suggest it was politically motivated. Lawmen did not discuss the possible motive as the investigation continues. This is really shocking news, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what Keir Starmer has to say, okay? Okay, she was on Celebrity Big Brother and Strictly Come Dancing. She later joined Brexit and became a spokeswoman for the anti-immigration Reform UK party. Disgusting. Okay. Is that true, Jonas? What did Bolt? I don't know much about her. Okay. So anyway, so she was killed, I guess, was known for she was socially conservative. She opposed abortion rights and the expansion of LGBTQ rights. Well, rest in piss. Okay, rest in piss. Starmer, when it speculated if the killing was politically motivated and said that security of lawmakers was of utmost importance. Okay, we get it. Blah, 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 blah. So far-right extremist was killed. Okay. Oh, great. Boris Johnson called Widdecombe a heroic Brexiteer and a great speaker who could move Tory audiences to such ecstasy that she was very hard act to follow. That sounds very fascist. The counterterrorism people have taken over the investigation. Interesting, Gwen. Here's my concern, guys. There are some things that are concerning about this. I think what do you think I'm going to say, guys? I don't need to tell you. You should tell me. You tell me. What am I going to say? I get it, Louise. What am I going to say? What are some how might this be bad for the UK in terms of her being assassinated? Okay. Yeah, Sir Bart. If it turns out, Sir Bart says they're killing us now. Yeah, if it turns out this was politically motivated, some sort of left-wing motivation or something, it could very well be that this, further radicalizes or gives reform backing, or if it's turned into propaganda. Let's imagine it was a Muslim who killed her. And I don't know, and we guys, we don't know this at all. I'm just saying, like, different possibilities. Yeah, Farage is already milking it. Or if a pro-Palestine person killed her, or if a lefty killed her, okay? Gives a martyr, more so it gives a martyr. Yes. Okay. So this could be very bad. But we'll see how it ends up playing out. I find it interesting. Yeah, we'll see how it ends up playing out. Mythfurl, she was pretty vile. I remember when she was prison minister. It was a white guy. Okay, Louise. I see. Again, Gwen just sent it to me, so I'll have to see the details here. Mythfurl, she was pretty vile. I remember when she was prison minister, she changed the rules so female prisoners had to remain handcuffed when giving birth. What? What a vile human being she was. Jesus. Okay, anyway. So it was a white guy that did it. Okay, fair. So we'll see. Could also be that it was a right-wing assassination. And to be clear, guys, even if it isn't a left-wing assassin or like someone associated with the left or some minority group, the right wing will still paint it that way probably, but it won't have the same effect if it is in fact left wing. If it is right wing, or it won't have the same effect if they do that. Okay. So we'll find out. Is that so, Mayflower? ICE unalived another person, this time in Maine. Great. Great. I just thought it was a burglary gone wrong. Is that so? Okay. Again, guys, I need to look into it. Gwen said it became it became a counterterrorism thing. So let's take a look here. Let's see if we can find what is now being said about it. What is now being said about this? Okay, Ann Widdecombe. Let's just see if we can find an update. Ann Widdecombe murder. Yeah, it does look like UK counterterrorism police are heading the investigation into the suspected murder. Following new information and evidence. Yep. Police had previously said there was no information to suggest Widdecombe's murder was an act of terrorism. Okay, police are pursuing multiple lines of inquiry to establish a motivation for the attack. Okay. Interesting. They said the suspect who is a white British national is now in police custody. New information and evidence has come to light during what has been a dynamic and complex investigation, prompting them to take the lead. The man in custody has since been rearrested on suspicion of the commission, preparation, or instigation of acts of terrorism. Fascinating. Okay, so he is being investigated for an acts of terrorism. So we will find out. We will find out. Okay, so Jay Williams, who the fuck is that? Ann Widdecombe. It was sort of a speaker, a far right reform speaker and promoter and things like that, who I guess was the head of who did a lot of like press stuff for them. So she was assassinated. Okay, so we will find out more about that, but that's very interesting. Thank you for telling me about that, Gwen. I did not see this story. I need a better way to see stories from the UK. Okay, all right, you guys. Hello, Roshi. Yeah, we'll see, Sir Bart. We'll see where it goes. So those are the three main stories. I guess I just wanted to talk to you guys about the death of Lindsey Graham, which we're all crying about and deeply sad about. The death of Ann Widdecombe, which we're all crying and deeply sorry about. You know, very, very sad. Very, very sad day for the UK. You know. Land where okay. Rules Britannia, and your rules the waves. Okay. So, anyway, very sad. We're all gonna cry. Moving on. Okay. So, we're done with that. All right, let's go on. I know, Jonas. It's okay. Don't worry, Jonas. It's okay. Jonas says, I dislike your tone. I'm incredibly distraught about these events. I know, Jonas. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You too, Louise. I am so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry for your loss. I expect photos from her funeral from both of you, and I want to see tears. Okay. I hope you all go to her funeral and cry just buckets of tears. Anyway. Philly Cheese says, "Can you give Anne some respect, CR?" You're right, Philly Cheese. I'm sorry. I should give Anne some respect. I apologize. I didn't mean to dehumanize the witch. But oh my god, I'm sorry, Gwen. I don't mean witch as in like witch. I mean like witch. I was gonna say bitch, and then I'm like, that's misogynist. So then I went for witch, and then I realized that that's demonizing witches. I apologize, Gwen. God, I need to stop using witch as a slur. I apologize. Okay, really. That's rude of me. I should say, I feel very sad about that. And I also feel very sad I apologize when I really do. I do mean the apology. And of course, I'm very sad about that bastard Lindsey Graham dying too. Nothing wrong with being a bastard. That's also a bad word. What's a good insult? You know what? It's fine. Whatever. They're both monsters. Fuck it. I'll be Mithro, don't you dare. Okay. All right. Let's go on here. Let's go on. Let's go on. So let's get into our educational segment, shall we, guys? Shall we get into the educational segment? Shall I shut up before I dig my grave deeper and all the lefties get mad at me? Okay. So, fascism time. Yay! Oh my god. Yay. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Okay. Really, Gwen? That's funny. Okay. So, let's talk about German fascism. Okay? So, all right. Everyone ready for the educational segment? Everyone ready for it? Now listen, guys. Listen. I we might take a while to this educational segment might take a while today. It's Monday. I felt that I could afford to make it kind of a longer. Thank you, Pet Combat. That gave me an excuse to dance so I don't look like an asshole. Okay. Let's go on. Sir Bart, I swear to God. Okay. So, let's talk a bit. We have finished now talking. Thank you, Pet Combat. Hello. We already talked about Italian fascism. Okay. We talked about Giovanni Gentile, one of these sort of intellectual founders of the idea of fascism. We talked about Benito Mussolini. We mentioned that the Italy was struggling after World War I. It was struggling economically. Mussolini offered kind of this idealistic nationalist idea of Italy to unite the Italians under. He kind of fake used left-wing language and leftist proposals to try and get people on his side. Ultimately, it was the socialists who came to power initially, and out of fear for this and out of the internal disorder that the socialist rise to power kind of led to, the bourgeois and middle class folks and things like that ended up funding Mussolini, allowing him to rise to power. Okay. Yes, Chairman Barr, on Friday, we will do a Kahoot on the Italian stuff and some of the German stuff. I know it's been a while since I've done a Kahoot, folks, so soon we'll do a Kahoot on a lot of this stuff, okay? And once he was Mussolini, let me do a few trivia questions now, okay? Just as a reminder here. When Mussolini got to power, what did he how did he, let's see here. What did he do here? What were some of the laws he passed in order to consolidate control over the government, given that it was still a parliamentary democracy? Just list some of the things he did here in the chat. Okay, how did he act once in power? All right. What were some of the things he did? Let's see them in the chat. Oof. Let's see what we got. Well, I'm cleaning off my glasses because they're kind of gross. I just realized. Ugh. Had the Bolshevik Revolution not happened, do you think the Benigno Russo would have led to the flocking behind fascism? Probably not. Weirdamorph. Well, Weirdamorphous Blob, that's a really good question. Historians would debate that. Most would say not. I would say yes. I would say yes. They would have come up with a different reason. Do you see what I mean? Okay. Italy first, but that's debatable. Italy first. Okay, there was an idea. He kind of was saying we need to think of Italy first. If you guys will remember, he started making it harder to get citizenship. He would revoke people's citizenship if they were not in line with what the government wanted. Okay, he suppressed press freedoms. Yes, Jonas, laws on civilians who are criticizing the state. 100%. He would revoke their citizenship. He tied citizenship to basically loyalty to the regime and things like that. He set up a sort of independent court, not independent, I should say, a court that was run by military members and government bureaucrats who would try people for the violation of these laws. He turned the election system into one based off winner take all instead of proportional representation, which allowed him to gain complete power there. And he did violent crackdowns on socialists. They tried to burn books. They put censors in charge of all the overall newspapers and banned any newspapers that wouldn't allow a censor, which meant most newspapers got banned, and then the remaining newspapers were all run by government censors, basically. Did this work very well in Italy, though? Did it work terribly well within Italy? I mean, we talked about this. Did it work very well? Was he successful in sort of controlling the Italians overall in the way he wanted to? While someone answers that question, don't forget he also did a bunch of public construction projects, filled Italy with art fascist art and architecture. Did some other things, tried to do some work programs and stuff. Yeah, Jonas, it didn't work that well. They weren't the fascism, Italian fascism didn't work as well as he would have liked. There was a lot of cultural norms in Italy that they could not overcome. People didn't really follow the rules as much. Okay. He also did a bunch of art and stuff, which is very fascist, right? You have to rebuild the people's sense of themselves and the nation by through art. Suppress. They also did things like make teachers make an oath to the government and to fascism, so that they would only teach fascism to their students. Yeah, Libyan prisons, right, and they set up this court in Libya. What did he do overseas, guys? What did he do in, what was the first place he invaded and conquered, to try to gain a colonial possession? And why did he do that? What place did he invade and attempt to conquer, and did conquer, I should say, in an attempt to gain a colonial possession for the grandeur of Italy? Do we remember this? The where did he try to invade and conquer? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Oh, no one's really answering that much today. Jonas is answering. There were some other people answering. Ethiopia, right? He tried to invade. He successfully invaded Ethiopia, and he slaughtered. Remember, he destroyed 20% of the population. 20% of the population of Addis Ababa. Okay, I forgot to mention something yesterday, actually, guys. That's okay. Weird Morbus Blob. I was trying to mention I forgot to mention something when I talked about that. Do you know that he actually secretly signed an agreement with England, with Britain, and the Britain's like, sure, you can have Ethiopia. He secretly signed an agreement with them where they agreed to let him have Ethiopia. By the way, I forgot to mention that. Yay, Britain! All right, so Britain was also like, sure, go ahead, you can take Ethiopia. We'll say that's not our sphere of influence. Anyway, so he did that, slaughtered tons of people, and then the second one was Libya, where they had already gained it as a colonial possession. What did he do in Libya? What did he do in Libya? Do we remember? Okay, yeah, well, apparently it was Britain's to give away. What did he do in Libya? Um, Apart from like putting down colonial rebellions, okay? Yeah, I know, shocked, right? Genocide. Yeah, genocide, absolutely. Concentration camps, as Jonas said, he did outright genocide. He attempted to ethnically cleanse, genocide, murder the people in Cyrenaica, okay, and literally pushed them out, pushed them in the concentration camps, slaughtered them, and then brought in Italian settlers. According to his ideology, what was he trying to recreate in Italy? What was this sort of aesthetic idea that he was trying to recreate for the Italians? Okay, the foreshore, yes. Rome, yes. The Roman Empire. Okay, the Roman Empire. One last note here. Do we remember why he just invaded Ethiopia when he did? What was happening in Italy proper? If we remember, I'll just tell you, the Great Depression was happening, and he was having a hard time keeping people happy. So part of the reason he invaded Ethiopia when he did was an effort as a distraction from the Great Depression. Okay. So we will finish up with that at some point when we get later into fascism. I'll tell you what ends up happening with Mussolini. But a lot of what ends up happening after that is directly related to Nazi Germany, because Nazi Germany was a much more powerful and effective fascist state, and I don't mean that as a compliment, than Mussolini's Italy, okay? So a lot of stuff that came after that was very heavily influenced by Nazi Germany. So let's get into Nazi Germany, okay? So let's move on here to a different fascism, okay? One that is not the original fascism, like was Mussolini's fascism, but is arguably more important historically. All right. So we've talked about fascism ideologically. Of course, it kind of was based, if you look back historically, it was based in counter Enlightenment thought, Romanticism, ultranationalism, idealism, and social Darwinism. All these ideas kind of came together in fascism. A lot of these ideas, guys, kind of had their birth in Germany, in the German lands. Okay. Uh, so Romanticism was very much a German movement. Okay. Um, Idealism was a German thing. Okay. So a lot of these ideas that inspired Italian fascism had a lot of their roots in Germany to begin with. Uh, Social Darwinism was not necessarily German, but was very popular in Germany. Okay, counter enlightenment. The German lands had a lot of sense of counter enlightenment, even before Napoleon. By the way, they had a lot of sense of romanticism and emotion is important and things like that before Napoleon. But they had also been attacked by Napoleon, so German nationalism was really sort of linked up with the idea of like being anti-enlightenment because being enlightenment is French, and they didn't like the French because the French had attempted to control them through Napoleon. Okay, so all these ideas also apply to National Socialism, to German fascism. Okay, the Nazis. So I just put this up here as a reminder that these things are still in play also in Germany. So let's go. Let me just tell you a little bit about Germany before we get started here, I guess, into the main. So here we have some common German letters and German words. Just for while we're doing this stuff for your all of your sake, I'm going to tell you how to pronounce a few German letters. Bear with me here, okay? I think you'll find it interesting. Okay, so when I'm speaking German or when I'm reading German words to you, I may not always pronounce them correctly. I have rarely had to speak German. I can mainly read German. I used to be able to speak German a lot better, but I never get to practice. So I can read German very well. Speaking it, it's hard to pronounce a lot of German words, okay, unless without practice, okay? Regardless, so when you see a W in German, it's pronounced as a V. Okay, so W's are pronounced as V's. So when you see this word right here, okay, when you see this word right here, try to pronounce it now. Wagen, knowing that a W is pronounced as a V. So this is Wagen, Wagen. Okay, so W's are pronounced as a V. So Wagen. V's are pronounced as an F. So, okay, W's are pronounced as V's are pronounced as F. So this word right here, Volk, is not Volk, it's Volk. Volk. Okay, not folk. Volk. Okay. So if you put them both together using what we just learned, Volkswagen. Volkswagen. All right. So again, W's are pronounced as V's. V's are pronounced as F's. You got that? So when we see words, just for future note, when you guys see a German word, you now know. Correct. And Volkswagen means the people's car or the people's vehicle. Okay, so which is where Volkswagen comes from. So it's fine. I mean, when you anglicize it, Volkswagen. Okay, Volkswagen, or is what people say. That's fine. It doesn't fucking matter. But in German, that's not how you pronounce it. Okay. You will often see this in German, this B-looking thing. Okay, it looks like a B. It's not a B. It is not a B. It is an double S. That's how it's pronounced. It's called an S set, and it's double S. So if you were to look, this word right here is a German word. Okay, SCHU, Etset. That's Schuss, Schuss, Schuss. Okay, because it's a double S. So Schuss. Okay. So yeah, you get that. So whenever you see that, that's not that hard. You just need to remember it's a double S. So as if, okay. So it's just kind of pronouncing like an S. Got that? O with an umlaut. When you see an O with an umlaut, that is pronounced oo, 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 like that. UW, oo. So Österreich, Österreich would be how you pronounce this word right here. I know this is not easy, okay? Because the O with the umlaut, oo, Österreich, okay? So O with an umlaut is oo. Okay, you got that? And literally, if there, I wish Winterlinde was here. Winterlinde was here because she would be insulting my pronunciation, I'm sure. Okay, so okay. So Österreich. Okay, and does anyone know what Österreich means? Anyone know what that is? For those that are nerdy, you might know what that is. Okay, Österreich is means Austria. That's the German word for Austria, and that's what Austria calls itself. There you go, Österreich. By the way, when you do see the ch, it's a it's a it is not ch like it is in English. It's okay. So Österreich. Okay, Österreich. All right, does this make sense? Okay, I know. Don't worry. And last one, Österreich. You get it? Okay, I'll stop. I know I'm repeating myself over and over again. I am hissing at you. Okay. The last one letter you should know is A with an umlaut. Okay. So when you pronounce ah, okay, like the A in English, ah, okay, it would be to pronounce this A, open your mouth more. And so instead of going ah, go A. Okay, ah, A. So you open up your mouth more to say ah, and that's where you get A with an umlaut. Um, you know, ah, ah, or a, okay, like that. A, right? Nah, see, I'm already messing it up. A. So Äpfel, Äpfel would be how you pronounce this. Äpfel, okay, because it has the sound, okay? So Äpfel, all right? So that would be apple in German, okay? Äpfel, all right? Not Apfel, Äpfel, okay? Anyway, so just a little intro to some German language stuff there, kind of like I did with Vietnam. German is a very interesting language. It's a very nice language. One interesting thing about German, guys, is you can actually throw together. I'm doing it along with you, but the first one got me stuck. Hey, that's fair. I got you. Okay. It's not easy to pronounce a lot of these words. I'm not even going to try and teach you guys how to do a U with an umlaut because I can't literally. So there's in German, there's also a U with an umlaut. And for most non-German people or people that don't have German-related languages or have distantly German-related languages, it is almost impossible to hear the difference between a regular U and a U with an umlaut. To this day, I don't know how to pronounce it because my ears are not trained to pick up on the difference. So if I can't teach you how to do U with an umlaut because I literally don't know. And no matter how many, when I had a German teacher, no matter how many times I tried to pronounce it, they would say, no, you're pronouncing it the same way both times. I'm like, what do you mean? No, I'm not. So I'm not even going to try and teach you that. But those are just some general things for when I show you some words. Okay. When we talk about certain German words. Okay. So like Österreich. By the way, Germans do not call Germany, Germany. Okay. Does anyone know, the German word for Germany is Deutschland. Deutschland. It is not Germany. That is a anglicized English way of saying it. It's Deutschland. All right. So just to be clear, I might sometimes accidentally say Deutschland. I might accidentally use German words instead of English words because that's how I'm used to doing it. So just for you guys to know that, okay? All right. Meanwhile, Germany itself, okay? Germany. As a country, let's look at it geographically, and all this stuff is important. I'm by the way, everything I'm teaching you for a reason. Okay, I'm teaching you for a reason. So, yeah, so it depends weird amorphous blob. Yes, for some people, German is really hard. But other people, it's easier. I didn't find it that hard. Spanish is in some ways easier, in some ways harder. It depends, but yes, Chairman Bart, Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles. Yes. So, by the way, Sir Bart, the Uber in that has actually an umlaut over it. Not that you couldn't write it because you don't have that keyboard. But what Deutschland über alles means in German is Germany over everything, okay, or Germany over all, okay, Germany over all. So that's the national anthem. Uh, No, they are not Philly cheese. They are not. Although, funny note here, Philly cheese says, so the Dutch are not from Deutschland. No, as a matter of fact, Philly cheese, it became confusing. Has anyone heard the phrase, know what Pennsylvania Dutch is? Pennsylvania Dutch. That is, those are German speakers who live in Pennsylvania and they're Amish. There are a lot of Amish people who speak German in the United States, and we call it Pennsylvania Dutch. You know why? Because they were German speakers, but when they first arrived, people would ask them where they're from. And they would say, oh, I'm from Deutschland. And people thought they were saying that they were Dutch because they would not say they were from Germany. They would say, "Oh, I come from Deutschland." So people thought they were saying we are Dutch. And so from that day forward, people thought they spoke Dutch. I'm not even joking. So that is why, no, does not mean Dutch. Okay. All right. Germany itself, I know it is, Jonas, it is, but it's funny because they still call themselves Pennsylvania Dutch. Okay. They still call themselves Pennsylvania Dutch. All right. So here we have Germany as a country. Now, this is modern Germany. So I'm only showing you a map of modern Germany, but the same thing applies when we talk about old Germany, etc. Okay. So you notice here, guys, that topographically, in terms of the map of Germany, northern Germany is relatively flat. Okay, you notice up here, northern Germany is relatively flat. It is great for agriculture. There are a number of rivers, plains, and things like that that are really good for growing stuff. But by nature of northern Germany being flat, it is also, by the way, northern Germany is also more exposed to the sea, which makes it more cosmopolitan. It has more access to the outside world. Also, by virtue of it being flat, it is also historically has been more exposed to invasion. It is easy to invade northern Germany. It's pretty easily accessible from the east. Also, pretty easy to invade out of Germany into the east because of this flat territory. And this can be problematic because that's also where some of the biggest cities in Germany are in the north, where these easily invadable flat plains are. And I'm telling you this on purpose because material conditions matter. In the south of Germany, it is much more mountainous. There's hills, there are mountains. There is a lot less area that is good for very intensive agriculture. And there's also some cultural differences there. So there's a divide culturally between northern and southern Germany historically. Not only that, Germany was the birthplace of Protestantism, which was sort of a rebellion against the Catholic Church. It was the birthplace of it. So northern Germany is typically Protestant, Lutheran. Southern Germany is more Catholic. And more mountainous, more Catholic. Northern Germany, more Protestant, more Protestant, and flatter. Okay. And although there isn't as much interdivision within Germany, like linguistically, as there is in Italy, yes, Jonas, 100%. Bavarians do view themselves as different. Bavaria, well, I'll talk about this in a second, but there is some cultural differences between the north and the south. Not as many all over the place. Not as many all over the place as like Italy. Like it's pretty similar linguistically all around Germany. But culturally, yeah, religiously, there are differences between North and Southern Germany, and that will become important later. Mellow munchies, whoa, like the Irish kind of when it comes to religion. Not really mellow munchies because it's the same state, right? So in Ireland, North Ireland is predominantly Protestant. I don't know, it might be predominantly, no, it's predominantly Protestant. And then the rest of it's a bit different, but yes, if you look at it geographically, yes, the north is Protestant, um the south is, yeah, weird amorphous blob. That was like ethnic cleansing and stuff. The south is more Catholic. Does this make sense? Okay. So there are big divisions. Correct. Yes, North Ireland was Protestant because of colonialism, correct. So that's why it's not really the same thing, but yes, mellow munchies. Now, um this is also so Germany is really interesting. I love Germany, guys. Like I've been there 3 times. I love Germans. Germans are really interesting people. They have very dark senses of humor. Um, we have an image of our heads. What do you think of when you think of Germany? What guys, what are like other than Nazis, which is a big sort of which is a big, I guess, thing that people think of. What cultural things do you think of when you think of Germany? B, sausage. Correct, elevator lady. What else? Sausage. What else? Okay, sausage. Stoic. Right, Jonas. Okay. People good at keeping records and running bureaucracies. Beer. Okay. Beer, stoic, running bureaucracies, keeping records. Okay. Um, the Stasi, very good, Macon. Okay. Uh, cars. Okay. Efficiency. Um, now all of these are interesting tells. Like, what about like? Well, you also have things like Oktoberfest, right? Like Oktoberfest or Lederhosen. Yeah, elevator lady, grainy mustard. Okay, most ideas we have of Germany come from southern Germany. So for example, beer is a southern German thing. It's not really a northern German thing as much. Northern Germany is more about like liquor than beer. I Western Germany is more about wine than beer or liquor, but so a lot of our ideas of Germany come from southern Germany. Lederhosen, Lederhosen, for example, is a southern German thing. As a matter, sausage is a southern German thing. Oktoberfest is a southern German thing. As a matter of fact, people in the north of Germany kind of view the south of Germany as Americans view the American South, as like a bunch of backwards hillbillies. So it's bizarre, but that's how it is. Now, when it comes to the efficiency and the cars and the industry, because of German geography historically, and I'm generalizing, okay, historically speaking, Germany, given that the South is not great for agriculture, it has historically not been able to provide enough food to feed itself. Okay. It is not able to provide enough food to feed itself. So in the South, especially, there has often been the South and West a focus on industry and like creating and manufacturing that is then traded for food. So, for example, the Glockenspiels, like the clocks where that like the bird comes out of it. Okay, those were invented in Germany. There's been a lot of German engineers and things like that who create things to sell. Um, in lieu of not doing agriculture, and this is the case historically also, okay? So there has been a long history in Germany of, like, manufacturing and creating mechanisms and things like that. Think of, like, Geppetto kinda shit, okay? And because agriculture, they cannot fully feed themselves in Southern Germany, and bureaucracy and things like that, we'll get to that stuff, but yes, this is all stuff that kind of has an origin. Of course, it's a generalization, but it all has an origin. Okay, does this make sense? Okay. So we know now some of the big differences here, northern and southern Germany. Um, all right. So that brings me to let's get into our story now, okay? I also wanted to let's start in getting into some of the history. All right. And like unlike Italy, guys, I'm going to go in more detail than I did with Italy because it's important to know yes, yeah, Louise, Geppetto is Italian. But that's my point. Like, imagine a lot of Geppettos, even if it's German, even if it's Italian. Imagine a lot of Geppettos. Okay, so German unification. Let's go all the way back. Listen, so when it comes to historians, okay, when it comes to historians, there are some historians that guys the rise of the Nazis has been debated endlessly in history circles. I could talk for a whole fucking month just about the history of history on Germany, okay? Because there's so many different historical perspectives on it and stuff, because so many people have looked into why the Nazis came to power. Some historians go all the way fucking back to like before the Roman Empire. Others, it absolutely is Fox emblem. Germans have really good beer, okay? Uh, it is some Germans, I mean, some historians go all the way back to the Roman Empire to help explain Nazism. Others only go right up to Hitler to explain it. I think it's crazy to go all the way back that far. I think that is a stretch. Um, that being said, I will mention some things just to make German history make more sense, okay? But don't think that these things are required for Nazism. It's just that they make a little more sense. Okay. Darth Sidious, how are you doing, Darth Sidious? So one thing that's interesting about Germany, guys, is that it has a history of being invaded. Okay, it has a history of being invaded. But well, let me take a step back. When the Roman Empire was around, you'll notice that the Roman Empire took almost basically all of France They somewhat occupied a little bit of Germany for a limited amount of time, but for the most part, Germany remained relatively untouched by the Roman Empire. So Germany was Christianized later than most of the rest than a lot of the rest of Europe. It was Christianized later than a lot of the rest of Europe, and it was not occupied by the Roman Empire, which made it a bit different than like France, okay? And you'll notice that in Mussolini's Italy, they kind of try to harken back to the Roman Empire. So, um harken back to the Roman Empire. Italian or German fascists do not do that. They try to harken back to sort of a Germanic um what's the term? A pagan past. Okay. And that's partially because that is their past. Okay. It wasn't the Roman Empire. They were kind of left alone by the Romans. The Romans tried to conquer them and failed and were crushed pretty badly at a battle called Teutoburg Forest. So Germany is closer historically to its Germanic pagan past than most of the rest of Europe because it wasn't occupied by the Romans. Does this make sense? So, okay. um, On top of that, one other thing too is that when Christianity was spread to Germany, it was very destructive. It was kind of done violently, and a bunch of pagan sites were destroyed in order to force Christianity on the people there. And that a lot of German culture goes back to that. Okay, so that's just one note about Germany, and I'm telling you this on purpose. All right, so Germany was kind of unique in that way. It was not part of the Roman Empire, which is what gives it kind of a unique fascism. Not only that, as I said before, guys, um, that Germany had often experienced war, okay, like constant war. Because the Roman Empire never really took control of Germany, the Roman Empire was never really centralized control of Germany, which meant that after the Roman Empire, and this is an oversimplification, there was not much unity in Germany. There were a bunch of little tiny states who were all fighting with each other all the time, and there wasn't really a unified Germany, unlike France. Okay? So, and this would often give way to massive violence internally and from external actors. So, because Germany was not unified, there were often massive bloody wars and invasions from the outside that these little states could not resist. So, one of the best examples of these is the 30 Years' War, which was absolutely horrific. It was literally a 30-year war, a religious war between Protestants and Catholics, where as much as a fourth of all Germans died. I should put it this way: as much as a half of all Germans died. Small estimates would say that it was a quarter of all Germans died. And Germany was invaded by France, invaded by Sweden, invaded by the German states internally were fighting each other. It was massively bloody and horrific. And these states could not protect themselves because they were so divided. All right. Um, and I want to show you a map that this is what Germany looked like before Germany as we know it existed. And this was called the Holy Roman Empire. So because Rome never occupied Germany, France was united as a single nation, some generally. Okay, this is complicated. I'm oversimplifying. Germany was not. This is what Germany looked like. All of those colors are different state. All of these colors are different independent states. We're talking hundreds. There were hundreds of little kingdoms, principalities, bishoprics, tiny little bodies, and they were not united. They were united only that they belonged to the Holy Roman Empire, but they were basically independent of each other. And because of this, it was very easy to invade Germany. So despite all of these little kingdoms and shit, principalities and crap, mainly speaking the same language, they were not united together. Okay. In the Holy Roman Empire, though, there were two states that were particularly powerful. And that was what would become Prussia this blue area up here, and Austria, which is the area down here. Okay. So, a history of, remember what I said before, northern Germany is very flat, which made it very prone to invasion, and it was invaded often. Okay. Why am I bringing that up? Who here knows about Prussia? Anyone here ever heard of Prussia? What is like the one thing that everyone knows about Prussia? Okay. Okay. Darcidius, what do people say about Prussia's military? If you're from Germany, you know, Sir Darcidius. What is it that we know? There you go. You know it, Darcidius. Uh, Military culture. Prussia was extremely militaristic, partially based off necessity, because they were constantly being invaded. Basically, they had to turn their citizens' bodies into a force that would resist outside invasion. So they had a very efficient military and they were pretty. It was a pretty violent militaristic culture, in an effort to protect that North Plain. Okay, this is complicated. It was also aggressively expansionist. Regardless, so first of all, I know I'm going fast. Is everyone following along? Do I need to? Any questions? I know I'm throwing a lot at you. Okay. I'm doing a lot of stuff that I would take normally months to go through, okay? So, this ended up being Prussia, this area right here. Um, Absolutely, Darcidius, absolutely, okay? But that sort of had origins elsewhere, okay? It had origins partially in there was a militaristic culture generally up there. And then, yes, it was later that Frederick the Great and things like that really enforced it on the population in a pretty militant way, etc. Okay, so these two kingdoms, sure. So, real fast. Okay, let me take a step back, Jonas. All right. So the 30 Years' War happened in 17th century. Okay, that was 17th century. And then the Holy Roman Empire was literally from God. That was around for a long time. What year was it founded? I don't know. The 5th century or some shit. It was like the Holy Roman Empire was like around for a long time. Okay. Um, I can't remember when was it founded? The Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, that's right. That's okay. 962. So the Holy Roman Empire existed from 962 to 1806. Okay, so this, in one form or another, it didn't look like this the whole time, existed from 962 AD to 1806. Okay, so it existed for a very long time. All right, so we've now gotten to, however, after Napoleon invaded the German lands, he dismantled the Holy Roman Empire. Dismantled it. And this is where we're going to start. Okay, so the Holy Roman Empire has been dismantled, but there are still a bunch of independent states. Okay, and that's what this looks like. Okay, so this is what it looks like when we're starting. So it was dismantled in 1806 by Napoleon. In 1815, Austria formed something called so the two most powerful states in Germany, in the German lands, are Prussia and Österreich, or Austria, okay? And they now are the two most powerful states, but it's still broken up into lots of little principalities and things like that, okay? In 1815, Austria started creating something called the German Confederation, which was sort of a parliament type thing that had representatives from all these states to kind of start trying to make decisions on a group basis as Germany rather than these separate states, okay? So that's where we're starting, with the German Confederation, which was sort of a semi-confederation of all these states, but they're still independent. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm rambling at you, but I hope that makes sense. Why does this matter? Why am I telling you about this? Okay, because nationalism is important. before Napoleon, there was an artistic and literary movement inside of Germany called Sturm und Drang. I don't know why I said Drain like that. Okay. Sturm und Drang. And Sturm und Drang basically means storm and like pressure or stress. And it was a literary movement that focused on idealism and like emotion and like epicness and heroism and things like that. And it was a rejection of rationality and a focus on aesthetics and emotion. Okay. Yes, Jonas. Prussia is included in the Confederacy. Okay, Prussia and Austria are included in the Confederacy. All right. I will get back to that. I'm sorry. I know I'm jumping around. So there was already, even before the Enlightenment in the 18th century, there was already this sort of artistic idea in Germany of a focus on emotion and things like that. With Napoleon, ideas of nationalism started spreading. Okay, ideas of nationalism started spreading in Germany. Okay, because remember, one of the ideals of the Enlightenment was nationalism, was this idea of promoting the growth of nation states as opposed to being ruled by monarchs. The idea was that the state should be ruled by the people of those states, the nation. Okay, the nation should be the ultimate decider of a country's fate. Okay, so you start seeing nationalism cropping up in these German states. Okay, around the time of Napoleon. And to be clear, guys, if I have some sources up here, and I've talked about this before. All right. What is a nation? If you want to read a very good book on this, it's called Imagined Communities. Nations are made up. All right. And I'm not saying they're not real. I'm just saying they're made up. They're imagined. They're real in so much as we make them real. Okay. They are Benedict Anderson defined a nation as an imagined community, and that is what they are. Typically, what makes a nation is having a group of people who have a shared language. And with the invention of the printing press and sort of the growth of literacy, people in certain areas of the world started reading the same stuff in the same language. And because of that, they started developing similar national myths, similar ideas about things. They could read the same language. They could speak with each other in the same language. So, like, even if you lived in, like, let's say you're in the Holy Roman Empire, okay, like, even if you all spoke German, you're not reading, so you don't feel like you have any connection to the people that live in the next duchy over, okay? The only thing you're loyal to is your king or the monarch above you. You don't care about the people next door. They're under a different monarch. But once everyone starts being able to read and stuff, they suddenly start connecting with each other in their minds, okay? They start getting a sense of shared national identity, okay? And that's where nationalism comes from. It's an imagined community of people who start basically reading the same stuff, getting the same, having some of the same myths and things like that. There were some famous authors and stuff in Germany who kind of became emblematic of what it means to be German, like Goethe. Goethe is an example of this. There were Germans. So they started developing their own literature, their own traditions, their own myths. And because of that, across all these little kingdoms and principalities and things like that and bishoprics, there started to develop a single German identity. Okay. And and this was very progressive at the time. Okay. So that is nationalism, right? They started developing a sense of nationalism. And this nationalism was highly linked to a rejection of the Enlightenment. Okay, because Germany had been invaded by Napoleon, and some of the ideals of the Enlightenment were linked up to Napoleon. A lot of Enlightenment ideas were viewed as like oppressive and a foreign imposition. Does this make sense? Okay. Listen, I know I'm talking a lot. Does anyone need clarification? Because I know a lot about this shit, so I sometimes talk too much. Anyone need clarification? Anyone, tell me if anyone needs clarification. If not, I will go on. We're getting a general idea here of the creation of the German identity. Okay, where this idea of a single Germany is coming together. I'm good? We're good? Okay. So now going back, guys, to the German Confederation. No problem. Going back to the German Confederation. This idea of nationalism um um is starting to spread amongst the average Germans. The kings and like rulers of the different states, though, in Germany do not necessarily like it that much, okay? Because they still have a feudal idea that they should be the rulers. The nation shouldn't rule, their bloodline should rule, okay? So but regardless, nationalism was still a force that could not be resisted for a number of reasons. It could not be resisted. So what we're going to see now is a competition between Prussia and Austria to see who will be the one that ends up uniting Germany into a single state. Okay? And there are two options here for how to unite Germany into a single government. One is called, and this is called literally at the time it was called the German question. Should we unite into a greater Germany, which would include all of Germany, all of German-speaking Germany, and Austria? Okay, Austria, by the way, had also a lot of territories where there were people who did not speak German. So one option was all of these need to be united, including all of the Austrian Empire, into a giant, big Germany. Okay, a big Germany. Okay, yes, Großdeutschland oder Kleindeutschland. Ja, Darth Sidious. Okay, and for by the way, folks, if you look at what Darth Sidious just put in the chat, you can see that S set there. Okay, the Großdeutschland oder Kleindeutschland. Those are the German words for this. Okay, and so either we unite under Austria with Austria as the leader, okay, as like the state that unites Germany, with the capital in Vienna, or we unite under Prussia in a small Germany, which is northern Germany basically and southern Germany, but does not include Austria. Okay, so we can either unite as a small nation, as a smaller nation without Austria under Prussia, with Berlin as the capital, or we can unite as a greater Germany under Austria with our capital in Vienna. Okay, so these two states are now going to compete for who gets to unite Germany and under what and how they're going to unite Germany. All right. Do we understand that? Okay. All right. So I'm sorry, this is the map I should have used. This is the German Confederation. So under the German Confederation, this is what started to be debated. Okay. Now, in order to understand, now we're going to start. So now that I've given you background, okay. So as a recap, we're now going to get officially into where we can kind of start seeing the origins. Yeah, Jonas, you're gonna this is the interesting thing, Jonas. You're gonna find out, okay? Um, uh, we're gonna go. Okay, I've given you sort of the background to this. We're now gonna start getting into the point where we're gonna start looking at the origins, where fascism and Nazism might have some origins in Germany. So let me do a recap, right? Germany is the north of Germany is more flat, southern Germany more mountainous, northern Germany more Protestant, southern Germany more Catholic. Okay. There is a history of Germany being invaded by outside forces, especially during the 30 Years' Wars, things like that. And despite most people in Germany speaking the same language, there was no unity there. And Prussia in the north was sort of more, there was a lot of more militancy in the north to protect that plain. Okay. All these divisions were happening within Germany. Nationalism started overcoming these barriers. And it was 30 years, Lacroix. The 30 Years' War was 30 years. It may have been a few more than that. I'm not quite sure, but it was a long time. Okay. So Germany had often suffered as being There you go. Being not united, okay, because they were constantly attacked by their stronger neighbors. So uh, you have to understand, guys, that German history plays a big role in the rise of Nazism. There is a trend in the telling of German history in Germany to present like Germany as a victim. Okay, that Germans had often been attacked by outsiders, and only a united nation can protect Germany. Okay. So there was also some unusual things about Germany. It was not part of the Roman Empire, et cetera, et cetera. So we all kind of have these general ideas about Germany, right? Okay. All right. So now we're going to actually start talking about stuff where I think we can actually begin to see some of the origins of Nazism. Okay. And listen, the historians massively disagree on this. So I'm going off with my opinion, but I'm not certain of it. And I'm going to read to you now um, a really good book, I think, about the history, which I will post in the resources section on Discord about the coming. It's called The Coming of the Third Reich by Richard Evans. Okay. And he outlines, he decides to start with a man named Otto von Bismarck when it comes to the story of Nazism. Okay. And of the rise of the Third Reich. And so I'm going to read to you his opening paragraph because he explains why it's important to start with Otto von Bismarck. I kind of agree with him, but there are historians who'll disagree. Okay, so I will read to you quickly about Otto von Bismarck. Okay, the legacy of the past. He literally starts his book with the line, "Is it wrong to begin with Bismarck?" Because historians disagree on this. Is it wrong to begin with Bismarck? On several levels, he was a key figure in the coming of the Third Reich. For one thing, the cult of his memory in the years after his death encouraged many Germans to lawn for the return of the strong leadership his name represented. For another, his actions and policies in the mid to late 19th century helped create an ominous legacy for the German future. Yet in many ways, he was a complex and contradictory figure, as much European as German, as much modern as traditional. Here, too, his example pointed forward to a tangled mixture of the new and the old that was so characteristic of the Third Reich. It is worth calling to mind that a mere 50 years separated Bismarck's foundation of the German Empire in 1871 from the electoral triumphs of the Nazis in 1930 to 1932. That there was a connection between the two seems impossible to deny. It was here, rather than in the remote religious cultures and hierarchical polities of the Reformation or the enlightened absolutism of the 18th century, that we find the first real moment in German history, which it is possible to relate directly to the coming of the Third Reich in 1933. Okay, so we are going to start with Otto von Bismarck and the unification of Germany. And I want you guys to kind of remember, when you're trying to understand fascism, a way to do this is to feel it. Understand the feeling that this evokes. Understand the feeling that fascism evokes. So when we learn about Bismarck, understand that if this guy is credited with so many good things for Germany, why the Germans might want someone like Hitler in the future. Okay, and you'll see what I mean. We're trying to kind of understand how a lot of Germans may have been thinking. And listen, that doesn't mean the Nazis were even that popular in Germany for like a long time, okay? Or that this is even a massive factor. I'm just saying there is a history here that kind of helps explain some things in the future, okay? So let's talk about this guy right here, Otto von Bismarck. And I got to tell you, Otto von Bismarck is not a good guy, okay? Like, if you just look, I'm a socialist. He was a massive, horrific human being, like really cruel to socialists, really cruel to Catholics. He also, yeah, very much an understatement, right? Like a very unpleasant guy, okay? That being said, all right, he was also very brilliant. And you're going to see, guys, that he's one of these characters that you can hate and love at the same time. He's very contradictory. Love in that he was like a really interesting person who was really bright, okay, and like did some really crazy, was very brilliant in a lot of ways, but at the same time was a monster. And so what I'm going to do, because his life and what he did is there's so much interesting stuff in it. We're actually going to watch some videos about it. Okay. A series of videos about Otto von Bismarck, because I can't stand here and just tell you everything he did. You need to hear it from like a more entertaining source so you can kind of understand his life and feel his life, because that'll help you understand sort of the mindset of some number of Germans when the Nazis were coming to power. Okay. Okay. So to be clear, also one other thing, which you're going to find out, that although this guy was a monster, he also was the guy that created the universal healthcare system in Germany. Like, this is why he's a contradiction. Okay, you'll see what I mean. All right. So let's watch some videos about Otto von Bismarck. And so again, we are starting at a time where there's Austria and Prussia, okay, and they're kind of competing with each other over control of Germany, over who's going to unite Germany as a single state. So I do apologize. I know not everyone likes the extra history videos, and his voice is annoying, but please bear with me. I promise you, if you listen to these videos, they're short. There's a number of them, and each one is short. You will be very entertained, because the story of Bismarck is really interesting, despite how much of a monster he was. Okay, so let's watch this. Let's go.
Always tell the character of a man from the character of his youth.
Okay.
You cannot always tell the character of a man from the character of his youth.
Also, they do kind of overly praise Bismarck in some ways, so I will...
1878, the Congress of Berlin. A graying man with a proud walrus mustache stands and says, "Europe today is a powder keg, and the leaders are like men smoking in an arsenal. A single spark will set off an explosion that will consume us all. I cannot tell you when that explosion will occur, but I can tell you where. Some damned foolish thing in the Balkans will set it off." 1897. A prince in the middle of his life goes to visit the man, the old man now. It is the last time the two will meet, for the younger, Wilhelm II, dismissed this old man years before. But as their visit concludes, the old man issues a warning. He says, "Your Majesty, so long as you have this present officer corps, you can do as you please. But when this is no longer the case, it will be very different for you." Then he says, "The crash will come 20 years after my departure if things go on like this." The old man will die in July of 1898. In November 1918, that prince, Wilhelm II, will abdicate the throne, having lost the backing of his army in the disaster that was the First World War. Bismarck's prediction was off by only 4 months. Such was the mind that would use Europe for a chessboard and redraw the map forever. But this was something that...
Darcidius, if you want to recommend a video, join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat. And then if you go into our Discord after you join it, you can go to the reactions channel and post the video. Post the video in there, and I will see it, okay? And if you don't want to do that, well, please do that, okay?
Few could see in his youth. Otto's time in grade school was middling, and we know little of his early teenage years. But at 17, when he enters college, we begin to get a picture of the man. 6 feet of dashing, with a tousled mane of copper blonde hair, often seen walking not with a walking stick, but with a twisted staff of iron. He cut a dashing figure. Classes weren't really for him. He stopped going almost immediately, preferring Byron and Walter Scott.
Oh my god, Dolly Boy has a 205 stream streak. Insane. Amazing.
As tutors to any other. He was quick with words and equally quick to a challenge. He got himself into more than 1 duel per month while he was at his first university, engaging in 26 contests of honor and being wounded only once. To his dying day, he would insist that he was only wounded because his opponent's rapier broke. He consumed monumental amounts of alcohol, discovered a profound, if not so profound, love of the fairer sex, and managed to rack up a small mountain of debts. Most intriguing of all, though, he got himself cast as a character named Otto von Bismarck when his roommate wrote a novel about their wild college life. By the way, this man, who was quite aptly named Motley, would soon become a historian of some note, and one of the diplomats who kept Europe from siding with the Confederacy in the American Civil War. Anyway, that wild college life of theirs eventually caught up to Otto, and he moved to Berlin both to attend law school and to dodge the consequences of his roguish ways. Still rooming with Motley, he never once went to class while in law school. But when graduation time drew near, he hired what is politely known as a crammer at the last minute, and managed to pass the exam to become a practitioner of law. And all the while, he read voraciously.
Yeah.
Not only romantic poets, but also history, economics, and philosophy. Although not the heady abstractions of Hegel or Kant that were the rage at the time. By the time he left law school, he felt ready for a career in the diplomatic service. Unfortunately, the foreign minister did not hold a high opinion of the diplomatic abilities of Prussian
And he was a
nobility,
Prussian, by
and
the way.
preferred to hire from without. So, rather than being assigned some glorious foreign posting, Bismarck was soon sent to Aachen, a territory taken from the French in the Napoleonic Wars, and he was given the job of figuring out how to better integrate it into Prussia. This task never really captured his interest. It was the English he was far more interested in, for Aachen had become a popular spa and vacation spot for the English gentry, and, more notably, their daughters. Unfortunately, he was soon canned after he overstayed a river trip with one of these
Yeah, he was quite a womanizer. He would always piss off other Europeans by sleeping with their daughters and flirting with them and stuff.
daughters by 3 months. It took some significant family influence to get this self-designated leave quietly swept under the rug, and Otto was soon involuntarily volunteered for the army. But before even his year of mandatory service was done, his mother took ill and died. This tragedy finally made his path clear. His father had never been good at managing anything, and his mother had run their more unruly estates. With her passing...
I'm sorry, guys, I forgot to mention this. I am not a great man theorist of history, so they make it seem like Bismarck is the main reason for all this stuff. He was a massive player in all this. I'm not going to deny that, but obviously this is oversimplification of a lot of the things you're going to see happen. There were bigger trends that allowed him to do all this stuff, but still, understanding how he's perceived historically is important. I just wanted to mention that, okay?
Otto would take over this duty. A gentleman farmer's life for him. He was completely unprepared for this task, but he did still have his secret weapon, the one expedient that had carried him through every challenge life dealt him, cramming.
Yep.
So as his military service wrapped up, he devoured books on agricultural science, estate management, and economics. He even managed to get himself into a soil chemistry course at a nearby agricultural institute. Armed with this knowledge, he set to his task with vigor. And so, even as the agricultural markets of Northern Europe collapsed around him, his estate grew in value, and his diligence was matched only by his eccentricity. He became known for unpredictable behavior, like marking his entrance into a neighbor's house by firing a pistol into their ceiling, or releasing foxes into people's drawing rooms.
That's not a joke, by the way. He would enter a house and he'd be like, I forget what he would yell. He would basically say Otto is here, and then he'd shoot a gun into the ceiling to announce himself. What the fuck? Okay. And then just for fun, he would as a prank, he would literally capture he would go out hunting and capture a bunch of fucking foxes. Yeah, here is Otto! Exactly, okay.
He earned the nickname the Wild Man Bismarck from the locals, and, as always, from the local ladies as well. But this wild man treated his laborers well, much better than their ceilings and drawing rooms anyway, and he further devoted himself to his studies, diving deep into history, poetry, English politics, and even philosophy, though he did still have a preference for Spinoza over the German philosophers that were informing many of his more liberal colleagues' thoughts at the time. All of this, and perhaps age, began to refine him, to smooth out his roughest edges. And though country life weighed heavy on him, in many ways he was well suited for it. It looked as though the life of a country squire was to be his calling.
Okay.
Over time, he settled in, he made friends. He even married a woman who seemed wholly unsuited to him. A quiet, devout woman with no interest in politics or English poetry. But she made him quite happy. In fact...
Trivia point, if that woman comes from northern Germany, what religion do we think Otto von Bismarck is, and what religion do we think this woman is? What kind of Christianity? This is just a trivia. He's from Prussia, which is northern Germany. Which kind of Christianity are we thinking here that she is? Correct, Dolly Boy. She's a Protestant, okay? Just as the kind of a trivia.
He adopted her religion, pietism, to marry her. And such is the strange character of Bismarck that he did so earnestly, or at least he adopted the parts of her faith which he earnestly found compelling. But her father doubted that Otto was sincere in his conversion. This was the wild man Bismarck, after all. But Bismarck had a plan. Bismarck always has a plan. He wrote his beloved's father a letter detailing his path to finding faith, and when the man still hesitated, Bismarck, being Bismarck, seized the moment, tore all the way across Pomerania in the middle of winter, and showed up at the man's estate to convince him in person. When Bismarck returned from this excursion, he found on his desk a letter. It was an invitation to take charge of running the dikes on the Elbe. It may not seem like much, but it was an official position. His time in the doghouse with the government might be over. So he attacked the work. Then, in 1847, something monumental happened. The King of Prussia called a parliament. For the first time, Prussians would get together, debate, and vote on things. But Otto's wedding date was near. And besides, he hated Berlin. And he was a staunch conservative, believing in the power of the monarchy at a time when liberalism and democracy were in vogue. Even the idea of a parliament grated against his royalist leanings. For though this was a summoned rather than an elected parliament, it was almost certainly going to be used to push for a proper elected parliament. One which, by its very nature, must take its power from the royal government. So he was reluctant to go. Even if he were to be summoned, he might not. But then fate turned.
He was massively conservative.
Another letter. An acquaintance, whose good graces he wanted to stay in, had suddenly fallen ill, and now requested that Otto take up his post as representative of the Prussian Saxon nobility. This request made no sense, as technically Otto was not part of the Prussian Saxon nobility. His estates were all either in Altmark or Pomerania. But never mind that, he couldn't turn down such an important request. So he made his way to the United Diet, where a push for a true parliament was already in session. Pro-democratic speeches were given. One man got up and declared that the Prussian people had only thrown back Napoleon because they were promised a constitution. This was too much. Bismarck stood and responded that the Prussian people had thrown back Napoleon for Prussia. Did the man really think that Prussians wouldn't have stood up against an invader without being promised a piece of paper? The hall erupted in boos. People shouted and stamped. The place was chaos. But Bismarck, being Bismarck, just picked up a newspaper and began to leisurely read through it until they were quite done. And then he finished his speech. And in that moment, Bismarck the country squire became Bismarck the statesman.
Okay, so that's just the first part here. So Bismarck early on, very conservative, got very angry by the idea of Prussia having a having any kind of liberal democracy or any kind of parliament. Okay, so he literally went and made that speech, and now we'll see what happens next. Okay, so any comments here? Yeah, what the fuck, right? But see, this is what I mean, guys. Like Bismarck he's still, like, as much as he's a horrible human being, which you're gonna find out, he was a monster in a lot of ways. He also is weirdly likable in some ways, is he not? I mean, there's some riz there, unfortunately. Okay.
48. The People's Spring. Springtime of Nations. The Year of Revolution.
Yeah, he's a character.
Bismarck's political life ended nearly as abruptly as it started. For as the summer of 1847 began, the king, unable to get a railroad...
So he's not, Sir Bart, he's not a fascist. Okay, let's put it that way, Sir Bart. He is not a fascist. That doesn't mean he's a good guy. He's an absolute monster. Okay, you're going to find out. I'm just saying he's not a fascist, okay?
Grant from the Diet, without also granting a constitution, threw his hands up in the air, dissolved the Diet, and sent everybody packing. Bismarck went back home to his estate, finally completed that whole business of getting married, and went on his honeymoon. But as he traveled Europe, and when he returned home, he noticed a strange tension in the air, an unrest in the streets, in the cities. Then, in February 1848, Paris erupted. The monarchy fell. A republic was re-established in France. Bismarck was concerned. At home and abroad, he had seen the strain between the working class and those who ruled, but he never expected something so abrupt or so successful to happen in France. Then Vienna fell. Metternich, the great Austrian statesman and architect of the Concert of Europe, was displaced. This opened up an opportunity, as the Austrians had long been the dominant force among German states, but it also served as a warning. It was clear that revolution was coming to Prussia soon. But Bismarck worried that the king was too weak and too vacillating to put down a revolution. And he was right. As word of the revolution in Vienna spread, Prussians took to the streets, and soon the king promised them a constitutional government. But as the people were celebrating their victory in Berlin, the celebration turned into a clash. Shots were fired. Government troops killed revolutionaries. Many, including Bismarck, believed that now there was no choice but to crush the revolution. The king, though, disagreed, and ordered the troops out of Berlin, effectively leaving himself hostage to the revolution. And then came the first of Bismarck's good-ish ideas.
Okay, here we go.
He raced back to his estate and organized an old-school peasant levy. Yes, in the middle of the 19th century, he tried to press his peasants into service as their feudal lord in order to put down a revolution whose stated goals were to enfranchise and empower those same peasants.
Just to repeat what he just did, and this is why, guys, this is why Bismarck is a contradiction in that he does things that are weirdly contradictory. So yeah, during this revolution to end the monarchy and establish a republic, a parliamentary republic, he went and took his own peasants, convinced them to take up arms and march on Berlin to put down the revolution that was advocating for the rights of the peasants. Okay. All right.
With this great idea in mind, he handed them all shotguns and said, "Come on, lads, to Berlin." But just as they were storming off, one of his spoil-sport neighbors came out and told him to stop hurling a firebrand into the country, threatening to talk the peasants out of this nonsense. Bismarck politely replied, "You know that I am a quiet man, but if you do that, I shall shoot you." So with revolver in hand and four bullets in his pocket, he led his feudal levy to go liberate the king. Unfortunately, when he got to the first army camp, which was staffed by many of the conservative officers that he had come to mingle with after making his fiery speeches in Berlin, he was promptly told, "Yes, we are all a bit disappointed right now, but no, we really don't want your peasant mob messing this up even more, so how about you go send your peasants back and bring us some corn and potatoes or something?"
I know, Mello.
Not
right?
content to serve as mere fodder provider for the army, Otto then had his second good-ish idea. He left his estate and tried to sneak into Berlin again, with the cleverest of ruses, trimming his beard. Needless to say, many people saw through his incredible mind games, and soon he was laughed out of Berlin. But Bismarck was not done. He had a third good-ish idea. With the king making ever greater concessions to the revolutionaries, Bismarck saw it as his place to help elevate one of the king's relatives to the throne. So Bismarck went all in on trying to replace King Frederick Wilhelm with a confusingly but more succinctly...
To be clear, how the fuck did he have the energy to try all this shit? Like, and by the way, he's doing it in like defense of the monarchy, so he's a bad guy, but like, why, how the fuck... I would like do one of these things and have to go home for a day or so, you know? Anyway, Lacroix says you tried to pull a Clark Kent, yeah.
Named King Wilhelm. But Wilhelm had legged it to England, and he wasn't going to listen to this wild man anyway. So Bismarck began to hunt for a new candidate. Soon he found another royal relative named Charles, who proposed that his even more confusingly named son, Frederick Wilhelm, should replace Frederick Wilhelm on the throne. This Frederick Wilhelm, or Fritz, I'm going to call him Fritz, was 6 years old. But nobody had asked Fritz's mom. I mean, they eventually did, but more as an afterthought, with Bismarck awkwardly meeting her in her servants' quarters. Not asking turned out to be a mistake, though, because Fritz's mom supported the liberals and put the kibosh on the whole thing. It would seem that Bismarck had made an enemy of the mother of this 6-year-old he hoped to put on the throne. Nonetheless, he was soon summoned for the Second Prussian Diet, which the king had ordered assembled to hammer out how to make a real parliament for Prussia. There, Bismarck spoke passionately about the noble past that they were so casually throwing away, even becoming choked with emotion and having to stop mid-speech. But to...
So that is an image I want you to get in your heads. Who does that sound like, guys? You give a speech about the noble past of Prussia, and you literally are so overwhelmed with emotion about the loss of this idea of a nation that you start weeping while you're talking about the grandeur of the Prussian monarchy in the past and things like that. And oh, we're letting the grand, yeah, Lacroix, kind of has a Hitlerian vibe to it, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yeah, okay, or even Mussolini, or even Trump. Like that's a very sort of not that, okay.
No avail. The Diet did its job and created the Prussian National Assembly, which Bismarck was very not elected to. This Prussian National Assembly pushed for a real parliamentary system along British lines, though, and soon the king began to lose patience with the body. So Bismarck joined the Camarilla, which was not in fact a secret society of vampires which has kept their presence hidden from humanity for hundreds of years, though I can understand your confusion, and let's be honest, Bismarck would have made a great vampire, but no. Bismarck joined the much more boring, but real, group of nobles and courtiers close to the king, who were determined to maintain the power of the monarchy through non-vampiric means. And let's go ahead and call this one Bismarck's first actual good idea, because this put him in contact with many powerful men. But even though, by all accounts, he was an effective member of the society, and even though he had amplified the conservative voice in Prussian politics by establishing a newspaper, when the liberal cause fell apart and the conservatives once again became ascendant, he was passed over for a cabinet position. They were very happy to use him when a radical was needed, but once the time came to re-establish order, the wild man was cast aside. So Bismarck returned to his estate to witness the birth of his first child.
Aww.
But Bismarck had a plan. Bismarck always had a plan. You see, even though the liberals had failed to get anything like the constitution they had wanted, they had gotten a constitution, and with it, a parliament, the Landtag. And Bismarck, always a pragmatist under whatever colors he may have worn, decided to get himself elected to this new body. The fight was fierce. He knew that he wouldn't get elected in his own region, so he decided to run for office in the city of Brandenburg. But there he was an outsider, running against the local mayor. He acted with vigor, describing his campaign headquarters as a military camp, with messengers running in and out at all hours, and strategy being formulated so that he never missed an opportunity to speak to the few hundred men who would eventually determine the representative for Brandenburg. He won by 25 votes. Now he was once again at the center of things, and the question at hand on everybody's mind was the unification of Germany. If the 39 German states that had survived the Napoleonic invasion banded together, they could change the face of European politics forever. But how to achieve that was a matter of some debate. They could either come together under Austria or under Prussia.
This is what we talked about.
Austria rejected the possibility of unification because the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Habsburg-inherited lands included far more territory than just the German portions. And the whole point of unification was German nationalism. Germans would never accept rule by a sovereign who was also ruling over other nations. This meant that the Austrians would either have to divide their empire and give some other branch of the family their German territories, or simply reject unification outright, and they chose the latter. The German National Assembly, which was different from the Landtag in that it represented all German states, decided, with little other choice, to offer the imperial crown to Frederick Wilhelm. Nobles in the Landtag, including Bismarck, urged him to accept, but the king rejected the proposal.
This is a really funny moment. So this kind of national body that had like representatives from all the German states literally offered the King of Prussia the crown of this new German kingdom, and he refused it because to him that would be ceding power to that parliament. So he'd rather, this shows to show you that like the King of Prussia was not a nationalist. A lot of the nobility were not nationalists. They didn't care about a German nation. They only cared about their own power. He only cared about his own power and the power of Prussia. So when offered a crown, which would require him to give some power to a parliament, he said, no, I'd rather Germany stay divided and I keep my power than see Germany united and lose some of my power. Okay. So, and you're going to, okay, that's an important point.
And this allowed Bismarck the opportunity to rail against the constitution that would have come with it. He was blasted by the press, and sure of losing his seat in the next election. But when the king dissolved the Landtag, he changed the election rules for the next session in ways that favored landowners like Bismarck, which ensured his re-election. After giving some blistering speeches on the role of the monarchy and some strong invectives against even the monarch's own
Yeah,
move
Sir
toward
Bart,
a constitutional unification, Bismarck got himself moved to the new assembly debating the question of unification. But before that could go anywhere, he got caught up in the next great conflict. The war over territory seemed to loom between Austria and Prussia, and it is here that we see the evolution of Bismarck.
Yes.
Because though in many ways he was and always would be a man of war, when a settlement was offered and many pushed to reject it and go to war instead, Bismarck rose and said, "It is unworthy of a great state to fight for something which does not concern its own interest. Gentlemen, show me an objective worthy of war, and I will go along with you." It is easy enough for a statesman to ride the popular wave from the comfort of his own fireside, making thunderous speeches from the rostrum, letting the public sound the trumpets of war, and leaving it to the musketeer, bleeding out his life's blood in the snowy wastes to settle whether policies end in glory or in failure. Nothing is simpler. But woe to any statesman who, at such a time, fails to find a cause of war which will stand up to scrutiny once the fighting is over. And so begins the transformation of Bismarck the Radical to Bismarck, man of realpolitik.
So, Darth Sidious is correct. Okay, now wait for it though, Sir Bart, okay? Darth Sidious is correct. He was a pragmatist. War and peace needed to have a purpose. Bismarck was a student of Machiavelli, guys. He was unlike the Nazis, right? And this is one of the big differences between like Bismarck or like and like fascist is that he was a realist. He did not believe in going to war for some idealistic, reason for the sake of building empire or whatever. He only thought that war was justified when it could there was a guarantee of success and it was something you could realistically gain that would further your own interests or power. So like he was not as much as he liked war because he was very warlike, he didn't want to go to war for honor or, for aesthetics like Mussolini. All right. He was only about war as being functional. And you're going to see that does not mean he was not pro-war because he was, but you had to have a reason to go to war. So you'll see here what I mean. Okay. And guys, I know, please bear with me. We're going to watch the next one.
And
because the story is deeply important for understanding the rise of the Nazis. Okay, so bear with me. So now he is going to be getting involved in trying to unify Germany. Okay, all right.
As Bismarck moved from radical to pragmatic, he was at last offered a position in which he would shine.
And this is where his brilliance really starts to shine through. And that's not really a compliment. You're going to see here his brilliance was marked by mass murder, oppression, and things like that. But yeah, okay, you'll see.
Envoy, diplomat, and deal maker. Bismarck's tutelage in the diplomatic craft was swift. As he wrote to his wife, "I am making rapid progress in the art of using many words to say nothing at all." He wrote this from Frankfurt. He had been assigned as the Prussian envoy to the Diet of the German Confederation, that being the body that was supposed to figure out how the whole mess of 39 German states were to work together. But working with the Austrians was the furthest thing from Bismarck's mind. He was there to assert that Prussia was Austria's equal, and he did this with aplomb by lighting a cigar. See, smoking in the assembly was a privilege granted only to Austrians, but when the Austrian representative sitting next to him took out a cigar and began to smoke, Bismarck cracked out one of his own and, saying nothing, lit up. The press loved it. His enemies loved it too. When he returned to Berlin, one of them claimed publicly that the only thing Bismarck actually accomplished in Frankfurt was burning a cigar. And, of course, because old habits die hard.
The Austrians guys were pretty authoritarian. I mean, both Prussia and Austria were not pleasant. So Austria was the dominant force in the Confederation at this point. So yeah, they would use their power. They would do things to try to embarrass other German states, including Prussia. And Prussia, as another power, wasn't going to have it. And Bismarck was performative in his disrespect for Austria.
One thing led to another, and the ever-diplomatic Bismarck found himself once again on the field of honor, trading shots with a fellow Prussian over a cigar burnt to snub the Habsburgs. But his time in Frankfurt taught him one thing. If the Prussians were ever to carry the same weight amongst the German states as their much larger rival, they would need allies. So he began to court what he saw as the two most valuable possible confederates for Prussia, Russia and France. But then, in October of 1857, the King of Prussia suffered a stroke. The king's brother, named Wilhelm, because of course he was, why should a family have to come up with more than one name, took over the leadership. This Wilhelm, though, considered Bismarck as nothing more than a petulant schoolboy. His words. Bismarck had a plan, though. Bismarck always has a plan. He would counter this opinion in a most un-Bismarckian, and therefore most Bismarckian, way. He delivered to the prince a 92-page treatise detailing exactly how Prussia could abide by the letter of the agreement they'd signed that founded the German Confederation, while simultaneously aligning the other German states against Austria. Unfortunately, Wilhelm thought that was stupid. Bismarck was promptly assigned as the Prussian envoy to the Tsar. Because, you know, I guess if you want to get rid of somebody in 18th century Europe, you just put him in St. Petersburg. Or better yet, Moscow. And there he would sit on ice until 1862. These were some of the bleakest years of his life. He was cut out of state affairs, he fell ill, he nearly lost the use of his leg, and even withdrew himself from Russian society as his ability to serve as a diplomat was hindered by the fact that everybody knew he was there because his sovereign didn't want him in Prussia. But, at last, a strange letter came, one saying that he should return to Berlin with haste. When he got there, against all odds, he was asked to serve as the head of government.
Wow.
You might reasonably ask, why? Why would the king who had so long snubbed him ask him to run the state? How could he go from a remote diplomatic posting to the head of domestic affairs? Well, because nobody else wanted the job. At least, nobody else the king thought wouldn't plunge the country into civil war. You see, for a year, the Liberal Party had refused to grant funds for the army. And if you know anything about Prussia, you know Voltaire's old adage. Where some states have an army, the Prussian army has a state. Yeah. Meaning that not funding the army had brought them to the brink of constitutional crisis. And the king's closest advisor's best suggestion was to have the army overthrow the Democratic Assembly and then figure it out from there. Which was basically 100% guaranteed to start a civil war. So the king figured, call in Bismarck, I guess. If he succeeds, fabulous. If he fails, then we'll just throw him under the anachronistic bus. As the announcement went out, no one in the wider world of Europe really thought he had a chance. Neither did many in Prussia. For 2 weeks, Bismarck had to scramble to pull together a cabinet, because nobody thought his government would last. Simultaneously, he also had to bolster the spirit of the king, who, in his dejection, was continuously on the brink of giving in. And in the midst of all of this, almost as an offhand remark to those who were debating funding the army, he said the words that would define him and define the age. The great questions of the day will be decided not by speeches and majority votes, that was the great mistake of 1848 and 1849, but by iron and blood. But in the midst of all the chaos, Bismarck had a plan. Bismarck always has a plan. If he couldn't get to the Landtag to do what he wanted, well, then he would just have to do what he wanted anyway. You see, the king and the parliament were supposed to agree on any new budget before the government could collect taxes on that budget and do with them whatever they wanted. Everyone else took this to mean that the government could not collect taxes without parliament's approval. But Bismarck had other ideas. See, the Constitution didn't really spell out exactly what the government was supposed to do if the king and the parliament couldn't agree on a budget. So Bismarck just said, well, we don't have a new budget. Guess we have to keep collecting taxes based on last year's budget. And so sent out the king's tax collectors to do what they did best. For nearly half a decade, the government would continue to collect the 1861 budget, and the king would have a stream of revenue without asking Parliament for a thing. With that settled, Otto now had the prestige and the freedom to turn to what he saw as his larger project, positioning Prussia to be the preeminent power.
So he just ignored the Democratic Parliament and was like, okay, we'll just keep collecting taxes from the year before. If the Parliament won't give us the taxes, we'll just keep collecting taxes from the year before.
In Germany, when the German states finally unified, he moved rapidly. First, he checked in with France to see...
Okay, so this is, guys, where you're going to see Bismarck suddenly does a bunch of maneuvers and almost single-handedly, not single-handedly, but it was a large part was him, is able to unify Germany in a series of wars and pretty brilliant diplomatic maneuvers. So listen carefully to this part and you'll see how he does it.
He moved rapidly. First, he checked in with France to see if they would stay neutral, or perhaps even join Prussia if an armed conflict broke out between them and Austria. Then he wooed the smaller German states to begin voting with Prussia, even as he was baffling the Austrians with an alternating volley of threats and lofty promises about how much they could accomplish together. But even as he was holding his own in German affairs, his zeal abroad nearly cost him his ministry. A rebellion had broken out in Poland, and the Russians were eager to quell it, already sending in troops. Bismarck immediately dispatched Prussian divisions to the Polish border and sent a note to Russia basically saying, "Hey guys, we can totally help you with that." Soon, protests over this action
There's a reason he did that, right? To get on Russia's good side.
broke out from the other major European powers, with France, Great Britain, and Austria all condemning Berlin. Many thought that Bismarck would have to resign over this, but the king, the very same one who had exiled him to Russia before, refused his resignation. Soon, Europe's ire turned from Berlin to St. Petersburg, and while the matter would blow over in time, to the Russians, this unification of the European powers against them brought to mind the recent and disastrous Crimean War, and in doing so, reminded them just why having an ally in Prussia might be valuable. But just as this affair was being put behind him, his great project was again in jeopardy.
Yeah,
the Emperor of Austria had invited the Prussian king to a congress of princes to discuss the matter of German unification. Bismarck at once saw that the Austrians had stacked the deck, and any vote at such a conference would go in their favor. But he also knew that he wouldn't be able to convince the king that an invitation from other princes was a trap. So he took a different approach. The king was never the most secure of people, so Bismarck convinced him that the invitation was an insult, and that it should have been sent to him with much more formality. So the king declined to go. But then, days later, king of...
we actually kind of know what he said to the king. I can't remember what it was, but he just lied to the king's face. He's like, they sent this with no trumpets, with no golden fringed troops. This is actually an insult. And like the king was not that bright and was like, oh my God, you're right. This whole thing this wasn't an invitation. This was an insult. He like was able to convince the king that it was,
Saxony rode up, bearing another invitation imploring the prince to come. Now he had been formally asked to attend by 30 princes with a king as the message bearer. There would be no convincing good old Wilhelm that this was a slight.
Yeah,
instead, in a meeting full of shouting, imploring, and not a little sobbing on
Seriously, oh my God, this isn't a joke. I can actually show you a clip of this. He like would cry with the king, and like he would use this like Sturm und Drang emotion, and like, oh my God, I will resign if you don't do what I say. No, Bismarck, please don't resign. My king, I shall resign. Like they would get into these almost like domestic fights with each other, and like end up crying and holding each other. Bismarck played him like a fiddle. Okay, like I'm not even joking. I can show you a clip from a famous series about this to show you how emotional they would get and how Bismarck would play with the king's emotions to get his way.
Sides, Bismarck convinced the king that he would be giving up the independence of the Prussian army if he agreed to anything at this conference. And so, with Bismarck ripping off the door handle on the way out, once again, the king declined to attend. With that, the course was...
Yeah, and Bismarck would throw these calculated fits where like he broke the door handle off to show his anger at the king and then would threaten to resign and things like that.
The initial threats were in check. Now, at last, Bismarck could truly begin his project of iron and blood.
Okay, so now he's gotten Europe right where he wants it.
It is go time in Bismarck.
It is like a soap opera, Sir Bart. If I may show you guys really fast, just so I don't have to if I don't just directly show this to you, because I know not everyone will probably find that as amusing.
It is go.
But let me show you here. Bismarck and King of Prussia. What is it called? The Eagles. There's a great old series called, I think it's called The Eagles, and it's a mini series about the unification of Germany. And like Bismarck would literally threaten to kill himself and stuff. He'd be like, I will jump out of this, I will jump out of this room if you do not do what I say, okay, to the king.
And precipitate a general conflict?
Why not? The commanders are prepared.
Then they are fools. We will not make Prussia stronger by taking 1 yard of Austrian land.
The Austrians have lost.
And
So
we
that's
won
the
our
king.
prize. Now let's go home and bargain.
I will not agree.
Am I your Majesty's Minister President or not? Let each tribe stay in its own lands. What would we gain by subduing Austria?
Power in Hungary and in the Balkans.
Hungary is full of Catholic Magyars. Let them keep it. And the Balkans aren't worth the healthy bones of one single Pomeranian grenadier. Let the others fight their own battles. War should only be used for a policy worth its sacrifices. No one has seen men dying on the battlefield. I have. Lightly fight.
He would literally start crying, like fake crying, like, you have not seen war like I have. And look,
Don't cry, man. His tears are political.
If your Majesty won't agree, I can no longer serve you.
threatening to resign, and he's about to go jump out the window.
I began this war. I can't end it. I may as well be dead.
Come back, Bismarck. Don't be a fool.
He's literally
Sit down and be reasonable.
literally. So that's not, I'm not exaggerating when I said he would do that shit. Okay. And the king was a very weak person. And it would like he'd be able to convince the king. Okay. All right. By the way, some of the private correspondence of Bismarck, you can see that he thought it was hilarious how easy it was to manipulate the king. Okay.
Markland. Bismarck had a list, and he was checking it twice. Action item number 1 on that list? Steamroll some Danes. 16 years prior, in 1848, Prussia had invaded Denmark with the hopes of annexing the largely German-speaking duchies of Schleswig and Holstein.
So
but the
first
threat of
war,
international intervention
the first war was to conquer the German-speaking areas of Denmark.
had sent them packing. Now it was time for revenge, or at least a very pragmatic seizure of territory. You see, the Danish king had just cacked it, and as basically always happens when a European king checks out, his death left everybody
Dolly
scrambling
boy.
over the succession. And in this case, that scramble was played out between one staunchly Danish branch of the family and one sympathetic to the Germans. When the Danish group won out, they decided that it was high time to rule Schleswig and Holstein directly, to finally incorporate them into the Kingdom of Denmark, not to leave them as semi-independent duchies with their own weird rules and privileges. This violated a treaty the Danes had signed with the Prussians, though, and gave Bismarck his chance. But it also made things tricky. After all, if Bismarck used ideas of liberating the oppressed and defending smaller nations' rights to justify invading Schleswig-Holstein, he'd have to find a really good reason for sticking around to occupy those places himself, instead of just leaving again. He had been setting up these dominoes for a while, though. There would be no repeat of the last time when they had to flee due to other powers coming in on the side of the Danes. He had already secured the friendship of the Russians, and made vague promises to the French that they might see some territory out of the whole deal if Prussia was allowed to absorb Schleswig and Holstein. And without Russia or France, Britain would protest, but they'd never actually go to war on the Danish side. He had also
Exactly,
suckered in
Darth Sidious.
Austria, convincing them that they were all on the same side. Germans defending Germans and all that. He even convinced them to be allies and contribute a horde of troops to the effort. And this is key. Not only did he need Austrian troops to secure a quick victory, but it would also make them complicit. If, after they won, he said that Prussia was going to take territory, the Austrians wouldn't walk away without their share, which not only meant that European public opinion wouldn't turn against Prussia, but also meant that he wouldn't lose the moral high ground in the German Confederacy. And his plan worked perfectly. The combined Prussian-Austrian forces rapidly overran Denmark.
Yeah,
the
very
Danes had
cunning,
to grant the
Dolly
independence
boy.
of Schleswig and Holstein. Bismarck made some ludicrous demands, and the Austrians, not wanting to be left out, eventually caved to a compromise that left Bismarck exactly where he actually wanted to be. Prussia would keep Schleswig, the Austrians would get Holstein, and he would get a small pile of other minor concessions to boot. But Bismarck was always a man of large appetites. He didn't come all this way to only get Schleswig. And so, part 2 of the plan commenced. Operation Make Fun of Austrian Incompetence.
Literally.
He played up everything that went wrong in Holstein, and talked openly about it being a breeding ground for revolutionaries. His sound and fury brought the two nations to the brink of war, but both of their monarchs wanted to avoid such a conflict between brothers. Wilhelm accepted the possibility of war, but forbade Bismarck from explicitly goading the Austrians anymore. But Bismarck's work on that front was already done. He had a backup plan in case war didn't come. Bismarck always had a backup plan, but he spent most of his time trying to shore up alliances, to make sure that Prussia was ready for the fight his king sort of didn't want. First, the Italians. Victor Emmanuel, the man trying to unify Italy, desperately wanted to take over Venice, which was in Austrian hands. I mean, how can you have an Italy with no Venice? But he was never going to have the strength to fight Austria alone, and so Bismarck seized on this, getting him to agree that if Prussia and Austria went to war, the newly formed Italian kingdom would join in for only the small price of one Venice, which Bismarck didn't really want anyway. Next, the French. While not publicly successful in securing the French as allies, Bismarck was dealing with Napoleon III here, a man too clever for his own good by half. Napoleon III, who saw himself as the equal of his famous uncle, but really wasn't, took the only course of action that would get him nothing. He wouldn't support Prussia, but he wouldn't support Austria either. This was just fine by Bismarck. Finally, Bismarck kept pressure on Austria, having Prussian officials meet with Romanians and Magyars, Czechs and Serbs, any ethnic minority within the Austrian Empire, all in order to make it look like he was building allies and raising legions of revolutionaries ready to revolt the moment the Austrians went to war. But Bismarck's plans were interrupted by one thing he did not factor in. As he walked down the great boulevard Unter den Linden, 2 shots broke the quiet. Whirls.
History is sometimes stranger than fiction. Wait till you hear this story.
A young man stands before him, revolver in hand. The 51-year-old Bismarck grabs him. 3 more shots ring out as they grapple. Finally, soldiers run up and subdue the young man. As the assassin is hauled off, they check Bismarck for wounds. One finds a hole in his coat, and follows it to find a hole in his waistcoat, which, with some trepidation, he follows to find a hole in Bismarck's shirt. All 5 shots had hit, but every one of them had either only grazed him or bounced off of his ribs. In a moment that history doesn't record, but I think we all know happened, Bismarck simply nodded to the soldier, said, "Iron Chancellor," put on shades, and walked away. Refusing to let one measly assassination attempt get in the way of a good war, Bismarck went right back to work.
Yeah, by the way, 100% true. We actually have the medical records, and yeah, they pierced his skin, but they bounced off of his ribs, so he was shot 5 times, and not a single bullet really injured him that much.
Getting the German-speaking world to tear itself apart. And as rumors swirled, the Austrians felt they had to make a move, so they called the Pan-German Diet in Frankfurt to decide the issue of Schleswig and Holstein. The Diet moved against Prussia, but this played right into Bismarck's hand. The moment the Diet came to their decision, the Prussian representative read a statement that Bismarck had prepared for just such a moment, declaring the Diet invalid and the German Confederation dissolved. Now it would be war. It would be the northern German states and Prussia against the southern German states and the Austrian Empire. Hundreds of thousands of men were mustered. It could have been a long war, but now the king had in his service a general as capable on the battlefield as
so
Bismarck
I'm going to
was in
skip
the
this
conference
portion
room.
about Moltke, but you have to understand, guys, that Prussia had a military tradition, and Bismarck had been secretly modernizing the Prussian military, and Prussia had been building railroads all over the northern German states to allow easy movement of troops with modern weapons and good training. The Austrian Empire was backwards, even though they had a larger military. Their military was backwards, ill-equipped, and there was not much industrialization. So Prussia was industrialized, Austria wasn't, and Moltke, who was a German general, a Prussian general, was very, very good. So we don't need to actually hear about that, but
to work equally hard to get the king to stop. Bismarck realized that
but
it
he
had been
won.
so great that he had to work equally hard to get the king to
Let's see
have
here.
contact with the enemy. Moltke led a lightning war, crushing the once great Austrian Empire within
Easy.
weeks. And now, where Bismarck had once had to work so hard to get the king to go to war, their success had been so great that he had to work equally hard to get the king to stop. Bismarck realized that they could only push so far before the other great powers stepped in and all of the work that he had done would be undone. More still, he believed that once he had eclipsed them, he might need the Austrians to serve as a balance against one of the other great powers. So he must not impose on them a peace that would leave them hating Prussia. So Bismarck called in his erstwhile enemy, the Crown Prince, the same Frederick Wilhelm who he had so unsuccessfully tried to put on the throne as a toddler, and put him to work reining in his father. Fritz, a lover of peace despite being an excellent military commander, convinced the king to accept the deal that Bismarck had on the table. Prussia would take over most of northern Germany. The German Confederation as a body would be disbanded. Their Italian allies would get Venice, and Austria would forever be banned from any pan-German parliament
done.
or from meddling in German affairs. Oh, and weirdly,
So they've now dealt with their biggest ally. And now Prussia's the only state that's left in Germany that has a dominant role.
Liechtenstein became an independent country, so that also. All in all, things were looking up for Bismarck's grand project of uniting all of Germany under Prussian rule. There just loomed one more obstacle.
Yeah, I've got one last
great
thing to talk
nation
about.
that, although neutral so far, would oppose any further increase in German unity and strength. There was the problem of France.
So we have one more video that I'm going to show you, and then I promise that'll be the end of it.
The French had invaded, and he had...
So last bit here is
The
the
way
last
to
war
introduce
that Bismarck waged, and that was the Franco-Prussian War, the war against France. Because although he has now unified most of Germany, there's still Bavaria and a bunch of other states in the south that are not part of Germany and are heavily influenced by France. Okay, so you're going to see there's also some territories that France owns that are German-speaking that he wants. And so I promise this is the last one. Bear with me. All right.
Our newest extra history artist, Nick. He'll be taking over for David, who is now
Okay, we get it.
and the increase in enemies. But to Bismarck, enemies were as useful as friends, and
1 second. Okay.
any increase in power brings an increase in enemies. But to Bismarck, enemies were as useful as friends. With the defeat of Austria and the consolidation of the northern German states into one hegemony ruled by Prussia, Bismarck's eye turned to the next problem: founding Germany. But to do this, he would need to bring all of the southern German states under his control. He knew he couldn't simply annex them by force. He needed a unified Germany, a Germany that felt like a country, not some occupied territory under a foreign rule.
Yeah.
And for that, the
Because
southern
remember,
German
guys,
states
he
would
unified Germany through violence. So you're not going to convince a lot of Germans to follow that unless they feel that they're a part of it, right?
have to come to him willingly, of their own volition. But they had always been aligned with Austria, so how could he get them to volunteer to be absorbed into Prussia? He would need an external threat, something that would make these states more afraid of
Dollywood.
other nations, and see Prussia as the benevolent protector and cultural brother that they could turn to in
No,
their
you
time
spelled
of
it right, Dolly Boy. For the anglicized version, you spelled it correct.
need. And what better enemy than France? Napoleon III, who had been willing to stand by and let Prussia pick off its neighbors back when it was a minor
So
power,
he's like, okay, if we get all these southern states to have a common enemy with Prussia, we can unite them into Germany.
suddenly woke up and realized that a power to rival France had just emerged on its border.
Yeah.
Already upset about the fact that he hadn't gotten any territory as a bribe for staying neutral in the war between Prussians and Austrians, Napoleon was primed and ready for a conflict with Prussia. But there was a problem. Both Prussia and France needed the other one to be the aggressor.
Yeah.
Neither wanted to risk international rebuke or the possibility of foreign intervention in their cause. But Bismarck had a plan. Bismarck always had a plan. His plan was wait until circumstances presented themselves that allowed him to formulate an advantageous plan. So he did. Then, when the Queen of Spain was suddenly kicked out of Spain by revolutionaries, Bismarck knew it was go time. Because when a European monarch vacates their throne, there is always a multinational scramble for succession. In this case, you'd think it would be less complicated because the Spanish kicked out their monarch and were essentially choosing a new one for themselves instead of trying to untangle and war over some Byzantine genealogical tree. But no, they instead decided to offer the crown of Spain to a German prince. Bismarck was all for this. He pushed for Prince Leopold to accept the offer, despite the fact that his name didn't even have Wilhelm in it anywhere. He knew full well that Napoleon III would have to rage against this offer. After all, if Spain ever allied with Prussia, which would be far more likely with a Prussian prince on the Spanish throne, France would be surrounded. King Wilhelm was against this, and even Prince Leopold didn't see great prospects in being king of a country that had spent most of the last century in revolt, but Bismarck's diplomacy prevailed, and the offer was accepted. All of these dealings were kept a very close secret, though. If France found out too early, the consequences could be disastrous. What Bismarck needed was for Leopold to be proclaimed king by the legitimate assembly of the people of Spain before Napoleon could make a move. That way, if France declared war over it, the world would see them as the aggressors. Everything went perfectly. On June 19th, 1870, Leopold agreed to accept the throne. 2 days later, he sent a coded telegraph to Madrid saying that he would arrive around the 29th. But then history turned, as it so often does, on a small thing. A cipher clerk made an error in decoding the message and wrote the 9th of July. The Spanish legislature couldn't be held in session that long, and thus was dismissed on June 23rd, which meant that when Leopold arrived in Spain, there was nobody present to make him king. People started noticing this Prussian prince kicking around in Madrid fairly quickly, and word reached the French papers. Soon, all of France was up in arms. So not everything went perfectly. But Bismarck now played the spider, waiting silently. He knew that he couldn't be seen directing affairs. All he had to do was wait for the French to offer some insult, and then pounce on that to have the war he wanted. But he didn't factor in Wilhelm.
Different
the
King
king
Leopold,
had always
Jonas.
been opposed
Different
to the
King
prince
Leopold.
running off and taking the Spanish throne. So when the French outcry flared up, the Prussian monarch put his foot down and told Leopold to withdraw his nomination.
No.
This was a huge diplomatic win for France. But like always, Napoleon III pushed it too far. He sent a diplomat to ask Wilhelm to swear that no Hohenzollern would ever sit on the Spanish throne. The king found this mildly insulting, as there was no way he would promise something like that in perpetuity. And besides, he had already pulled Leopold from the throne, and it wasn't likely to come up again.
Probably
He felt that he had already been perfectly reasonable about this. So he replied that he could promise no such thing, and sent the French ambassador away. Then he had a quick telegram sent to Bismarck relaying the incident and granting him permission to inform the press. But Bismarck always had a way with vague instructions, and with words. He did indeed inform the press, but the message he passed along to them was carefully edited. It wasn't false, per se. It wasn't even really a misrepresentation. He just omitted some words. Omitted some words in such a brilliant way that when the German people read it, they would think the French ambassador had insulted their king. And when the French read it, they would think that the Prussian king had insulted their ambassador. That did the trick. The people were up in arms, and the French were ticked.
Yeah, Dolly boy.
Paris all the more so, because, coincidentally, the telegram happened to come out on Bastille Day. And Napoleon III needed a war. His regime was largely unsuccessful, and his foreign entanglements had been a disaster. He thought that if he could crush Prussia and gain territory for France, he would be back on stable footing. Soon, hundreds of thousands of French troops were pouring across the Prussian border.
Okay.
Bismarck had his defensive war.
He got his war.
The French had invaded, and he had the moral high ground.
That was his whole point, guys. It took years, but he finally got France to declare war on Prussia, and then made it seem like it wasn't his fault that they declared war.
In response, the southern German states flocked to the Prussian banner, but he played a dangerous game.
And it worked. Of all the southern states that weren't part of Germany yet, suddenly wanted to unite for fear of French invasion. Because remember what I told you before, historically in Germany, they had been subject to outside invasion, and without being united, they had often been pretty badly like during the 30 Years' War or from Napoleon, pretty badly treated. So you can see why. All
the
right.
French invade the Prussians, he had allowed them to mobilize first. Now
Yeah.
the German army had to get into position before their country was overrun. But here, Bismarck had the greatest weapon, Moltke. The French had better rifles than the Germans, but the Germans had better ideas about modern war.
Yeah.
Prussian observers had studied the American Civil War
Yeah,
and knew that a train schedule could be as powerful.
They literally had Prussian observers in America during the American Civil War, and they had studied how the Union won the war. So they used trains and telegraph and things like that much better than the French did. Okay.
A tool as any gun. Moltke embraced the idea of the railroad and the telegraph. With coordination and these new technologies for movement, he not only got the German army to the front in time, he
Yeah,
got
Dolly
more
Boy.
men there than the French did. But he did more than just this. He rewrote the rules so that German units no longer simply marched in great columns and fought in great lines, but rather acted as small units less susceptible to fire. He pushed the idea that, since piercing the center of an army was no longer as much of a concern due to the deadly nature of modern rifles, they should worry less about artillery getting overrun and more about how effective it was in a fight. So he moved his artillery closer to the action and had them working in conjunction with his units. He had a general staff, the only one in Europe, whose sole purpose was to draw up war plans in peacetime and think through all of the probable scenarios of coming conflicts. With these advantages and a superiority in numbers, Moltke immediately took the offensive, rapidly pushing the French back across the border and charging into French territory.
Yeah.
Time and again, the French reeled before the Prussian forces. Soon, the French armies were falling back, trying to link up with reserves further down
Dolly
the
Boy.
line. But the retreating army was spotted by a
As Dolly Boy says, using updated artillery tactics against Napoleon's nephew is just chef's kiss. Yeah.
small cavalry brigade, and nearby Prussian forces were ordered to move in and cut them off. Unfortunately, due to some wild miscalculations by both sides, the Prussians had just sent 30,000 men to engage what
Polonius.
turned out to be 130,000. The French were beleaguered and demoralized, but had an overwhelming advantage in men. The Prussians were ready for the fight, but ended up pinned by the French artillery. In desperation, the Prussian commander sent a message to a nearby cavalry commander saying that the artillery must be cleared. Famously, the cavalry commander said, "It will cost what it will cost," and readied his men. Obscured by the terrain, they burst through the cannon smoke at the last minute, bearing down on the foe, giving them only 1,000 meters to react. The cavalry crashed into the artillery and tore through it, silencing the batteries that had so long hampered the Prussian army. This is arguably the last cavalry charge to significantly change the course of a battle in modern military history. But even 1,000 meters is a long ride when you've got modern guns firing at you. Of the 800 horsemen who set out, only 420 made it back. And it turns out that Bismarck's son was among this regiment. It was late in the night of
God.
August 16th, 1870, when a messenger arrived to tell Bismarck his eldest son was dead. Quartered only 20 miles away from the battlefield, Bismarck rode like a man possessed to find the body of his son, only to be greeted by his very much alive son laughing and joking in a farmhouse nearby. He had taken a bullet to the leg and would be out of the fighting, but was in no mortal danger. After a few more hard-fought victories, the Prussian forces bottled up the French at Metz and forced the surrender of 140,000 men.
Jesus.
The French only had one army left to them, an army battered by an attempt to relieve the forces at Metz. But Moltke had no intention of letting this force get away.
Yeah.
And in the days following the surrender at Metz, he maneuvered his forces and encircled this final army.
Jesus.
A breakout attempt was made.
Remember, they were massively outnumbered. The Prussians were massively outnumbered, and they still crushed the French.
But so exhausted and undersupplied were the French at this point, it soon became clear that a breakout was impossible. By the next day, 100,000 men, and with them the greatest prize of all, Napoleon III, who was personally leading this army, surrendered. France no longer had a real army on the field. Now it was time to think about the future. For Bismarck, that meant peace terms. For Moltke, that meant pushing on to Paris.
Okay. That'll be the last video we watch. So what ends up happening here, guys, I'm going to put my face up, is that a new provisional government forms in Paris. So the Prussian army surrounded Paris and bombarded the shit out of it with artillery. They actually captured Paris, which they never accomplished in World War I, okay? As a matter of fact, after they surrounded Paris, because the government didn't give up after the capturing of the emperor, they just formed a new government. Um, the people of Paris started starving because they were being surrounded by the Prussian military. So they literally started eating cats and rats and things like that. And in classic French fashion, they still wanted to make this is not a joke, by the way. They wanted to make these dishes still look pretty because the French have a culture of have a very culinary culture. So they would like position like the cooked cat to make it look like it was chasing rats around the plate and things like that. So you'd have this like rat cat platter or like other platters because people were starving, and yet they still found a way to make the dishes look pretty. And as on a side note here, in a way, in an effort to get communication out of Paris while it was under siege by the Prussians, the French released carrier pigeons to send messages outside of Paris. Well, the Prussians realized this, so they released a bunch of hawks and falcons, and there was a war waged in the skies over Paris where birds of prey would be hunting down these carrier pigeons. And it's sort of a fight over the skies over trying to. Yeah, so anyway, okay. So what happened in result of this war, guys, is that essentially the Germany was united. Um, all those southern German states ended up deciding to join in under Germany and create modern Germany. Now there were not modern Germany, but create Germany. There they held a ceremony. I'll show you here in Hall of Mirrors. Now this is obviously like an idealistic image. Hall of Mirrors Treaty. I'm sorry, Hall of Mirrors. I'll show you. Franco-Prussian War. Here we go. So this is a famous image of this meeting where they met, the French and the Prussians met and determined to end the war, and Germany was officially united. I'll show you here. Okay, so there it is. You can see here, here's the King of Prussia. This is Bismarck in white. Okay. And these are all these sort of German nobles raising up their arms and uniting under one king. So this was the unification of Germany. Also, Germany, this new German state, ended up getting some territory from France, which will become important later, called Alsace and Lorraine. All right. Why was Britain? They were just not involved, Jonas. They didn't really have a reason to be involved. Bismarck had kind of gotten them. Britain was also not a fan of France, so they didn't really care. So, all right. So, and that was the unification of Germany under Bismarck. Okay. Now, there is a lot more to this story. I want to tell you two last things, and then we'll be done. Internally, Bismarck also very much was very much dealing with a lot of internal issues. Socialism was rising, and after Germany was founded, socialism was becoming an issue inside of Germany, according to the nobility. So was this sense of Catholicism. Catholicism was an issue because Prussia was Protestant, and there was a notion. Bismarck and a lot of Prussian nobility in the Protestant North didn't like Catholics. So he cracked down on Catholicism and really weakened the Catholic Church in a pretty brutal way inside of Germany. He also then passed anti-socialist laws, which basically banned any official socialist party. And there was a lot of violence where he destroyed a lot of socialist press, and limited their ability to participate in parliament. Now, they found ways to get around it. It actually didn't work that well. His attempts to ban the socialists didn't work so very well. And at the same time, because remember, Bismarck is a pragmatist. At the same time that he did these things, he also passed a law giving universal medical care. Universal medical care. Because he didn't want to do this. He was, to be clear, this was the first universal medical care of any country ever. He did it to appease the populace, knowing that he needed to keep the socialists in check. So he was willing to grant some kind of social provision if it maintained Prussian power, and like things like that. Okay, so he was a pragmatist, okay, and he managed to do all this shit until he was later thrown out by another king. So why am I making you focus? Yeah, trying to keep socialism under wraps forced his hand. Yes. And he was willing to do sort of that left-wing thing in order to maintain control. His whole thing, guys, is he didn't care about Germany. He cared about Prussia. And he wanted to make sure that the Prussian king became the king of Germany, and he did. So why am I telling you this? There are several trends, and so this is the legacy of Bismarck in Germany at the time. One man, essentially, was able to unite Germany. Not only that, Bismarck had done things like convince Germans that an outside threat should make them unite together. So France and Austria, using an outside threat to distract the divides amongst the German people to get them to unite together, you're going to see that later. Okay? So that's already, this is about the Nazis, right? I know it seems weird. It's like, why are we talking about this? Because we're going to be talking about the Nazis, and there is a reason I'm telling you about Bismarck. You already start to see scapegoating internally, blaming Catholics, blaming socialists, cracking down on those parts of society in order to maintain the power of Prussian elites and industrialists, okay? And all of this, guys, is mixed together in the mind of some Germans, not all of them, especially the German right wing, that the best way to achieve a united, glorious nation is war and internal crackdowns. And remember that historically in Germany, there was this notion amongst a lot of Germans that they were victims of being invaded, especially like during the 30 Years' War, Napoleon. So there was also this weird sense of freedom and liberty being linked to like war and internal crackdowns and like brilliant maneuvers of one man. Do you kind of see the point I'm making? Do we see that? So now listen, this is complicated because despite all of this, you're going to see that this still was not like Nazism still was not popular early on, and socialism was still more popular, but there was a basis already there in German history and culture for these things that would come later. Okay. And that is where we'll stop today. So don't forget Otto von Bismarck united Germany. Our next episode, we'll talk about World War I. And then, which will set the stage directly for the rise of the Nazis, okay, which World War I comes very quickly after this. They even showed in the first episode that Bismarck warned that after he was fired, in 20 years, there would be a great war, and he was right. He was off by 4 months, okay? So, all right. So I hope that wasn't too much information, and I hope you understand why I'm going into so much detail, so you guys can understand very much, okay? Are we okay with the amount of detail, or should I skip right to the Nazis, or are you guys okay with the detail I'm giving here with German history? Okay. Oh yes, LaQual, I'll take a drink. Thank you, elevator lady. Thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay. No, not the end of stream, Darth City. It's just the end of our educational segment. You took notes? Amazing. Okay, you want more details on his mustache? Okay, very funny. Um, exactly, LaCroix, thank you. And that's my hope, because, guys, this is like my expertise. I know a lot about Nazism and fascism, so forgive me. I also am very interested in it. So I have to kind of give you all the details here. And by the way, of course, as we're talking about fascism, I'm also trying to show you that fascism does not look the same anywhere, right? There are I want you guys to see what the similarities are between different fascisms to help you understand what fascism is, because you're going to see that German fascism is different than Italian fascism, but there are things that are very similar to in both that are definitely the same. All right, so Italian history, but we talked how in Italy it was broken into pieces and they were united together, but you don't really have this Bismarckian figure as much. Their nationalism was more based off, I mean, their historic thing they wanted to return to was the Roman Empire. In Germany, you're going to see it that it wasn't that. So it looks different. A lot of people seem to think that for something to be fascist, it has to look like Nazi Germany or look like Italy. But that's not how fascism works. It looks different wherever it is, but there's always a similar thread throughout. Okay. All right. That is true, Gwen. This is less detail. Okay, the Germans wanted to return to the Holy Roman Empire. Well, they want kind of. Yes, that is true. They want that. You're right. They did. There was the Third Reich. By the way, you're actually right in valid axiom. The term die Dritte, the Third Reich. Okay, means the three empires were the first German Empire, which was the Holy Roman Empire. The second one was the German World War I type empire. And then the third empire would be the Nazi Empire. So they wanted to kind of return to the Holy Roman Empire, but they didn't want a divided Holy Roman Empire. They wanted a nationalist, centralized Holy Roman Empire. Okay. So anyway, so we kind of get the trend here. The Deutsche Kaiserreich. Yep, the Deutsche Kaiserreich. And you also know a little bit of how to do a little German now. Okay, so anyway, we'll continue tomorrow, guys. All right. Oh my God, my spine. And I forgive me for showing you all those videos. I thought it'd be interesting I just like how they talk about Bismarck. And guys, can we all admit that Bismarck, even though he's a horrible person, is a super interesting character, right? Has some riz, and that's not, I don't like him, but it's entertaining to learn about him. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you, okay? All right. Hello, politics. How are you doing? Thank you, Dolly Boy. All right. So let's go on. Here. All right. So let me, quite a strategist, okay? And he planned quite well. He was, okay? All right, you guys. So let's go on here. Oh, danke schön, Thelonious Dunk, okay? Du bist sehr gill. Thank you, Thelonious Dunk, thank you, okay? Bitte. Danke, all right. No, it's okay, Dolly Boy, I loved it. All right, guys, so let's go on here. Angry German, hilarious. The Darcidius, angry German. I know, du bist sehr gill, right? Okay. Let's go on here. So, guys, what time is it? 3:25. I have to go pee really fast. I know. Okay. So why did I say please? Oh, when I said bitte, it can mean please or you're welcome. Okay. It can say please or you're welcome. I thought I saw someone say thank you or basically compliment me, so I said bitte. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go pee real fast. I'll be right back. No, it literally means please or you're welcome. Okay, it's used in a lot of contexts. I'll be right back, guys. I'll go drain the peanut. Thanks, Gwen. How dare you call it that? Okay, I'll be right back. How do I do this? Okay, one sec. All right, folks, we're back. We're back. Let's hand out some boops. Let's hand out some boops. For all of you who were very good during during class today. All of you were very good. Invalid Axiom, you get a boop. Boop. Gwen, you get a boop. Boop. Sir Bart, you get a boop. Boop. Darth Sidious, you get a boop. Boop. You get a German boop. Der boop. I don't know why I did boop. Okay. Or das boop. Boop. All right. Or D boop. Boop. I don't know the gender of a boop. Okay. Let's see here. You need more German boops? Absolutely. Okay. Okay. Le Quabois, you get a boop. Boop. Politics, you get a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Weirdomorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Okay. Did I miss anyone? Did I say politics gets a boop? Boop. Did I say I already gave it a Thelonious Dunk? Boop. I don't know. Did I miss anyone? Mithril gets a boop. Boop. All right. Do we Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. Elevator Lady gets a boop. All right. Let's see here. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Aw, Pet Gone Bad. Pet Gone Bad gets a boop. Boop. There you go. You don't deserve it, but I'll give one to you anyway, Pet Gone Bad. Mellow Munchies, you get a boop. Boop. My first car was Quiet Lawn, called it Das Boot. Gwen, you nerd. I swear to God. What a nerdy joke. I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. I love it. Okay, let's see here. Jonas gets a boop. Boop. I know. Oh my God, I didn't say that, Pet Gone Bad. What the fuck is wrong with you? Pet Gone Bad said, I know I deserve only pain and misery. I mean, you do, but that's not that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. By the way, Pet Gone Bad fits in way too well in this community. But are you on the Discord, Pet Gone Bad? You should join us because everyone else in this community treats me like shit and is like constantly yelling at me, and you fit right in, okay? You fit right in. Unter Seeboot. Yeah, okay. Anyway. All right. Tater Tot, you get a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop, boop, boop. All right. How dare you, Darth Sidious? Don't you tell me to calm down. I'm perfectly calm, Darth Sidious. Anyway. So, let's go on here. Let's go on. Okay. Let's see what we have to react to, guys. I'm sure we have some things to react to out there. Some great shit. Let me see if I found any, I don't know if I saved anything to the playlist to react to. All right.
America.
Shut up, lady. I always see you up there. I'm never gonna show you that video. All right. Sorry, I keep yelling at women. I know I have a bad habit of yelling at women because I'm an asshole, I guess. Anyway. All right, let's see here. Let's see what we have here in reactions. The Franco-Prussian War. Turns out coal and men are important. Oh my God, we should watch that at some point, Darth Sidious. What is this? How long is this? Oh, 22 minutes. Interesting. You know what? I'm gonna watch that myself. It's too long to watch now, but I'm gonna watch it and then I'll see if I can show everyone parts of it. What is this? This is Scenes the Mean Street. Let's watch this. I don't know what the fuck this is. This was sent to us by Lacroix. Actually, Lo, let's watch. Okay, you know what? We'll
Because
watch
women constrain everything.
here in a second. But first, let's watch Nick Fuentes. Yay, Nick Fuentes. Yay, Nick Fuentes. We all love Nick Fuentes here, don't we? Don't we all love Nick Fuentes? Okay. So, let's watch Nick Fuentes. That's I'm just going up from the bottom. This is the first kind of short I saw, one of the first ones. So let's see. It's we're gonna watch it, Lacroix. I'm just gonna watch this little short first as sort of a. I just saw this. I'm like, oh, this looks short. Let's watch this real fast. So this is Nick Fuentes, who is a Nazi. That's okay, Gwen. You sent that one article, okay? I also still haven't talked about the other thing you sent. I'll do that. So this is Nick Fuentes. What the fuck is he about to say? This was sent to us by Mr. King K. Outer Signal. To be clear, Outer Signal left because of the educational segment and then only came back to class when I was done teaching. Okay, I've had students like you, Outer Signal. I know you were in the restroom for the lecture. Okay, right. You were just pooping for an hour. Right, okay. Anyway, I'm going to call your parents. Anyway, so let's go back here. This is Nick Fuentes. Let's see what Nick Fuentes has to say. Okay. Dolly boy, don't you defend Outer Signal. Don't you defend Matt Saigai. You're a Nazi sympathizer, Matt Saigai. You're a Nazi sympathizer. Okay, anyway. Jonas, I swear. You know what? We're fine. We're all calm. We're great. We're great. Okay, we're great. Right, Outer Signal, right. Like there's a time zone difference or something, right. That's a myth. The Earth is flat. We all have the same time zone. Okay, so let's watch this real fast. You stop yelling, Sir Bart. Okay, anyway, whatever. Calm down, Sir Bart. Let's watch Nick Fuentes.
Conversation, every man, everything. They have to be imprisoned. They are the ones that are hurting the fertility rate. They're the ones making us sympathetic to poor people, which are also brown people.
What the fuck did he just say?
Because women constrain everything. Every conversation, every man, everything. They have to be imprisoned.
I mean, this is not terribly surprising that he would say this, but it's still shocking to hear.
They are the ones that are hurting the fertility rate. They're the ones making us sympathetic to poor people, which are also brown people. You know, when I want you to understand something. When you're sympathetic to poor people, you're sympathetic to brown people because brown people are poor. Okay. Not all poor people are brown, but most brown people are poor. So
this is so fucking gross.
Women are making us sympathetic to poor people, aka brown people. Women are making us sympathetic to George Floyd. Women are the reason that their fertility rate is low because they're getting educated and they attack every man as a rapist and a pedophile.
What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is, like, obviously, guys, this is a hallucination. He's too busy thinking about the next trans person he wants to go on a date with because we know, anyway. I'm not, that sounds bad. I'm just saying. Anyway, like, the point is that he is like, this is complete lunacy, right? Like, it's not even really fun. It's not even really great to, I don't even know. It's just bullshit. Okay. Yeah. He's just upset.
They're henpecking and control.
I'm sorry. You're right. Weird versus blob. Look at me. I'm a transphobe. I just like mix all these things together. I honestly thought it was, you're right. I'm sorry. Gay furry, right? He went on a date with like a gay furry or something, right? Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter.
All the men. So just like Hitler imprisoned gypsies, Jews, communists, you know, all of his political rivals.
It was a cat boy? Okay, see, I couldn't remember exactly.
To do the same thing with women. And we'll sort it out. We'll find the good ones. They can prove themselves. Then we'll let them go. So they go to the gulag first. They go to the breeding gulags. The good ones will be liberated. The bad ones will toil in the mines forever.
Remember, he
good shot, Peck on bad. So
said there are no good ones. So when he's trailing off there at the end,
yeah. So I don't need to. This looks bad. It looks like I'm just going to ignore what the woman has to say about this, but I'm going to give my own commentary to this. Right? Nick Fuentes should be in a gulag. Okay, that's not all, by the way. He shouldn't. Like, again, guys, can we just have a little bit of a re-education camp? We can have a camp within the re-education camp where the worst people get to go. But anyway, like, can we, he is the one, this is projection. Obviously, he needs to be in a re-education camp or a gulag. So, like, can we just be clear about that? And obviously, is it really even worth the time for us to dismantle what he's saying? You all know it's fucking insane. Okay? What he's saying is absolutely fucking insane, right? Fucking insane. So we're not going to fucking even deal with that. To blame everything on, that was perfect, Peck on bad. I think that was a good choice of timing. By the way, do we know that women make up half the population? Okay. I know Weird Morphos Blob. What do you think I meant by a camp within the camp? But anyway, so this is stupid. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's almost too dumb to even comment on, right? Do you guys want me to, do I have to give commentary? It's just so stupid. Okay, whatever. Let's go on. Okay. He's a fucking, anyway. I know what you want, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. So let's go on here. Can't his aorta bust? I know, right? Jesus. All right, exactly, Sir Bart. Okay. He's such a silly little man. Such a silly little man. No, LaCroix, I refuse because it's so fucking wrong. Okay, like it's so fucking stupid that women are to blame for everything. By the way, he also knows that like I don't know. I don't even want to go. I don't even want to talk about it. Okay, we get it. Let's go on to the next thing here. All right, let's watch the thing LaCroix sent us. It's it's 12 minutes. So I don't know what this is about. LaCroix sent us. It says, seize the mean street. What is cultural hegemony? Episode 1. Let's watch this. This looks like it'll be pretty interesting. Cultural hegemony is an interesting idea here. I know. I can't believe people actually think that way. I know. It's just, anyway. This is why humanity is going straight to fucking extinction. That we think that some people are saying we should put like all of one gender category into camps or some shit. Okay, like what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, all right. Weird Mortis Blob. The fact that they say war of opposition instead of war of position triggers me. That's war of opposition instead of war of position. I don't know. I'm having trouble processing that Weird Mortis Blob. I know it's very. Oh, I'll see. Okay. Let's watch. Why is everyone calm the fuck down, Thelonious Dunk? You calm down too, Weird Amorphous Blob. Calm the fuck down. Okay, anyway, let's see here. No, that's true, Doug. You say projections by environmental epidemiologist Dr. Shauna Swan suggests median global sperm counts could hit 0 by 2045. That is correct.
Hi, Minnie.
Hi, Mark.
You calm down, Darth Sidious. Okay.
How's it going?
I'm a little frustrated.
You too, Outer Self.
Oh, yeah?
Everyone needs to calm the fuck down. Don't make me put all of you in fucking timeout. I will take you off this screen. I will send you into the void. You understand me? Shut up, Druzella. You calm the fuck down. James West, you calm down. God damn it. Okay, are we ready? Are we going to focus? We're going to focus. Okay, we'll focus.
Oh, why is that?
Well, a lot of my coworkers have multiple jobs, and I was trying to say that I wish we all made it.
Oh, Sarah, thank you for becoming a resistor. You're the best. Love you. Love having you. Sarah's been here for a while.
Enough at one job to make a living. But they told me that I'll never be as rich and successful as Elon Musk with that attitude. I just don't think it's normal to work 60 hours a week.
Well, you're right. It's not. And you know how so many of your coworkers, friends, and family think that working too much is normal?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a name for why they think that way. It's called cultural hegemony.
Miss you too, Sarah.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, there's lots of complicated terms that we can't explain in a simpler way.
Because we're workers who want better rights but can't sit around reading books all day.
And we don't have to know everything to fight back and get organized.
But when bad things happen, it'd be nice if we could
understand why.
Because we gotta seize.
We gotta seize. Seize the means of
Production. That's so cute. I'm worried I'm going to get copyrighted for the song. That's how you sing in the shower. Politics base. Send a recording to us. Thank you, no one this time, for the gems you sent. Okay.
When your neighbor,
we're starting a union.
We're learning the way it functions.
Hey there, comrade.
Come on down.
To be clear, fuck Otto von Bismarck because he crushed the socialists. Okay. Just of you, Dolly Boy. Video, too. That sounded creepy, sorry.
Who is Antonio Gramsci?
Oh, I love Antonio Gramsci. This is really cute, by the way. Look, there's a Palestinian kafia in the back.
By me, Lori.
Oh, Lori.
Antonio Gramsci was an Italian Marxist philosopher, politician, journalist, and one of the most influential political theorists.
What happened to Gramsci, guys? Remember I told you what ended up happening to Gramsci? How did he die? Someone tell me. Oh, we're gonna get stuck here until someone tells me. Okay, someone tell me. How did Antonio Gramsci die? It was yes, Dolly Boy. And who put him in prison? Who put him in prison? Yep, he got arrested by the fascists and then basically killed by them. It was the deprivation he experienced in prison that resulted in his death. So Mussolini killed him.
Theorists of the 20th century.
He is one of my favorite socialist theorists, as weird amorphous blob knows. He's kind of had an anthropological lens to some things.
As a founding member and leader of the Communist Party of Italy in 1921, he was an outspoken critic of Benito Mussolini.
Violently? Okay, Outer Signal, that is a lie. Okay? That is a lie. Outer Signal says politics, don't let CR hear you sing or he'll violently attack you. Wrong, Outer Signal. Oh, was what you were doing yesterday singing, Outer Signal? I thought there was a cat being strangled somewhere. That was singing? Anyway.
Mussolini's fascist regime. And Gramsci, alongside other members of the opposition, wound up in jail. Sorry, I get really loud when there's injustice. But anyway, they wound up in jail soon after the rise of Benito Mussolini and the Italian fascists.
Oh, there we go.
And during his decade in prison, Gramsci wrote more than 3,000
what the fuck?
Pages on a host of subjects related to Marxism, politics, history, and culture. These were later published as Quaderni del Carcere, or the Prison Notebooks. Gramsci is...
And he wrote all these volumes while in prison. I don't know why I just said that. They just said that.
Primarily celebrated for expanding Marxist theory by focusing on how culture and ideology are used to maintain power.
Yep, social control. He talked a ton about social control stuff.
His most notable theories include cultural hegemony and the war of opposition. His theories remain highly relevant today, and he's one of the most cited Italian authors and one of the most celebrated Marxist philosophers of the 20th century. Now, I gotta say, Prison Notebooks was really hard to read alone for me. But you can definitely find reading groups to study the text more instead of just trying to finish the book, which is what I wanted to do. But anyway, that's Antonio Gramsci.
That was really fucking funny. This is adorable.
Pretty good, I think. Okay, bye. So why do so many working class people defend billionaires?
Elon Musk.
Because of
Bezos.
Well, Antonio Gramsci says that it's because of something called cultural hegemony.
Yes. So to summarize, I'll let them explain it and then I'll summarize it if they don't do it well. They probably will.
I have no idea what that means.
Gramsci explained that the owning class used hegemonic ideas to gain domination over the working class. They don't do it through force or through coercion. They accomplish it through getting consent from the masses of ordinary people.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, they subtly convince everyone to think that bad things are normal.
Yes.
I have no idea what... Wait a minute. I understood that. Give me an example.
The dominant ideology of our society is shaped by consumer culture, leading many people to see the pursuit of material possessions as a primary source of happiness and success.
Yes, consumerism.
Give me another example.
Lots of people believe that working 50 plus
Yes,
hours a week,
this is great.
barely spending time with your family, or doing the things you love just to retire at 65, if you're lucky, is the only way society could work.
Yes.
Give me another example.
The idea of pulling oneself up by the bootstraps. The idea that you can succeed economically if you just try hard enough. That's a form of common sense that has flourished under capitalism and that serves to justify the system. In other words, if you believe that all it takes to succeed is hard work and dedication, then it follows that capitalism and the social...
Outer Signal, thank you for mentioning that. Guys, so Outer Signal says CR superstructure barrel is screaming at me. This is what I've already... Let me show you. You guys remember this. For those who don't know, that is what I always tell you about, right? The superstructural barrel, or the cultural materialism barrel, right? In every society, there is a superstructure of ideas, ideals, beliefs, values, how people make sense of themselves in the world. And these often, or almost always, reinforce the social structure of the society and reinforce the power dynamics and things like that. Okay, there you go, Dolly Boy. I was like, wait, I was going to freak out. Okay. So, yeah, if you have, like, even when you're not in capitalism, let's say you're in feudalism, The ideas under feudalism reinforce the power of the nobility and the landowners and shit. For example, the idea that the king is there because God put him there. Well, that's a superstructural idea that reinforces and convinces peasants that it's okay that they're ruled by a king. Under capitalism, the things they're mentioning in this video, the superstructure reinforces the social structure, okay? Or can also reinforce resistance to the superstructure. All right. Yes, Weird Amorphous Blob. In the last theory meeting, we talked about this, okay? So this is why I love Gramsci.
Hi, Marco. How's it going?
Invalid axiom.
I'm a little frustrated.
Yeah, so methods are used to reinforce it in society. Yes. So what do you mean? So methods are used. Which methods? These ideologies reinforce it, if that makes sense. Okay.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
Well, a lot of my coworkers have multiple jobs.
Oh, Jonas. So you mean, so as in what methods are used to reinforce inside the education system? Okay, so Jonas, great question. So how do they make us believe it? Education, culture, the things we're taught from the time we're little, the things we're taught in schools, the things we are shown and taught in propaganda. For example, why do we believe that like people who are poor are lazy? We were taught that at some point. It was showed to us in in like images and like in TV shows. It was taught to us in schools. Schools especially are a big version of this. But it was also taught to us by our parents. It was passed down through education. Media reinforces these things, okay? All these, we're surrounded by stuff that reinforces it, okay? Now then, it is also the case that there will be stuff that counteracts narratives that support the elites and the people at the top. That's also a natural part of the social structure, because if you have oppressed people, you're going to end up having some segment of your ideology and cultural stuff be stuff that counteracts that. So, but the dominant hegemony, the dominant cultural trend and ideas will be ones that reinforce the structure. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You get what I mean?
Jobs. And I was trying to say that I wish we all made enough at one job to make a living. But they told me that
there you
I'll
go,
never be as
Blob.
rich and successful as Elon Musk with that attitude. I just don't think it's normal to work 60 hours a week.
Well, you're right. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how so many of your coworkers, friends, and family...
And to be honest, sorry, going back to what Jonas said, you guys know the old adage, right? If you ask a fish, how's the water, the fish will probably respond to you, what water? Because the fish is so used to it. If you grow up in these ideologies, it becomes so normal to you that anything different than that is abnormal, right? So, like, it's really hard to not think in these ways. Guys, so for example, who here, literally, I'm asking, when you have a day off from work, who here feels, if they don't get much done, who here feels like they failed or that there's something wrong with them? Like, even when you're not at work, if you don't like do stuff on a day off, you feel like there's something wrong with you. You feel like you're being lazy. You feel like, you see what I mean? Has anyone felt this? Yeah, Jonas? Yeah, Dolly Boy? Okay. That is not a natural reaction. Okay, that is not a natural reaction. I can promise you, in hunter-gatherer groups that are not under capitalism, leisure and laying around is a grand old time. Okay, no, like they're actually able to relax in their time off. Okay, they're actually able to relax in their time off. But we have been trained to think that when you're not working, there's something wrong with you. You're being lazy and things like that. That is something that has been taught to us. It is not inherent to us. It is not inherent to us as humans. It is something we have been taught through media, through our education system, through how we're exposed to things in society. Okay, so that is an example. I could give you other ones. There's tons of other ones.
Think that working too much is normal?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a name for why they think that way. It's
called cultural hegemony.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, outer signal.
Well, there's lots of complicated terms that we can't explain in a simpler way.
Cause we're workers who want better rights but can't sit around reading books all day.
And we don't have to know everything to fight back and get organized.
But when bad things happen, it'd be nice if we could understand why.
Yeah.
Cause we gotta seize.
We gotta seize.
The means of production.
Like helping your neighbor.
We're starting a union.
Wait a minute.
We're learning the way it functions.
Wait, we already saw this. Did I hit the
3,000
wrong button? I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button.
It's a form of common sense that is
Here we go,
flourished
we
under
got it. Yeah, I went back
capitalism, and that
accidentally.
serves to justify the system. In other words, if you believe that all it takes to succeed is hard work and dedication, then it follows
Yeah,
that
Doug.
capitalism and the social structure that is organized around it is just
Yeah,
and
Peck on
valid.
bed.
But if I believe that people like Zuckerberg and Bezos have earned their wealth in a just and fair manner,
Yeah, oh, so
then that
true.
means that people like me who live check to check in turn deserve our impoverished state.
There you
This
go,
form
Paul.
of common sense fosters the belief that success
Yes.
and social mobility
Seriously, LaCroix, we have been trained to commodify our hobbies even. So even something we would do to enjoy ourselves becomes another form of alienation. Yeah. And we often try to commodify our hobbies. Yeah. Okay. Like, well, maybe you can eventually sell that someday, you know, that kind of thing. Well, what about creating art for the sake of creating art? What about, weaving, or, knitting a sweater for the sake of knitting a sweater? It doesn't need to become a commodity, but we're kind of pushed to think that way, right? Yeah. All right. So absolutely.
are strictly the responsibility of the individual, and in doing so, it obscures the
100% Jonas. Jonas says, like consumerism, buy stuff to make us feel happy. 100%. Guys, our whole culture, I'm mainly talking about America, but also partially in Europe, is about buying stuff to make you feel happy. Even when you go on vacation, it requires the purchasing of things, buying a hotel room, buying this, buying that. Literally, guys, you do know that most of our lives are spent just buying certain things, going out to dinner and buying a dinner. Consumerism is what we are told is how we need to express ourselves. If you want to express yourself in a certain way, you go and buy a certain kind of clothing to express yourself. You don't make the clothing, right? You don't create your own creation that reflects who you are. You go and buy clothing from someone else that you feel reflects you. For example, what about like Hot Topic? Anyone know Hot Topic? It's a clothing brand that kind of advertises itself as being like the rebellious clothing brand for goths and emos and punks and shit like that, okay? That's like, isn't that kind of weird? Like, you rebel by going to buy from a major corporation that literally advertises itself as being rebellious. So like, yeah. So like these are all, that's not really rebellious. You see what I mean? Correct. American hegemony means that capitalist culture has influenced everything everywhere. So that notion of consumerism has spread everywhere as a result of American imperialism. So yeah. All right. Yeah. I know, right?
racial and
Dolly boy?
gender inequality.
One last thing. I'm sorry. It also is true, guys, that there are legitimate material threats to your existence if you do not adhere to these ways of thinking. So if you do decide I'm not going to work, you're going to have more harder times surviving. So it's like the carrot and the stick. It makes you self-police to believe these things. It makes you self-judge, but it also punishes you if you don't believe those things. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, Outer Signal, like Che Guevara t-shirts, absolutely, that are mass-produced. Invalid Axiom, I've only ever bought something once that I expected to make me happier. I didn't. I don't even remember what it was. I just remember my immense disappointment when nothing happened. There you go, Invalid Axiom, okay? So, okay.
That are built into the capitalist system.
Oh my God, this is just
Hey,
like
it's
that
okay,
Rage
no
Against
one
the
this time, I
Machine
got you.
song. Believe in all the lies that they're telling you.
You're right, guys. I'm sorry, Le Quabois and Outer. So you're all on a good You're doing well today. Let's put it that way. You're making great comments. Le Quabois says even critiques of the system are being commodified. Correct. There is a word for this, which I've talked about before. All right, you all know it. I've taught about it before. Repressive desublimation. Repressive desublimation. Okay, that is where things that traditionally were forms of protest and rebellion against the system become integrated into the capitalist system and therefore lose their ability to be resistance. Okay, so I can give you an example. Okay, I can give you an example. Drag. That used to be like literally drag queens and things like that. That used to be, that kind of started in, this is complicated, but part of the origins of that was in ballroom culture in New York City, where gay, trans, especially people of color would get together in a form of resistance against the society and hold these balls. And it became mainstream. And now what is, now you have something like RuPaul's Drag Race, which is very mainstream and everyone watches it, and it's no longer a form of rebellion. Okay, it has lost its ability to be a form of resistance or rebellion. BLM with corporate yes, Jonas, BLM with corporations, with corporate sponsors. Even more so, I can even give you another example, Jonas, that Thelonious Dunk just gave, LGBTQIA, but at Target. Has anyone here been to a Pride Parade recently? We learned about the origins of Pride Parade when we talked about Stonewall, which was a legitimate act of resistance against the system. The first Pride Parade was a massive uprising in the after Stonewall. Okay, now if you've ever go to a Pride Parade, you will I don't go anymore because it's just a series of floats of like banks and like corporations who are like. Pride brought to you by Merrill Lynch. Pride brought to you by, Raytheon. Okay, it has become no longer a form of resistance and is just a way of reinforcing power structures. Or you can go to like a Target and get like the Pride section, right? So, that is repressive desublimation. Think about rap. Rap like started off as a massive form of artistic resistance to Black oppression. Is it anymore? Maybe a little bit, but it's so mainstream and so has become so commercialized and shit, and like it is not, to the point where the Black community has had to constantly innovate in terms of new kinds of music. So now, like, if anyone's ever heard of what is it called? It's the kind of rap that's drill. Drill has become more popular because it's under the surface, right? It is not as capitalized at this moment. Okay, it eventually will be. But there's constant innovation having to happen in order to, this is why I always say the working class is a lot more innovative than upper classes, because the working class has to constantly innovate to keep up its resistance, right? Okay, you get what I mean? All right. So anyway, let's go on. The spooky drill rap that the UK media, yeah, Dolly Boy, and in America too, there's all this fear for drill rap, okay? All right, so let's go on. Let's keep watching this.
Structure that is organized around it is just invalid.
But if I believe that people like Zuckerberg and Bezos have earned their wealth in a just and fair manner, then that means that people like me who live check to check in turn deserve our impoverished state.
This form of common sense fosters the belief that success and social mobility are strictly the responsibility of the individual, and in doing so, it obscures the real class, racial, and gender inequalities that are built into the capitalist system.
They did the same thing with rap, Jonas, previously, with like non-drill rap, yeah.
Oh my God, this is just like that Rage Against the Machine song. believing all the lies that they're telling you, buying all the products that they're telling you. They say jump and you say how high, your brain
Yes.
dead. You got.
This is a kid show.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So, how do we fight back against this hegemony?
Well, we're doing it right now by learning and sharing that this
Yes,
is not
Thelonious.
normal. Gramsci called it the war of opposition.
So if we come together and
Well-
show the working class that a better world is possible, we can create a new collective identity
Uh-huh.
and an alternative culture?
Yeah.
Is that true, Weird vs. Blob? Was it originally war of position? Did they get that wrong? I can't quite remember. Yeah, he said position, right? Okay. Thank you, Weird vs. Blob, for correcting that. I guess Gramsci actually said war of position.
One
Yes.
that puts workers first, profit!
Yes, Dolly Boy. Listen, Dolly Boy says, and the worst part of all of this, those who think they can have social mobility, but they will never move from one class to the one that they want. Correct. Yeah. And that's the lie we're told, guys. We're constantly told if you work hard enough, if you're, if you do the best you can, you will rise up. That's not how that works. The vast majority of people will not rise up. Okay, they simply won't. But it leaves open a door of hope, right, for people. And it's so funny. It is, at one point, you could have said that it was easier to rise up. It never was. It was never easy to rise up. Like, there may have been at one point where there was like a 1% chance of rising up, but now it's practically zero. Like, it's practically zero. The reason I'm saying that is because you still have people today, even though the American dream, for example, is clearly dead and gone, people still hold on to that belief, especially boomers. If you just work hard enough, you'll rise up. Come on, for people in here who have heard that from their parents or from older people, come on, you know exactly what I mean. They still think that that is a reality. It never was, to be clear, but it's even less so now. And yet they're still holding on to that superstructural ideology that reinforces the system. Okay? You see what I mean? Right. Jonas says, I remember hearing Ben Shapiro say social mobility is always happening because people go from each class all the time. And if you don't understand it, then you don't understand. That's not true. So admittedly, Jonas, by the way, one of the ways that right-wingers, obviously what Ben Shapiro says isn't true. One of the reasons how right-wingers get around this is that we've created this notion of a middle class. Okay, so let me show you something real fast. So this is sort of, all right. Realistically, guys, there's obviously Weird Amorphous Blob it knows that I'm going to be oversimplifying this, right? We kind of have this notion of like working class in America, for example, and elsewhere, working class, middle class, okay, your middle class, and upper class, okay? And then there might be some like, some people will say like upper middle class or lower middle class or working class, okay? Or, so this partly is a created idea that makes politicians able to claim, well, you can move up from working class to middle class. Yes, but those are invented categories. Working class and middle class are both working class. Okay, like there is no middle class in like a way. They're all working class. People who are middle class are workers. They just work in professions where they are making enough money to live slightly better than, I guess, working class people, than like people below them. But the creation of this category of working class is sort of an illusion. Okay. And what they then do is, what this kind of does is it allows, correct, but there's not really a difference there, Louise. But by creating that divide between working by white collar and blue collar, that allows people in power to scare middle class people into being afraid that they'll become working class people, right? So oftentimes working class people do not vote in the interests of their own class out of fear because they are afraid of becoming working class. All right. So let me give you an example. A working class person working in a cubicle at an insurance agency is basically working in a factory. You literally just sit there doing stuff in this little cubicle like you're in a factory, doing labor and producing value for this company, just like a factory worker does, but you're called white collar. You're not blue collar. You're not a dirty factory worker or a janitor or something. You exactly. It's just more skilled labor. But it's presented as, oh, well, but you are not, yeah, you're not a janitor at least, right? So this prevents sort of solidarity. And I can promise you, it also makes it easier to do things like racism and stuff. If you convince a lot of middle class people that they're threatened by like the dirty, dark-skinned poor people, they're going to do all they can to suppress a large chunk of the majority of the working class, or a large chunk of them, okay? You get what I mean? So anyway, this is complicated, but there really only are two classes, all right? Okay. So let's go on here. Yes, Jonas, it exists, but it's really yes. There are people who make more money and skilled labor than people who work as unskilled labor. But that is a construct, right? They don't have to be paid more. Both groups are doing doing labor. The same, okay, but the construct is that there is something different between that. They're both working class, okay? What we really should do, if we really want to differentiate, these two things, we could say like skilled labor and non-skilled labor, or we could say like middle income labor or low income labor, but to say that it's a separate class is not true. All right. And to be clear, okay, I'm sorry, one last thing. To be clear, it's not like someone sat down and was like, let's create a middle class for the purpose of social control. Not really. It kind of just came about naturally as a way to differentiate between the poorest of the poor and middle class and like middle income workers, okay? But it can conceal things, all right? Anyway.
Know your parasites. Ticks, external parasites, remove with tweezers. Worms, internal parasites, remove with medication. Billionaires, economic parasites, remove with unions and collective bargaining power. 25% of Americans are going into debt to buy groceries with Buy Now, Pay Later program. 47% say the cost of housing is a major stress. 31 million Americans had to borrow $74 billion last year to obtain medical care. But under capitalism, one man gets to be a trillionaire instead of everyone having health care. Collective action and immediate intervention is...
I'm sorry, guys. I'm reading some of the comments here. Yeah, totally out. So real fast. I'm sorry. You guys are just making such good comments. I can't help but stop pausing the video. So, okay. So, for example, there is like, think about slavery, okay? This is going to be a very dark example, but I'm making a point here. The race angle plays a big role in differentiating middle class from like lower class, or skilled labor from non-skilled labor. So, when you have a slave plantation, okay, who would be the middle class? Who was the middle class person on a slave plantation? In that scenario, who, if we were to translate, yeah, Jonas, the people managing the slaves, the overseers, right? The ones that held the whip. Okay. The owner of these slaves and the plantations, okay, were the real owners. Then there were the people that worked for them were both overseers and enslaved people. The overseers also were working for the slave owner, right? They didn't own the slaves or the plantation. And so, like, now there is a bigger divide here because enslaved people don't own property. They're not wage laborers. It's much worse. But think about how you can convince that middle section that they are on your side because at least you're not enslaved. Okay? So like, hey, no, like we are both white. The owner of the plantation is white. You are white. We are not. We are the same, but the enslaved people are not. They're not the same. One has a lot more power than the overseer and doesn't control the plantation. But you can use things like race and dividing people to make it seem like you have solidarity where you do not have solidarity. Okay, does that make sense? And so you can use race as another sort of means. And by the way, most middle-class people are white, all right? Most very low-income people are not white. So race is mixed up in this sense of like race, of class and things like that, okay? Hey, you're white middle class. At least you're not a poor black person living in Mississippi. Okay, you see what I mean? You have more in solidarity with Elon Musk. He has skin the color of you, that the same as you do with like, as you do with you get what I point? You have more solidarity with him than you do with black people. Okay, you see what I mean? Now that's a different way of doing economic slavery, but I'm using it as an example. Yes, Sylvie, I can't pronounce the word. I know what it is. Obfuscation of roles via delegation of power. Okay, so anyway.
Crucial for your health and the health of our communities. So join the fight against parasites today. Do not fight parasites alone. Collective bargaining power is crucial for the success of labor unions and their members. It empowers workers to negotiate for better wages, benefits, and working conditions, and it helps level the playing field between workers and members of the owning class. Strong bargaining power leads to improved livelihoods, reduced inequality, and a more equitable society.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Lori!
Hello, my name is Lori, and this is Gramsci was a real smart guy.
Yes, he was.
Gramsci was a real smart guy.
Yes, he was.
An Italian communist, and he's my favorite Marxist. He started the Partito Comunista Italiano, criticized Mussolini's fascist regime, but then they imprisoned him.
I love this.
Doesn't make me sad, doesn't make me wanna cry, cause Gramsci was in prison till the day he died. Oh, yeah, well, no. Oh, but Gramsci, when you were in prison, you didn't sit and do nothing. No, you got out your notebooks and you started writing. 3,000 pages of analysis. A cultural hegemony, the war of opposition held a humanistic understanding of Marxism, yeah.
This is so beautiful.
Oh, no.
Right, Dolly Boy.
It doesn't make me sad, doesn't make me wanna cry, cause Gramsci wrote this prison notebooks before he died, and it changed my life. Gramsci, you changed my life. Gramsci, you changed my life. Gramsci, you changed my life.
That was Gramsci was a smart man. Okay, thank you.
Did you know that most SNAP recipients work? And most that don't are disabled, elderly, children, or caregivers. But whether you're physically able to work or not, everyone deserves to have their needs met.
By the way, so another thing with this sort of ideological cultural hegemony thing, guys, is the idea that labor that does not benefit a capital owner is not labor, which is bullshit. A woman who stays home to raise kids, you might not be making a profit for a company, but that is fucking labor, and it is labor that is beneficial for society. Okay? So that is why, but under capitalism, that is not viewed as like labor that requires payment, right? That in our ideological framework, that's a personal choice and has nothing to do with society. if we really wanted to be fair, we would pay women who stayed home to raise kids. Or if you're an at-home father, okay? Or, let's say that you decide to go out into your neighborhood and clean it up just by yourself. You take a fucking one of those things that you can collect trash with and you go around cleaning up the trash. That would be considered volunteer work because you're not officially employed. You should probably be paid for that. That is labor that is beneficial to society, okay? Like, do you see what I mean? So, like, there's also what we view as labor worthy of being paid is an ideological thing.
Our value has nothing to do with how much we produce for others. That's capital.
Yeah, Jonas, you could do that. There are different ways to do this, Jonas. So Jonas says, so if you had a good business idea, the state would fund it and it's collectively owned. You could do that, Jonas. There are ways to do this. Yes, that would be one way to do it. Where if you you could get like a loan from a collectively owned agency like that, or there's various ways to do it. And I'm not. Well, maybe we'll talk about it more in detail sometime. If we could even there are ways to experiment. You could even do it where I guess you could have an individual. And listen, I'm just throwing out ideas. Some of them aren't the best socialist solutions. You could even have an idea where an individual does start a business, and then after reaching a certain cap, they have to democratize it or something like that. There are different ways to do this. Some more radical, some less radical. Some are more reform. Some are more complete change. It depends on how you look at it. What I would advocate for, just as a first step, okay, as a first step in America, if I were going to go with like a first big step to make economically, it would be to democratize the ownership of businesses. Okay, so we can figure out how to do the rest in turn. That would be like a simple, easy step. I mean, it wouldn't be simple or easy, but it'd be easy. It would be a good first step, I think, is if you forced every employee has a stake in the company and owns the company. So companies would then be run democratically, which would then, there would no longer be a separation between the owner of a company and an employee. It would just be the employees own the company and they could vote democratically. We could even have a free market type situation, which would not be perfect, but that might be like a good starting point. Again, I am not an expert. I don't really know what the best way to do this is. I would have to see what is happening when this takes place, what the material conditions are. These are just some ideas of things we could do. Okay.
Capitalism and ableism making us think that way. SNAP isn't the reason your taxes are high. SNAP recipients don't need to just get a job. Most of them work.
Yeah, outer signal, right?
People need and deserve assistance. Your taxes are going to tax cuts for the ultra-rich and to the weapons being used to commit genocide in Gaza. You think your neighbors are cheating the system by spending their SNAP benefits on junk food? It's billionaires buying boats with the money made off of our labor who are cheating the system. Corporations like Walmart keep wages low so workers qualify for SNAP and Medicaid, then take tax credits for it. Those same workers spend their checks back at Walmart, feeding the same machine that underpays them. That's not a business model. That's a loop of exploitation. This is a perfect example to show that poor people aren't the problem.
Yep, correct. Correct.
Billionaires, they're the problem. Everything that stinks is because billionaires exist.
Yeah. Admittedly, guys, this is an undersimplification. It's more than just billionaires. You don't have to be a billionaire to be one of the people causing this problem. If you have like $500 million, you're also causing a problem, to be honest.
So, Minnie, can we please do a recap of the meaning of cultural hegemony?
Well,
wait, explain it to me like if I was a baby.
So it's a term developed by Antonio Gramsci, and he uses hegemonic ideas.
I'm already lost.
It's just rich people convince the working class that you gotta pick yourself up.
Yes.
By your own.
Let's see here. Drusilla, isn't the economy better when more of the money is in circulation, or am I wrong? So, Drusilla, it depends on the kind of economy you have, right? money in so that in a capitalist economy, the more money in circulation, the more money that's being moved around all the time means more profits are being generated. And values are going up, wealth is going up. Okay. In a capitalist society, yeah, you want a lot of money in circulation. But this is dependent on a whole bunch of things. Are everyone's needs provided for? If everyone's needs are provided for, does it really matter if there's a ton of money in circulation? So this is complicated. Yeah, totally, Drizella. Hoarding money is not good. It is bad for economic growth. If these are the kind of ways we're judging things, yeah, and that's what the wealthy do, by the way. That's what the wealthy do. They basically, just hoard the wealth. They don't fucking spend it. Okay, which anyway. But the assumptions of capitalism imply that it doesn't matter. You decide what to do with your money, so who the fuck cares? If you don't want to spend it, don't spend it, which is, to me, a problem, right? Because then there won't be money out there.
Bootstraps. They tricked all of us to think that the only way to feel joy is to own a bunch of useless fancy toys.
True.
They got us to think that working 60 hours a week is normal.
Exactly, Louise. Exactly. Louise says millionaires hoard in offshore accounts while normal people will spend in the high street. Yeah.
Oh no!
They're trying to tell us that all these bad things are normal, you see.
Yep, and that's cultural hegemony.
Yep.
Thanks. See you next time.
Yep, see you next episode.
Thanks for watching.
I love that. I love that. Okay, oh my God, I love that so much. That was great. Thank you, LaQuа. I really love that. I'm going to save that here. Subscribe to that. That was really good. Thank you, LaQua. Okay, that was really good. So, wait a minute. What? Okay, I'm sorry. Wait. Right, hello, Goopertarian. I know, right, Drizella? Can we just, thank you, LaQua. I just saw this PragerU video. Dolly boy, so tired of this whole system and how it makes people feel bad for existing and not wanting to work yourself to an early growth. Oh, I know, Dolly boy, I know. Yeah, it's rough. So let's do let's see. Guys, I don't know what the fuck this is. This just popped up in my recommendeds. And I'm sure literally it says, oh my God, Augustine. The philosopher who solved anxiety. Now, Augustine, okay, was a Christian philosopher from the Middle Ages. I'm very curious to see what they say about this. This might seem kind of niche, folks, but I bet they're going to say you have nothing to worry about. Just believe in God, and you never have to complain about capitalism. Let's see what it is. Let's just quickly watch this. It's only 5 minutes. Yeah, no one this time, right?
Recent studies report that almost 2/3 of college students suffer from anxiety, depression, or loneliness. They feel restless, empty, overcome with self-loathing.
I wonder why. We just talked about it, did we not? Do you know, like, the amount of pressure put on younger kids these days is insane, okay? They're constantly bombarded with buy this, buy this, buy this. What on Instagram, you don't have good worth. You're not vacationing in Naples or whatever, right? You're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly. Use this new product. If you have little marks on your face that look weird, then there's something wrong with you or something. You see what I mean? Like, it's constant telling people they're not good enough, that they need to buy and have money, while at the same time not being able to have money and keeping them from interacting with other people. This is all because of the capitalist system. All right. There is a lot of anxiety, and also the fact that things are expensive and you're not going to get a job even after you have a high school degree. Obviously. Yeah. Dolly boy, constantly bombarded with consumerism and societal pressures of having your shit together and making a family. Yeah.
therapy. They try psychiatric drugs. They try political activism.
Sir Bart.
They might
Sir Bart says, okay, this is getting too un-American.
might even try to radically change their sexual identity.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I hate these fucking people. I hate these fucking people. I'm sorry. I'm calm, but I hate these fucking people. Claiming that seeking gender-affirming care is because you're too stressed or you're mentally ill is fucking evil. Okay. Right, Weird Amorphous Blob. Weird Amorphous Blob says, this is so true. I transitioned just because I was anxious. Oh my fucking God, I hate these people. Okay.
But the anxiety doesn't go away. In fact, it often gets worse. This is not a new
Is that true, Weird Amorphous Blob? Are you... So, I'm sorry, I don't mean to target you, Weird Amorphous Blob. Are you so much more anxious? So much more anxious now that you transitioned? Okay, is that like, or that you've had your gender, you're doing the gender affirmation stuff? I'm sure you're much more anxious now, right? Okay, let's see here. Politics, freedom infestation. Yeah. It's so stupid. No, exactly. So right there you go. That's my joke, right? Is like obviously this is dumb. People who do have gender affirming care and things like that are typically less anxious. It does help because, you know, you're finally yourself, right? So, okay, whatever. So fucking stupid.
1,600 years ago, a young man, a student of philosophy and law, trying to find his place in the world, felt exactly the same way. He was born on the north coast of Africa in modern-day Algeria. His name was Augustine. He felt a gnawing emptiness he couldn't quite explain.
Oh, shut
to
up.
find fulfillment, he plunged
Of course, PragerU has to go back to the fucking Middle Ages to find a philosopher they agree with.
himself into worldly pleasures. He chased after women. He described himself as a slave to lust. He even tried petty crime just for the thrill of it. He and his college friends, they called themselves...
He sounds kind of fun. He sounds like a fun guy.
Wreckers, spent their days, as he put it, being seduced and seducing, being deceived and deceiving. Augustine's father, a Roman citizen and a pagan, wanted him to be a lawyer, but his mother, a Christian, worried about his soul. She prayed for him every day, hoping he would see the error of his ways.
I guess so.
Our college student knew he was violating the 10 Commandments, but he didn't care.
Yeah, and a pagan.
Nothing to him. As he matured...
Yeah, he was literally not Christian. He was of the Roman polytheist. Anyway.
He tried to straighten himself out. He wanted to do better, to be better, to act morally. He even tried converting to Christianity, inspired by the most famous cleric of his day, Ambrose of Milan.
Ew.
But
Ambrose of fucking Milan. Guys, you know what's funny? I'm sorry. This is a really nerdy, very like niche thing to talk about. I had to read the writings of Ambrose of Milan for a late Roman history class. The fucking man was just a fucking politician. Like, you read his shit and he's like, you know, I'm going to believe in this because that's best for me politically. You know what? Maybe Jesus was God. You know why I'm saying? He like said it out loud. He's like, because then I'll get in good with the Pope. So fucking funny that they're quoting Ambrose of Milan as if he was some great thinker when I have read his shit and I know he was just seeking power. Because at that time, bishops were basically politicians. So, like, their decision to believe in a heresy or not believe in a heresy was kind of dependent on power relationships. And he was open and honest about it. Anyway, so fucking funny. Yes, Ambrose of Milan, the great ideological, great philosopher, even though he just kind of did what he wanted to whenever he wanted to for the sake of power.
And couldn't stop sinning. At one point, he famously...
Dolly Boy, come on, Sam. You know the people who watch this would never read material. Of course, I know that, Dolly Boy. It's just a shame I have. Jonas, finding out the idea of the Trinity came after centuries later was shocking. Jonas, I will sometime do a presentation on the early Christian heresies because they're super interesting. Okay. All right.
Prayed, "O Lord, grant me chastity and self-control, but not yet." Augustine didn't mean it as a joke. He was serious. He wanted to change. He wanted to improve himself. But he also wanted to continue indulging himself. This inner conflict tore him apart. Anxious, divided, trapped by his own passions, he had no one to blame but himself. Self-improvement doesn't work when the problem is you. Who then would save Augustine from Augustine? Then one day, sitting alone in a garden, something changed.
Listen. I don't listen. No, seriously in your groove, but listen, I don't mean to say, listen, okay, I'm sorry. I'm already going to say this. I'm going to be kind of rude here. I got nothing against Augustine, okay? He was an interesting theologian. I barely want to call him a philosopher. He was a theologian. He said some cool stuff. That being said, there is a debate amongst historians about this because he seemed pretty bored and he was kind of from a powerful family. And one way to rise up, especially in the Middle Ages, was to get involved in the church and to literally write things that reinforced the church's teachings as a way to show loyalty to the church. Basically do propaganda for the church. To what extent were the things he wrote true beliefs or an effort to literally rise up in the church by basing his words off of what the church said was true? Who knows, really? But to be clear, at this time, it's hard to differentiate between actual thinking about these things and doing propaganda for the church for political reasons.
He heard a voice say, "Tolle lege," take and read.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure he did.
He picked up a Bible and opened it, reading the first passage that caught his eye. Romans 13:13. Let us walk properly, as in the day, not in revelry and drunkenness, not in lewdness and lust, not in strife and envy, but put on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make no provision for the flesh, to fulfill its lusts. He suddenly realized that even though he had outwardly converted to Christianity as another self-help mechanism, he had not truly put his faith in Christ. Only Christ could save Augustine from Augustine. At once, it was as if a light...
Notice he even... Okay, I didn't even think of that. He actually converted to Christianity just for the sake of being powerful in the Roman Empire. That's how you got positions at this point, is you had to be Christian. So is it that he really... So he even admitted, I just converted to convert. And then maybe he realized, well, that's not enough. I actually have to walk the walk if I'm going to get power, okay?
A relief from all anxiety flooded into my heart. This anxious, sex-addicted young man went on to become one of the most influential Christian philosophers and theologians in Western history. His ideas still shape...
It is true. What he said was very important. He was not a dumb guy. A lot of what he said was very interesting.
We understand God, freedom, and salvation today. Augustine later wrote his story down in a book entitled The Confessions. It's not simply a theology textbook, and it's not a self-help manual. It's an honest account of what it feels like to be trapped inside your own desires. Early in the book,
really, politics?
Augustine writes, "You have made us for yourself, O God, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you." This sentence explains Augustine's anxiety. He wasn't anxious because life was meaningless.
Remember, so guys, sorry, remember, when you, at this time period, when you say put all your faith in God, that implies put all your faith in the church. Because the ideology of the time was that there was only, there's the Catholic Church, which is the arbiter of God's justice on earth, okay? So, you see what I mean? Like, that is... So this is why it's sometimes hard to separate. Is he just saying God, or is he like basically saying you can only find what's the word? Like peace in the Catholic Church and being obedient to the Catholic Church, okay? Anyway. Dolly Boy, I love how right-wingers always make fun of the mentally ill until it's a fucking... Oh, I know, Dolly Boy, right? Because then it's okay. Or he just made it up. That's possible too. Oh no, that's okay, Dolly Boy. Matt Saigai, interesting to see note that he couldn't get himself to use the right word Islamophobia. What are you referring to, Matt Saigai? Oh, you're talking to Outer Signal. Okay, got you. Put your faith in God, my penis. There you go, invalid axiom.
He was anxious because he was chasing meaning in the wrong places. Pleasure didn't satisfy him. Success didn't satisfy him. Even self-improvement didn't satisfy him. Why? Because, as Augustine wrote in the Confessions, the human heart yearns for union with God. And when we try to replace God with anything else, even good things, we don't find peace.
Remember, guys, remove the word God and put the Catholic Church. The human heart yearns for union with the Catholic Church. And when we try to replace the Catholic Church with anything else, even good things, we don't find peace.
Augustine tried to master himself by himself. He couldn't do it. Real peace came only when he stopped trying to save himself and put his faith in Christ. That's when his anxiety ended. Not because his life suddenly became easy, not because desire or suffering disappeared, but because the war inside him ended. He stopped trying to be his own God. That's why the Confessions still matter today.
Yeah, stop. Guys, I'm sorry, but I just love the language of these guys. It's like theologians would hate me for saying this shit, but okay. Saying, I stopped focusing only on myself. It's basically I bowed down to the Catholic Church. Like, I stopped being independent and I bowed down to the Catholic Church is what that means.
1,600 years before modern psychology, Augustine understood something we are only now rediscovering.
No, they're not the same fucking thing. They're not the same fucking thing. They're not the same fucking thing. Modern GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, is not the same as the anxiety felt by Augustine.
Your life around pleasure, success, or self-definition doesn't lead to freedom. It leads to a cul-de-sac, a dead end, a trap. If you're anxious, restless, and worn out from trying to hold yourself together, Augustine has both the diagnosis and the cure. There's a God-sized hole in your heart.
I can't hate this.
And you can't fill it on your own. Only
yeah,
God.
Exactly, invalid axiom. It's more like angst, right? It's not anxiety as like literal anxiety.
God can. Tolle lege. It's your turn to take and read. I'm Owen Anderson, professor of philosophy and
Speaking of ideology, guys, that
studies.
reinforces capital, this is what they do. Don't worry about your suffering out there, guys. Just believe stronger in God. Believe harder in God, just like Augustine, who legitimately was just probably seeking power. Okay.
Oh, na 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 na.
Tra-la-lero, tra-la-la. Tra-tra-la-lero, tra-la-lero, tra-la-la.
Thank you, Peck on Bad. All right, thank you. Thank you guys for bearing with me for that. Thank you for bearing with me through that. Let's see here. I just had to see what they were going to say. Let's see what else we have here. What was that? Did someone just do something? Good hit, Dolly Boy. Well done, Dolly Boy. I'm proud of you. You hit him right in the forehead. Well done. Okay. So we obey authority and ignore the economy. Absolutely, Jonas. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Flu Banga, I yearn for someone to put their faith in my God. Oh my God, Flo, that is hilarious. I don't know if I can say that out loud, but you're very fucking funny and I appreciate you. And I love you so much. Okay. All right. Let's go on here. Let's go on here. I know, LaCroix. Let's see here, guys. Okay, let's watch one of Jay Williams' videos, shall we? I need a little break here. Okay, I'm going to be so mean. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. This is from Jay Williams. Let's just watch one of Peck on Bad's favorites. Peck on's bad favorites. Okay, hilarious, guys. This is oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, for gifting a sub to Flu Banga. Okay, so this is we do need a theme song. We need like the Jay Williams segment. That's true, elevator lady. Finally, oh come on, Jonas! I swear to God. Okay, so this one is called, dear God, this one is called "Painfully Awkward Interview with Psychic Tarot Reader." Oh my goodness, I'm gonna fucking okay. I'm so excited! Yay!
I'm here with Trisha from Tarot and Astrology, and she's been so kind as to come in and give us a tarot reading. And so let's get right to it. What exactly is tarot? And
thank you, Darth Sidious. Just be open-minded, right, Jonas? Sweet God. Don't you laugh, Matt Guy. Okay, whatever. I hate all of you. I don't care. I'm going to call it tarot cards just to piss all of you off.
How do you use it to predict one's future and all that jazz?
It's, a lot of people are real psychic with it. I don't
I love this lady so much.
Consider myself psychic. I consider myself very intuitive. A lot of people say I'm psychic.
She's chewing on gum. I love this.
But that's a big honor.
Listen, guys, it's tarot cards. You're right. I'm sorry. The correct pronunciation is tarot.
Would you like to get to it?
Drusilla, excuse me. I'm not a woman, Drusilla. How dare you say that to me? You know I'm joking, Drusilla, because women hear that shit all the time. Okay.
Yeah. And avert the negative pattern.
So I'm like a caged animal that needs to be set free to run wild, kind of.
Could be.
All right, well.
She needs to practice a bit of this.
Well, thank you very much, Tricia, for coming in, and we appreciate everything you've done.
You can call me at 319. I live at Muscatine Avenue apartment.
Honestly, guys, I feel kind of sad for her. You know why? Okay, you know why I feel sad for her? I don't know if you guys can see it, but her hands are shaking like crazy. She's scared. She's very, very nervous. She's on camera. I feel kind of bad for her, actually. Now I feel bad. If you look at her hands, they are shivering.
It's right across
like
the
she
street
is
from
terrified.
Walgreens.
Well, thank you again for coming in. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Blessed be.
Thank you very much.
I'm very honored to have this opportunity.
Well, that was
Only
like,
published in that,
I
it's
felt
called-
bad for her a little bit. I got to tell you, that was kind of, oh my God, what is this? The Good Liars Talk to God. Oh my goodness. We might have to watch that one too. Let's watch another Jay Williams first before we go to that nonsense. Okay. Let's watch another one. The Tutti Frutti. Another one sent to us by the glorious Jay Williams in his infinite wisdom and knowledge.
I know many.
Okay, I don't know what this is going to be. I'm kind of terrified. So let's see what this is. Okay, no, don't worry. We're not only going to do one. Don't worry. All right. Now I've heard that to CR feeling something.
You folks out there ain't never heard of me before, but I guarantee you one thing. Before the show's over, you ain't going to forget me.
What?
Okay, boys, let's go.
Okay,
In
that
front
was
of
a
the
waste
United
of
Nations.
time. You know what? That one didn't go so well. Fuck you, Jay Williams. That was a waste of my fucking time. Do better, Jay Williams. Do better. Shame on you. Okay? Shame on you. Wasted all of our times. Everyone get mad. Everyone be mad at Jay Williams. Okay? Humiliating, embarrassing, awful. Okay? Absolute disgusting display by Jay Williams. Okay, fine. We'll find another one because that one didn't count. That one did not count. That was just so bad and awful that I feel offended. I'm offended. Let's see here. Let's try a different one. Okay, we'll try this one. The exercise video that uses babies as weights. God, awful. What a shame. I don't think he's here. He might be off getting an interview or something. I'm not sure what he might be doing, but okay, let's watch this one. This one is called an exercise video that uses babies as weights.
Hello, and welcome to Toning with Tots. Get your tots and let's tone. Now you should be ready to begin some floor work. Your baby may not stay with you during these stretches, but that's okay. Up and down. 4 more. 4,
Listen,
And one.
listen.
Now add a crunch. Crunch it. 4 more. Take it.
Honestly, I don't mind this. I know. Listen. The first one was good. The second video was crap. This one, it's just like, okay, I don't mind. You know why I don't mind? Because try to be a mother who has to take care of a baby and find time to get exercise that you need to do. Yeah, this is like normal. This isn't like that big of an issue. It's not like they're not being dangerous with the babies. They are holding them. They are keeping them secured. I really don't see an issue with this. It's like bonding time and the mother gets exercise because moms need exercise. I really don't see that big of an issue with this. Okay. Yeah. Like let them do it. All right.
4, 3, 2, and take the baby up, and 4, 3,
that one's gone.
2.
Look, the dad is there too, by the way. The dad is there too. The dad can get exercise too.
Give me a little pulse at the top.
This is cute though.
Pulse. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Aw, and it's
6,
also kind of playing with the baby, right?
6, 7. Bring it.
Listen, though, hey, Gray, I get it. Hello, Gray, by the way. Gray says the baby doesn't like it. Listen, there's a lot of things babies don't like. There are sometimes the baby will like something, and then the next day the baby won't like it, and it's really hard to tell if they'll like it or not like it. Sometimes the baby just needs to poop or eat or something. A lot of mothers and fathers can start figuring out, like, based off the sound of the cry, what the baby wants. But, like, those babies might like it. Most of them seem to be fine with it. That one might be upset, okay? But, like, the other ones might not be. You see what I mean? Like, I don't think this is an issue. I don't find it at all. Politics. Have you ever seen have I ever been a baby? Of course I've been a baby. Okay, I know, elevator lady. It's fine. But you get, elevator lady, you know exactly what I mean, right? I'm not going crazy. I'm not going crazy. Am I, elevator lady? I know you're mom. Okay. Louis, there's a lot of okay, thank you. I am going, thank you, elevator lady. Mithril, new moms need exercise, CR, who will never have kids. Newborn, what do you mean I'll never have kids? I can have kids, Mithril. I just can't biologically have kids. I can't, like, have a child come out of me, but I can have kids. All right, newborns are exhausting. Yes, they are, but it's not like you still need exercise and shit. That's not just being woken up late at night by a crying baby. All right. Okay. Elevator lady. Oh my God, that's funny. Elevator lady says, CR, you're like a dream dad, even though you're mean to outer signal. Why? Are you implying? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay. All right. All right.
Them down, and one more time, and lift them up and down.
Oh, look.
2.
Look, the baby running around is so
3,
cute.
2, 1, and add a crunch. Crunch it up and down. 2, 7.
You know it, LaCroix. I'll be your daddy.
6.
Thank you, elevator lady.
5.
But I felt like there was an insult somewhere baked in there, elevator lady.
Take it up and down. 2, 3, 4.
I'm sorry, this is hilarious, though, hearing all the babies crying.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and drop it. Up and down. Up and hold it here.
Texture Splunky comes in here and says, dumb babies. Jesus. Aww.
And come down.
This is
Take
kind
their
of funny.
arms up together and clap their hands together and say, yes, you made it through this workout, and we hope you enjoy it and do it many, many more times.
I know. They are, no, I know.
Surprise.
Babies are kind of dumb. I know. I'm just, it was funny. It was a funny thing to, I'm not disagreeing with you, okay? That was kind of cute, though. I kind of liked it. That was kind of fun. All right. Jay Williams, that one wasn't as much of a flop, but I'm still pissed off at you for the last one. Okay. What is this? Okay, let's watch. So this one, okay, let's watch this one. This is another, guys, I really like this channel. I feel like we always watch these. I apologize. It's cute, just odd to me. I know, Grant, I'm not blaming you. I don't blame you. Like, it looks weird. let's watch this. This is The Good Liar Talks to God. Okay, so I like The Good Liars. I know we watch so much of them. So let's see what they let's see what this is about, okay?
Chat with God. You could ask my app anything you want about God or Trump. It's hasn't got much traffic, but it's an AI app. It's published with all of Reverend Moon's speeches. But basically, you'd be surprised. How
Can we use it now? Can we ask it if Trump is picked by God, and we'll figure this out?
Yeah, this is like interesting like cultural study, okay?
Well,
thanks, Dolly Boy. Thank you.
why do you think Donald Trump was fighting the release of the Epstein files last summer?
He keeps flip-flopping. I mean, when he was on the
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead and tag it again. It might be high up in the page. I would like to see it. I didn't see it when I went through, so go ahead and re-tag it, Doug.
campaign trail, he said release it, and, you know, Cash said release it, you know, everyone said release it, and then all of a sudden it was national security. I think it has to do with the billionaire class. I think it has to do with the stock market tanking. I think Trump puts a lot of stock in stock.
Right.
So he wants to
This
keep
guy's
that
right.
kind of money train flowing. And
Also, he's in the Epstein files, but
I think that would kind of hinder business in America.
Did that make you question your support for him at all when he was fighting the release of it?
Never. Unconditional support for him. Definitely the hand of God.
Oh my fucking God. These people are fucking fascist. I can't. You can't reason with people who think like this. Guys, like the Italian fascists and shit. How can you reason with someone who has literally a faith-based belief in a leader that it's, you know, well, you just have to have faith. You just have to have faith. It doesn't matter what he actually does in material reality. You just have to have faith. This is for a greater America. This is for this mythical idea of America. The leader is America. You just have to have faith in it. Like, I can't. All right. All right.
Yeah, I was with Reverend Moon, you know, from the early 70s.
Drusilla, it's possible they are. It's possible that they're stupid and they are cultists, but you don't have to be stupid to be a cultist.
And he spent the last 10 years of his life praying that some casino king would save the country, risking everything he had. He didn't know who it was going to be, but it turned out, you know, Trump showed up.
Do you believe Donald Trump was picked by God?
Well, I believe that Reverend Moon prayed for 10 years for someone like him to come along. So, yeah, I think he is the
Reverend
hand of God,
Moon?
literally.
What does that mean, literally?
Disgusting,
It means
Dolly Boy.
He's the central figure.
What the fuck is Dolly Boy? Is Dolly Boy proselytizing in my chat? Is Dolly Boy trying to evangelize his cult in my chat right now? Dolly Boy says, yeah, ignore all these guys. All you need is the Dolly Boy cult. Dolly Boy cult is the only home for the downtrodden. Through Dolly Boy, we will persevere and succeed, for this is the only path to salvation. Are you fucking proselytizing your fucking cult? And my God, disgusting.
Figure for Christianity, the central figure for the future of humanity.
Mayflower Kid, don't you do it.
At this point.
Donald Trump is?
Yes.
Donald Trump is the central figure for Christianity right now?
Absolutely. America basically represents the history of Christianity. The
won't discuss me.
culmination. America represents the culmination of Christianity, and Trump is the central figure.
Okay.
Ew.
That's the first I've heard that before. And what does that mean? He's the central figure because
it's his responsibility to guide the future of humanity and the future of America. It rests on his shoulders to secure the providential foundation that's been prepared for thousands of years, to coming out of the feudal, monarchistic society to a democratic society where people can pursue their dreams.
What?
And so,
well, I'm sorry. Did he say I want to have a monarchical society?
Monarchistic society.
What? I'm very confused.
Responsibility to guide the future of humanity and the future of America. It rests on his shoulders to secure the providential foundation that's been prepared for thousands of years.
Guys,
coming
listen.
out of the feudal, monarchistic society to a democratic society where people can pursue their dreams.
And so I'm sure you saw the meme that
Wait a minute, guys. So literally, though, how much does this sound like Italian fascism? Do you see how he's talking? There's like this grand destiny for America, and Trump is the single person who represents the democratic will. Okay, no, he said he would guide us to secure. That's right. Okay, but like guiding us to secure this destiny of America. He's like, it's on him. He represents the established will of this national idea. Okay. Do you see how fucking like Italian fascist that sounds? how gentile-esque that sounds. And it makes no fucking sense. Am I the only one that hears that? Am I the only one? Okay.
Trump posted of himself looked like of Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Is that, and that's the central figure of Christianity?
He's just toying with the people who are anti-Christian. He's just playing with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But is that like is that like a godly Christian thing to do, to post a picture of yourself as Jesus?
I think God has a sense of humor. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Because some people were saying it was blasphemous. Like,
no.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And
okay,
only the fake news could come up with that one. So
shut up.
I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better.
Do you remember that, guys, when he fucking posted that image and he's like, no, I just thought I was a doctor. Right, in that robe and with the fucking halo, you look so much like a doctor.
People a lot better.
You believe Trump is picked by God?
Absolutely.
And
guys, how is that any different than like the art we saw of Mussolini? Like picturing Mussolini as this figure, this almost religious-like figure coming down to the people, and like, you see what I mean? Like, it is so similar to like Italian fascism.
New York Times wrote an article with me saying that because I was at one of Trump's rallies, so it wouldn't be the first time that I was quoted for that. They published an app. It's called Chat with God. You could ask my app anything you want about God or Trump. It's hasn't got much traffic, but it's an AI.
They do,
app.
Dolly Boy. They really
Published
want to go back to
the
the divine right of kings.
Basically, you'd be surprised.
Well, can we use it now? Can we ask it if Trump is picked by God, and we'll figure this out once and for all?
God chat.
Surfs
Sure,
up,
I'm
right?
a little bit slow here.
D, I think.
Here it is. Okay. And it just takes a minute for the. There's so many people here, right?
You know what, guys?
Go ahead.
I think I'm good with not watching the rest of this. I get the general idea. If they're just going to be talking to one guy, I'm not that interested, to be honest with you. I want like a selection of magats. Okay, I want a selection of magats. So let's go on to something else. Let's see here. The Gaza clown. Thank you very much. So this was sent to us by Doug, and no one is allowed to see my image in the upper left right-hand corner. Oh, good, you can't. Okay. So this was sent to us by Doug. Let's watch it from Facebook. Okay, let's watch it. I'm not sure. It's called the Gaza clown. The Gaza clown.
Mannequins and we breaking the mold, breaking out and we breaking the codes. Similar to the jack who stole to the depths in your wet, so you take explosives.
He joined the Gaza circus school to train as a clown before yet another assault was launched on Gaza.
Get it out, send your body to flight. Everybody got a target tonight. Everybody come along for the ride. All you studs and your duds and
He's
your
a good clown.
Grip the moment like you're gripping the earth.
Trying to keep the kids happy.
And you're feeling the girth. Now you get it, now you're feeling your worth. Fitness how you used to make when everything used to hurt. It goes.
Aw.
No time to rest.
This music is kind of weird for this, but that's
Just
okay.
do your best. What you hear is not a test.
Aw. I support that.
We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you go.
Yeah, Palestine will be free, inshallah.
Gotta get you to the other side, to where the butterflies and where the peace resides. The first 5 minutes for the 15 of fame. 5 seconds for you saying my name. Mannequin.
Oh my God, I love that. That is adorable. That is adorable. Yeah. Okay. Amazing. Yeah. To be clear though, guys, listen, I know I'm an asshole, but I normally, clowns and jesters, we don't get along too much. I give this one a pass. Okay, I give this one a pass. He's doing God's work. Okay, this sounds horrible. I love what I'm doing here. I'm being an asshole. Okay, but he's doing great work here. I love this. Okay, inshallah, Gaza will be free. Normally, though, I'm just saying generally, if you read the text, him and his family were bombed. Oh, really? I had trouble reading what it said. Okay, so he and his family were bombed and stuff. That is horrific. Okay, that is absolutely horrific. Did he lose his family? Oh, I see. Despite extreme personal hardship and severe trauma, he has been providing psychological support for the children throughout Gaza. He has been risking his life to make them smile and allow them to simply be children again. The IDF bombed his home on top of him and his family in 2023. Then 17-year-old Uncle Tito ramped up performances. Okay, wow. Yep, I mean, most Gazans have lost their homes. He wanted to bring some joy to the next generation of Palestinian children. Amazing. Okay, yeah, very good guy. He and his friends also distribute goodies, toys, clothes, and other necessities, as well as, okay. He relies on your donations. Tito, too, has been displaced many times over the past 3 years and lives in a small tent with 6 family members. Yeah. That's amazing. Okay, what a nice guy. Trying to preserve the humanity of people. Okay. That's really cool. That's really cool. They are so strong. Listen, there's like something to be said about something that really makes me sad, or at least gets me emotional, is seeing how human beings maintain their humanity even in the worst conditions. I remember seeing an image during Ramadan of a bunch of Gazans setting up a big table in the middle of rubble to still have a community meal, you know, and having clown. We read last week about how there was someone trying to plan. Yeah, the human spirit really is amazing, and highlights the humanity of people. Even if Israel doesn't recognize it, we can recognize it, right? So yeah, fuck Israel. And inshallah, Gaza will be free. The people of Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Anyway, so yeah. Thank you, Doug, for that. Thank you, Doug, for that. All right, let's go on. Okay, this was sent to us by Alyssa. Of course, Lindsey Graham being dead, which I don't mind at all. I'm kind of happy about it. Let's see what this video is about. I see we have Bernie Sanders here.
You're kidding.
Let's see. Okay, this says reacting. Him actually, obviously, as well as him actually reacting to Lindsey Graham's death, but that's pretty fucking funny. That's how I felt too. That's how I felt too. All right, yay. Yes. We should have a fucking community celebration. That'd be nice. If you want to also, you can thank Lindsey Graham for a lot of those bombs that killed Palestinians too. So fuck him. Anyway, that's exactly how I reacted as well. I'm like, oh my God, really? Oh, what a shame. No, actually, wait, I didn't react that way, guys. I cried. I was so deeply depressed. So deeply depressed by it, you know, very sad. Okay. Ew. No, we're not going to promote you. Bisky, are you here? No, we're never going to watch that shit. Are you lost your goddamn mind? Why the fuck would I ever watch that shit? All right, what's this? Powerhouse Club? Oh my God, we're going to have to watch this. We're going to have to watch this. This is another Jay Williams one that I didn't. We're going to have to watch it. So, forgive me. Cried tears of joy, right. Lindsey Graham advocated nuking Gaza. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He was a fucking monster. Bill Jonas, I swear to God. Okay, I swear to God. Yeah, he had a permanent war boner. He never saw a war he didn't want to fillet. You know, he probably filleted almost as many wars as men. We have to, Drizella, because it looks funny, okay? And I need something funny after that, all right? Okay, so let's watch this. This is the Powerhouse Club. Let's watch it real fast, okay? It'll be fun. Everyone's going to have fun. You hear me? We're going to have fun, all right? Drizella, don't you fucking tell me to calm down. Thank you for learning this. Okay, okay, whatever the fuck this is. Okay. Ew, it's a church. Is that a dancing church who looks like a pedophile? That is a very pedophile-looking church. That is a pedophile face on that church. Oh my God, kids, do not go into that church's mouth. All right. This is awful. I'm already annoyed as fuck. Can we just like get to... Oh God. Okay, Jesus. Yeah, we get it. Jesus did some shit. Okay, whatever. Looks like your assistant football coach, you, Drusilla. God. Look at that face. That is an Epsteinian face. I'm coming up with a new word. That is like a terrifying face. Is this the same guy as last time, Thelonious? Oh my God, it is the same guy.
Oh, hi. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the Powerhouse Club. Listen, the other kids should be here just any moment.
Wait, they're literally going over to a man's house, a middle-aged man's house, to have like a pillow, like a sleepover. See this? Listen. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit, okay?
That's gotta be them. What's the password? That's them. Come on in, gang. All right. Hey, you're looking good. Well,
Whoa. Let's not. See, guys, this literally, I know I sound like I'm joking, but like being raised a Catholic and attending Catholic school really taught me that a lot of this shit kind of in plain sight enables assaulting children, like the language that's used, the idea of like Jesus is going to touch your heart. Like they use language that almost enables pedophilia. Seriously, like let Jesus touch your heart. Like just, there's other language too. Whatever. Get on your knees for Jesus. Like, I'm not joking. The language is there. That kind of enables.
We all have tough decisions to make sometimes. Any of you guys ever had tough decisions?
I've been invited to a rock and roll concert by a real good friend of mine.
Oh my God, speak up. Speak up. Use your diction. I swear to God. I used to teach a speech class. This is unbearable. She gets an F. Speak up. We can't hear you.
I really like her, but I don't know what I should do.
Speak up. Oh my God, would someone speak up? Like, make her speak up. Someone give her a fucking mic or something.
Yeah, that's kind of tough. It really is, Candy.
Well, I've been asked to be on an all-star baseball team. I'm really excited about it, but all our games are on Sunday mornings. I don't know what to do.
Isaac had two sons, one son named Jacob.
Yeah.
And one son named Esau.
What Esau?
Oh, great. We're going to learn about how... Don't laugh, elevator lady. How dare you? We're going to learn about how... What was it? Was it Abraham or one of those motherfuckers? Oh, yeah, Abraham tried to sacrifice his son Isaac to God. Well, very cute story. Very child-friendly.
Esau. Yeah. Kind of got a ring to it, don't it?
There you go, politics.
Esau.
Okay.
Esau sitting on the seesaw. Okay. That's what he saw, and he saw Esau.
All right, Joey.
Look at these two kids. They're like, what the fuck is happening here?
You talk about making decisions. We ought to put God first all the time, shouldn't we?
We should.
And that reminds me of pickles.
Pickles?
Yeah, Doug.
You don't know about pickles.
Well, hi, gang. My name is Pickles, and I'm a...
Oh, my God. See, this is my point, guys. Clowns are normally bad. Okay, that might be the one good clown I've ever seen was the one in Gaza. Listen, guys, there's a big difference between a clown and a jester. Okay, very big difference. The one way you can offend me is to say I'm a clown when I'm a jester. Okay, clowns don't really challenge authority. That's not their gig. Clowns are more for children. They're more there to make you kind of laugh. They're mainly for children, okay? Jesters are like adults, okay? And they're for adults, and they're made to critique power. How dare you, Jonas? How fuck you, Matt Sign guy? Fuck you, Jonas. Okay. So this is like, clowns are very low intellectualism, okay? Very low. Why would you tell them that? Why would I tell them what? Oh, yes, you're right. Whatever. It's fine, elevator lady. I just don't listen to what anyone here says anyway. Mimes can also pretty shitty. But like literally clowns are the worst. Jesters are the best. So look at this.
Well,
that thing right here is definitely an extra dimensional being, eldritch being that's going to exterminate the earth. It's just in a human body, and you can tell, right? A jester, on the other hand, doesn't look like it. Okay.
Hey, you know what? I was just about to enjoy my favorite treat. Yeah, I have it right here. It's called pickles in a cone.
On a side note, on a fun side note here. On a
good to you.
Weird Most Blub, how dare you? You don't know the reference. How dare you? Okay.
When I see
now, notice another thing. Notice that this. I know I'm going on and on. Notice that this particular clown has makeup around his mouth that makes it look like he has very big red lips. Part of the tradition of literally, there is a little bit of a link between blackface and clowns, because clowns often give themselves big red lips, which, if you know, goes back to some very unpleasant things in American history in regards to what is the term? Oh God, what's shit? What are they called? The God, someone tell me where white people would be like would put makeup on like they were black, not blackface, minstrel shows and things like that. Okay, now listen, that's not what clowns are. Okay, that it's not what they're not doing blackface. It's just like I'm just trying to make you hate clowns. Okay.
This red ball, I think of Jesus, because it reminds me that Jesus shed his blood for us upon
oh my fucking God,
a cross. How many of you know when you become a Christian, all of a sudden you have no more fun? Well, of course that's wrong. In fact, Christians are the happiest people in all the world. They really, really are. Jesus is the last thing they ever think about. You say, oh, I don't believe that. Well, it's true. They only think about God when they get in trouble, or they only think about praying when...
Ew, can someone kill that thing? Jesus Christ.
They're getting ready to go to bed, or maybe when they're getting ready to eat. A lot of people like to leave Jesus at church. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, they want to go out and live like they want to.
Hey, mind if I come in?
Hey, it's Mr.
Guys, if there's one thing you need to learn from this, is you shouldn't live like you want to. That's the overall message. It's the overall message from Augustine, apparently, and it's the overall message from this guy. Don't live like you want to.
John Starnes, all right. Hot diggity dog, man. He's my favorite singer. Yeah. Here we go. Feed my sheep back. Feed my sheep back.
Listen, okay, guys, I'm sorry. There's just too much in this. There's too much in it. I always, they do, Louise. They all have different makeup. And I'm kind of exaggerating, Louise, because I'm trying to make you all hate clowns. Okay. That's an issue I've always had with Christianity, is that, you know, the idea that we are but sheep to be tended by a shepherd. Apparently, we're all livestock, right? Apparently, according to Christianity, all these kids are livestock to be herded around by a shepherd. Kind of seems a bit dystopian, don't you think? By the way, that's not really an exaggeration. Even if you read the Bible, especially women are often lumped in with livestock. So I guess, you know, you should all just be a sheep. You should all just be sheeple. Okay, all right.
If you really love...
By the way, sheeps would often be sacrificed as a sacrifice to God. Okay?
Feed my sheep.
Be my sheep. Literally. Guys, they're not even hiding it. Okay, I'm just saying, this is disturbing.
You remember Coco the monkey?
Oh, we saw this.
I don't think so.
Well, Coco loved peanuts, and I'm afraid that very inquisitive nature and his appetite for peanuts was his downfall. And he crept over to the top of that
Yeah,
bucket
we
and
saw that.
peered.
We saw that. That disturbing
So fit
story.
his
Remember
hand
that?
down
That was very disturbing. We already saw that.
To have refreshments. Could you
We'll go back here.
close out power inside the bucket? Close out powerhouse. I like to have refreshments. Could you hand me the refreshments over there, Marvin? Thank you. You know what I have? I have a special treat for refreshments today. You're not going to guess what I've got. I have brought today for a special treat.
Yeah, Thelonious Stone. Okay. Yeah, don't eat the fucking peanuts. I would not trust those peanuts. Literally, the last character they talked about that ate peanuts was died, and he's having them eat peanuts. Can I be also clear? You know what would be really fucking funny is if they, like, accidentally smothered him to death. Now, I'd watch that shit. I'd totally watch that shit, right? Like, you hear him screaming, I can't breathe! What are you doing? And then, like, you end off with seeing his lifeless corpse there while the kids are dancing around and celebrating and eating peanuts. That would be a great way for this to end. Alas, we don't get to see that. We don't get to see that. Okay. All right. And then they eat his corpse. That'd be really fun, too. Ooh, that'd be a good horror movie. All right. Invalid axiom. Where's our refreshments? You don't get any, okay? That'd be kind of fun, though. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it, Weird Amorphous Blob? All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Jay Williams. Another great little gem there that you're providing us with. Great little gem. Let's see what else we have here. Let's watch something serious now. I know, I'm kind of focusing on unserious stuff at the moment. Let's find something serious to watch. Something very serious. A short film. Ooh, what is this? Clumsy Mumsy. Clumsy Mumsy sent us this. This is Chloe. Oh, invites you to look at it this way. It's a short film about Mr. Hitler, an interesting film on art and social attitudes and developments in the early 20th century. Okay. So let's watch this. Listen, no, Jonas, listen. Jonas, the American English is different than British English, okay? So, like, sometimes it literally, please don't tell me I'm crazy. Are there any Americans out here who have trouble understanding it? Am I the only one? I'm having trouble understanding some of it. We're going to watch it. But there's a joke in America and in England, I think it's also in England, that America and England are separated by a common language. Yeah, right, LaCroix. So for me, this is like gibberish. I have no idea what they're saying, even though they're speaking English. I understood what you said last night, Doc. I don't even know what does that mean. What is pishing law? What is that? See, I don't even know what that means, Louise. The word pishing? Like, what the fuck is pishing? This is what, okay, anyway, I know. We're separated by oh my god. No, I know, Jonas. I know. Listen. I think that was very funny. I could tell it was funny, but I did have trouble understanding it. That what accent was that? Would someone tell me what regional accent was that? Was that just like because there are different accents in the UK. I'm just curious. There were a few. Well, yes, I know there was like I'm talking about. I could understand like the upper class accent. Yeah, lower. That's what I thought, Louise. That's like the working class accent, right? Like the lower class London accent that they were doing in the tavern. But then, like, I understood like the upper class stuff, which is weird that I could understand that. But yeah, I had a hell of a time. That was actually a funny experiment because I really had no idea what they were saying. Yeah, Cockney, the old Cockney accent. Just lower class. Oh, okay, just lower class. So anyway, I feel ignorant. I need to get up on my lower class English accent, okay? Oh, Cockney is East London? Okay. See, this is why I don't know. Like, I had no idea what was being said there. There are even words that I don't even know. I'm like, is that a word? I've never even heard that word. Okay, not even real Cockney. Okay, that's what I don't know in Valadares. That's what I'm saying. Right. So, but I don't know what they said. But I'm sure it was very funny. It looked funny, but it's also, I guess, in one theory, it's funny because Hitler was speaking in a low-class London accent, which is very funny. All right. Okay. Okay, let's go on. Thank you, Louise. Let's do this. This was sent to us by Jonas. This is giving side quests to strangers. Oh my God, that'll be funny. Let's do this. Giving side quests to strangers.
Do not cast judgment on me, my friend.
Oh, hello, how are you?
For my heart bleeds on this morn. My lady, she has left me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh.
Heed my warning, friend. Do not get lost in the gardens of love, for the roses bloom bright.
He's a handsome man, by the way. Sorry, guys. I didn't do it this whole time. I'm sorry.
Their thorns cut deep.
Well, how come you won't get another lady?
I already have my friend. And she is not so quick to abandon me.
Oh, well, I mean, we could always have other fun ways to make you feel better, you know?
Drusilla, shut the fuck up, Drusilla.
Like what?
Like what?
I love singing karaoke, like High School Musical.
Are you a
this
good
is
singer?
so cute.
Maybe. Yeah, I like to sing a lot.
Do you want to sing some karaoke?
I'm not doing much of anything. I could let's go sing.
You know it, Betty.
Okay. Well, let me see what time it is.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
this is cute. Aww. This is so cute. Oh, okay, I like that. Thank you, Jonas. That cheered me up. Why the fuck do I have to see his fucking face on the screen? Anyway, here, Couch Potato, here. I shall provide. Here you have a link to that video, and then you can figure out. Okay, there's a link to that video. If you want to see more of that, that was funny. Okay, I like that shit. There you go. Okay, that was kind of cute. I appreciate it. Socialism is evil. You're evil, LaCroix. Jesus. God. Anyway, so let's see what else we have to watch, guys. Ooh. Let's find a longer video. All right. Let's go back up the page here. Elections. Donald Trump does some shit. Okay, shocking. Who cares? I mean, I care. I'm just saying, I just don't want to care. Okay, let's see this. Stalinism, Satanism, not Stalinism. I mean, some people might think they're the same thing. Okay. We saw that one. We saw that one. Oh, my goodness. We might be getting to the end of our videos here. Dear Britain, we saw that one. Farage versus the Bin Man. ICE violence caught. Okay, well, forgive me. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. Give me a second. What do we have? Okay. You know what? Let's do this. So there is more news on the recent ICE death. There is, Jonas. Oh, where is it, Jonas? Did I miss it, Jonas? I may have missed it. Let me find that one. You said Nigerian politics. Did I miss it? What is Awana? You know what? Okay, wait 1 second. I did find one. We'll go back to Jonas's, but what is this? What is Awana? Would you tell me what is Awana, Philly Cheese? Are you here, Philly Cheese? What is Awana? Let's do this. Okay. Are you here, Philly Cheese? Did you leave me? Did I bore you, Philly Cheese? I'm sorry. I bored you. Come back. Sorry. Okay, I know we were. What is this? What is Awana? Is this a cult? LaCroix, is this a cult of some sort? Bye-bye, Louise. What is this? I'm sorry. I'm going to start it over. Let me look up what Awana is first. Awana. No, not Swama. Awana. Awana. Oh, okay. This is a cross Africa. God is opening doors for Awana to bring biblical curriculum and educator training to public schools. Oh my God, no. So this is like a nonprofit that spreads evangelical shit. Okay, I'm gonna go jump out of a window. Okay. All right. This is a recruitment video. The church faces its greatest challenge in history. An entire generation hangs in the balance. Will the church win them or lose them? Will the church rise up and fight for them? Christians are rapidly moving away from a biblical worldview. Oh, well. What a shame. Will the church lose this generation? We can only hope. Where are the once mighty... Okay, blah, blah, blah. No one's going to... Why are the churches in Holland, Spain, and Australia being sold as restaurants, hotels, mosques? Okay, there's the Islamophobia. There it is. Okay, by the way, I actually kind of like that Islamophobia. You know why? Because they're putting mosques next to restaurants and bars. That's kind of a positive thing. It's like these are fun places you can go. Go to your local mosque, go to your local, restaurant. Okay. They lost a generation. Why after the Joshua generation did Israel suffer in the days of the judges? Oh, who the fuck? Why after David came Absalom? They lost a generation. Today, 1/3 of the world's population is under the age of 15. Oh, God, that's 2.3 billion children, okay? 80% of all people who come to Christ do so before 18. There's a reason for that, folks. Someone tell me, why do 80% of people become part of a religion before they turn 18? 100% invalid axiom, brainwashing. It's really easy to brainwash kids. That's literally how you get it done. Folks, for those that are religious in here, how many of you learned that shit as an adult? Who here consciously decided to become that religion? Or was it kind of taught to you as a child when you couldn't really make decisions for yourself? Right? Okay, you get my point. The 414, when the age when people are most likely to meet Christ. Oh my God. Yeah, valid axiom. The church has responsibility to raise a generation of world changers. Awana.
What do you see when you see me?
Do you see potential? Do you see a future leader?
You know it, Jonas. You notice, Jonas, same thing here. But bye, politics. Okay, see ya. Same here, Jonas. I went to grade school, and I was already learning the Bible at very young age. Okay, very young age.
Am I going to be your doctor?
Am I going to be your boss? Am I going to be the one who takes care of you when you're old?
Who do you think I will be?
Will I be serving God?
Will I have turned my back on the church? Will I have turned my back on you?
Are you sure about
that? You notice the conflation there? You turn your back on the religion, you turn your back on your parents, you turn your back on the community. By the way, unfortunately, guys, I know, I'm sorry, I'm bashing religion a bunch today, okay? Whatever, I'm in the mood. Unfortunately, there are real consequences to leaving a religion because oftentimes, especially organized religions, put sanctions on you for leaving and cut you off from their communities. It is a legitimate problem that you learned. Like you learned that, you see what happens when people leave the faith. You get cut off from the community you had. So there are real material losses that happen to people who do leave a religion. So that's, once again, the carrot and the stick. You're taught ideologically that this is good. You're praised when you do things that are good for the church. But then if you try to leave, you're punished socially and materially sometimes. And you're also frightened. You're going to go to hell. You're going to suffer. All right. You see what I mean? This is like, after studying social control for so long, you start picking, I'm saying this for myself. You start picking up on ideologies that are self-reinforcing and that that do not allow any critique. Religions are great at that, okay? They are these self-contained systems that punish you if you disagree, reward you if you agree, and make it really hard mentally to leave them. And they're literally put sanctions on you. By the way, this is by design. That's partially how they work. One of the reasons why big religions are so big is because they use all these mechanisms to prevent people. And it's not like they're sitting around thinking that way a lot of the time. It's not like, well, we're going to make these people believe this to make them there. But that's the reason they became popular, is because when they were believed at first, the one that was the most the versions of those religions that were most successful were the ones that had the most sanctions. Okay, yeah, outer signal. Oh, you want to leave? Go ahead. We'll just paint you as an evil influence and destroy your connections, so most of your social network. Yeah. Guys, my parents, for example, when I came out of the closet as gay, my parents lost a lot of their friends because my parents weren't willing to demonize me because they're good parents. And because they weren't, and when they told their friends about it, their friends were saying some pretty awful things, being like, "Oh, he's turned away from God." Oh, blah, 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 blah. So my parents then lost a bunch of their friends, and they sided with me. Okay, and I lost a lot of friends. I lost, friends. I lost connection, like friends I had because I was no longer in that community. Like it happens, and there's other religions where it's even more harsh. Losing in some environments can mean death. There are some places of the world where if you actively try to leave a religious belief, you might be killed, or you might literally be punished in a pretty horrific way. Yeah. There are some communities, by the way, who will engage in shunning. If anyone's ever heard of shunning, the Amish do this. If you decide to leave the Amish community, they will shun you, which means you will no longer be able to communicate with your family. You'll be exiled from the community, and all contact will be cut off. All right? Anyway, you get the idea.
So what are you doing for my future?
For me? For my spiritual growth.
You've made plans for my education, right?
For my college. But what about plans for my spiritual formation?
My spiritual foundation.
Is my eternity less important than your fraternity? I'm your kid. What do you see when you see me? What do you see when you see me?
When you see me.
When you see me.
Whether your kids are 2 or 18.
See us. How God sees us.
Be a
There you
part
go,
of
invalid
our
accent.
spiritual formation. Lay the foundation for our future.
Basically brainwash us. And listen, this is even bad for parents. This is scaring parents. You better get your kids into Christianity or they're going to burn in hell and they're going to become degenerates. You know, your daughter's going to become a sex worker. Your son is going to become a gay man who goes to a bathhouse and has anal sex all the time or some shit, okay? They're going to become drug addicts or whatever, okay? Like, okay, you see my point, right? Like it's they use fear. Weird amorphous blob. Even secular people who were never religious, yeah. Totally weird amorphous blob. Yes. Okay. Even secular people who are never religious can experience the same phenomenon. One of my parents is secular and the other is vaguely spiritual, but the community we're in is integrated into an incredibly extreme evangelical church that openly says women shouldn't have opinions. And should do whatever their husbands want. Needless to say, all my mother's brunch inner circle are gone now. Oh my goodness, that's horrific. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exile is the oldest, bluntest social weapon. Totally weird arms blob. You did, Jonas? You had to experience corporal punishment. That's horrific. If you couldn't memorize properly, yeah, that doesn't. Whew. Awful. Okay, that's horrific. Couch Potato, gonna leave a lurk and play games with. Have fun, Couch Potato. Have fun. Okay. Anyway.
Is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. Thy word is a lamp unto
To reach boys and girls this year with the gospel of Jesus Christ, we need something very important. Do you know what it is?
when I feel
You.
afraid, think I've lost my way. Still you're there right beside me. Nothing will I fear as long as you are near.
Jesus.
Please be near
Okay.
me to the end.
Yeah, invalid accent. What do you mean you're okay, LaQual? What happened? I'm confused. Did I miss something?
Thy word is a lamp
This is so fucked up.
unto my feet and a light.
Seriously, Jonas? You'd be given a portion to memorize and sit in a circle while the teacher sat in the middle holding a stick. Oh my God, Jonas. Oh my fucking God. Jesus. Yeah, I don't want to help brainwash kids, right? Yeah, politics. Yep, me too. Corporal punishment, Catholic and then Christian style. The Christian style was honestly worse than the Catholic corporal punishment. Yeah, politics. Like the Catholics aren't that bad. They're bad, but they're not bad. Like when it comes politics, you don't have to tell me, but
what branch of Christianity are you from? Because I know there are Protestants out there who engage in pretty brutal. There's whole industries. Let me show you. There are whole industries of Protestant Christians that pump out books on how to beat your children to get them to believe in God and shit. All right. Like Protestant preacher. What's his name? Preacher. How to beat kids. Listen, it was definitely Baptist. I got you, politics. I'm sorry you went through that, really, politics. Okay. I hope you know you're welcome here always, and we'll never judge you for any of that. Okay. You're safe here. All right. Just to show you, I wasn't even looking for this, but look at this is an article this is a Protestant religious organization called the Dr. James Dobson Family Institute. Look at this article. How to discipline without breaking a child's spirit. I mean, I don't know what it's going to say, but that is a disturbing title. Okay, like discipline them to the edge of like doing permanent damage. Like that's what that means. Yep, it happens too to Christians, Jonas. Okay, so I'm trying to find it. Though I don't remember if anyone remembers the name of that preacher. Book on using a switch on your kids. Christian. I'm gonna like the FBI is gonna find me. I swear to God. Okay. There you go. There it is. That's the one. To train, that's literally what it's called. To train up a child. To train up a child. That is literally the phrase that they use. To train them like a dog. Okay. And in 1994 parenting advice book written and self-published by independent Baptists, Michael and Debbie Pearl, that has generated controversy for encouraging child abuse. The book has been endorsed by the Institute of Basic Life Principles, which is a non-denominational Christian fundamentalist organization. Okay. So if we look up this real fast, Michael Pearl ended up getting infamous for this crap. Okay. I'm going to see if I can find who this guy real fast for all of you. I wish... Yep, this is the guy. This is the fucking guy. He even has a podcast now. Real fast, listen to him. Because this man should not be allowed to walk amongst us. He should be in prison for life. He is a danger. But this is a literal video. He also encourages, by the way, hitting your wife to encourage her better.
Hi, I'm Debbie Pearl.
And I'm the big boss, Mike.
Okay, we're here today to read a question that came in our mail and to answer it. I love my wife, but I find it hard to like her sometimes. Over the years, she has gotten more and more competitive. I think of it as competitive, but this is an example of what she does. We'll be in the restaurant and she sort of punishes the waitresses and by not tipping them if they do anything wrong at all. This embarrasses me. If the food is not exactly the way she wants it, she calls the manager out and complains and wants the meal free. She's a good wife to me, but she is over assertive in many other areas.
I can tell you what I'd do. I'd get up and walk out of the restaurant and leave my wife sitting there if she was acting in an embarrassing way. Or when she treated the waiter or the manager unkindly, I tipped them $20 and apologized in front of her for her actions. Sometimes people, you know, the way we all learn to be socially responsible is by being in a social context and bouncing our actions off of other people. If we act in ways that are inappropriate and other people respond to it negatively, then
I don't even know if he's going to say what he normally says. So I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but you can even tell in his answer there. Well, if my wife does that, then I have the responsibility to teach my wife a lesson, and I'm going to walk out on her to humiliate her. He also advocates for actually hitting. Let me show you a video he used to do. He used to do a video.
And
he had a video where he would teach you what to do with how to actually hit your kids.
Mother, you gotta let that man be the authority.
All right, we're back for question and answer time. I've got my little lady. This is my first wife I brought with me tonight. Does it look like a man's writing or a woman's?
Man's.
Man's? Tell your wife to slap you. She looked up and saw that camera. She got up and dusted herself off.
Tell your wife to slap them.
Look at her. She turned red in the face. We just stood there and ridiculed her. They have to really turn red in the face and pass out or something. We had a kid there in church who kept coming and hit these black spots all over his head. Just help him. You use it to control people. When it stops controlling people, they stop doing it. What's the next question? Punish him with the rod severely.
Teaching you how to hit your kids, literally take a switch and beat your child.
That's what you do.
He even has a little child that he shows how to hit them with a switch.
Screamers around here, if you have fun, it'll be a lot easier training. Feel like a winner. You get 5 licks for being mean, you get 5 more for lying. You're going to see who's lying. I'm going to get this rod. If he screams too hard with the first 5, gets hysterical, wait. You know, a little psychological terror is sometimes more effective than the pain. Thumping him on the head, you're worried about that? Give me another question. We talked about that. Carry him home and train him. Give me another one.
I'm not adding anything, guys, because I just want you to hear the level of evil that this man is. And he was a very popular Baptist guy, okay, that a lot of people read, and he was kind of considered like the main source on how to deal with kids.
He will not take his part in discipline. When he does discipline, it's out of anger.
Make love to him. If your husband is an angry man, make love.
This is literally saying that if your husband is getting a bit too rough with the kid, you should have sex with him to calm him down. That's your role. Okay, that's your role. You have to, you know, have sex with him. So let's see here. Drusilla sent this. Yeah, is this the same guy? Yep, this is him. Thank you very much, Drusilla. I forgot about this. There were at least 3 children who are known to have died because of his teachings. Okay? No problem, Dolly Boy. At least 3 people died because of his teachings. Children, okay? This is the same guy, Michael Pearl. Let's see here. Yeah, they literally, one group of parents were used to train up a child, found on September 29th, the parents were charged with homicide by abuse. Like, and they are, by the way, he sold 670,000 of these books. 670,000 of these books. So I'm just saying, like, fucking lunatics, okay? Yeah, I know. So I'm not joking when I say that this was very popular amongst Baptists. These books were very popular and literally was what he was showing you. That was how he taught it.
Get rid of his frustration. Make him happy. All right, another question. Sweetie pie?
When using the rod as a training tool, how hard should the reinforcement be?
What? Another guy wrote me, he had 2 kids, 12 and 13 years old.
So we don't need to keep watching that. You guys get the idea. But anyway, so that's anyway. I think we get the general idea here, right? Okay. All right, folks. All right. Put my face up. Yeah, they put them on a blanket, then hit the kid if they go outside. Yeah. Ooh, pretty awful. Pretty fucking awful. To be clear, guys, we know that if your ideology needs to like beat a child in order to enforce it, there's probably something wrong with it. It's probably not. There's probably something wrong with the ideology if it requires you to beat people like children. Okay, obviously, I would say so. Okay. Put them on the blanket, then hit the kid if they go outside. You were like, oh my goodness, I just can't. And again, this is commonplace in a lot of places in America. In our community, we actually have someone who was a primitive Baptist. That's a phrase for certain kinds of Baptist and who had to deal with shit like this. Okay. Catholic schools, by the way, I did not go to a Catholic school that practiced corporal punishment, but there were Catholic schools who did. My parents, they went to the same Catholic school I went to, but when they went there, nuns would still use corporal punishment. They would still wrap you across the fingers with a ruler. They would hit you on the butt with a paddle. If anyone has ever seen a paddle before, anyone know what a paddle is? So, like, anyway, I don't need to show it to you, but invalid axiom. Yep, you know it, Jonas. Okay, like it's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane. That still happens everywhere. Okay, all right. I know, LaCroix. It says, I've spoken to a weird amount of Christian men that advocate for beating their kids and wives, and it's crazy to me that people like that exist. To be clear, also, this also shows, guys, this is probably happening on a massive scale, but it never gets out because of fear or whatever else. God knows how much of this is happening without us knowing. How many kids are being beaten or wives are being beaten, and we don't even know. Okay? Yeah, or single pastor or imam or rabbi. Rabbis do it too. Okay, like, and not everyone, obviously, but there's a big fucking problem with this, obviously. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna put my face up here. I realized later they used feet or bum to make sure scars aren't visible. Oh, absolutely, Jonas. Absolutely. There's a reason why you saw him. He actually says, we didn't watch the whole thing, when he shows where he hits the kids on the bum or on the legs so that they can't be seen, to hide it. Okay. There's also, by the way, there often, I know that all this stuff sounds dark, guys, but when I was a teacher, you have to do a lot to learn about signs of child abuse. And so because, well, all right. And something that some abusive parents will do is that they will use like a pillow or something and then put the pillow on the kid and then hit the pillow so that the bruises are so diffuse that you can't see them. And yeah, and the only way to tell if a kid has been hit in that case is if they wince and stuff when they sit down. If it looks like they have trouble sitting down, because this is disturbing stuff, I know. If they look like they have trouble sitting down because they're in pain, but there's no bruises, that still is a sign of being abused, okay? It's pretty awful. And there's a lot of it that happens and we don't know. By the way, one of the reasons why in the United States, for some people, not for all people, there is a homeschooling movement is because if you homeschool your kids, there's no longer anyone who can look at your kids to see if they're being abused. Because in America, at least, because we have a very individualistic nation, for many kids, the only time they are seen by a public official or agent of the state is when they go to school. So teachers are often the only non-family member outside of a household that a child interacts with on a daily basis. So a lot of people, and the only one who can end up reporting if someone is being abusive to a child. So you can imagine that for people who do like to beat their kids, okay, for the sake of for religious reasons or something, literally will cut off the ability of the state to actually lay eyes on their kids. Okay. And I think that should be fucking illegal. I think everyone needs to be able to, kids need to be seen publicly by someone. And I know I sound like I'm an evil, oh, the state is trying to get involved. It's bad for the country if you have a bunch of massively traumatized children who are being beaten all the time. And it also increases the likelihood that those kids will end up beating their kids. Like, it is a mess. And anyway, yeah, Jonas, a lot of MAGA people love homeschooling. They do. And I often wonder, they don't like schools, but how many of them want to hit their kids? That is a big thing. Right. You think, yeah, invalid axiom, right? It's almost like a culture that needs religion while beating its children and women is ill. Oh my God, that's for sure. Invalid axiom. That's for sure. I think I've told you guys a story before where I've had to deal with exactly outer signal, homeschooling, and anti-vax. That's a good point, outer signal. The anti-vax people, they also sometimes anti-vax people, they don't, another public official that people will see are doctors. You see doctors less often, but sometimes people don't want vaccines because that means you have to see a doctor. And kids, the doctor can definitely pick up on abuse, okay? It's really fucked up, a lot of this shit, okay? A lot of this shit. I can tell you multiple stories of kids I've had to deal with who have come in who are clearly being abused. All right. It's really dark, and it's something that I really, really advocate against, obviously. Okay. Invalid axiom. Personally, I support the ringworm uprising to destroy the hogs. That'd be nice. Right. But like in a fat way, that shit so I'll dead ass hilarious politics. So anyway, just something to be aware of. And yeah. So it's fucked up, okay? Okay. Yeah, outer signal, it was. Outer signal says it must have been tough being exposed to that. Yeah, it was tough, but wasn't as tough as how it was for the kids. But the reason you guys can tell I'm like going into so much detail here is because, and I'm not even, there's some shit I've seen, let's put it that way, in regards to child abuse that I probably can't talk about, but it's what kids go through is pretty horrific. Invalid axiom. It's an actual problem by the wild hogs. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Invalid axiom. Anyway. All right. How's everyone doing out there? We good? We good, everyone? We good, everyone? Okay. So how about this? I am going to, God, I've only streamed for 5.5 hours today. Why have I been streaming for a less amount of time? Maybe I need to get better at coming up with things to show all of you. All right. So I'm going to go now, guys. I'm going to go get dinner. It is almost 6. I need to eat. So I'm going to go eat. I don't know what, LaQuа, I don't know what's happening. I was streaming for so much longer last week. I'll try to stream longer tomorrow. I have to find more things to watch. Okay. I have to find more things to watch. Okay. So, I'll just go now. Okay. Cause I am hungry and I have to pee anyway. So I love you all very much. No burnout, not burnout. I'm not burned out. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know. I thought I had streamed for 6 hours already, but I guess I haven't. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. Jonas is the only nice one. Jonas says the quality was still there. Okay. So I'm going to go. I will come back tomorrow. And of course, we will talk more about fascism. We have other things to talk about. I love you all very much. First of all, guys, let me say it to you. Free Palestine, free Sudan, free the Congo, free Ukraine, free Iran, free Venezuela, free Cuba, free everywhere all at once. Okay. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. So, Philly Cheese, you're here. Did you see my presentation based off your video? Okay. Fascism happens in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms or revolutionary change, which I definitely advocate for. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day or morning, noon, night. I love you all very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Join our Discord if you want to talk to me, okay?